All right. See, I was on mute, guys, because there was some issue with the YouTube video that was being streamed. I know I was on mute. It was intentional. So let's, let's. I think the video was stuck or there was some technical issue. So let's start this again. So I'll be sharing my screen with you, and we'll be starting. I'll be just telling students more about this. Right. So just give me a second. Right. Is the screen visible to everyone? Just show me thumbs up. Is the screen visible to everyone? Rupesh, Sanket, show me thumbs up. Barsha? Right, perfect. All right, guys. So this is basically the first lecture for your RBI Grade B crash course. And as I was talking, as I was telling you earlier, this crash course basically will encompass everything that you require for RBI Grade B Phase 1. So in the duration of next 3 weeks, we would be targeting 100% syllabus that is required for your phase 1, and there will be 100 hours of live classes in the next 3 weeks where we will be targeting all the subjects, all the components of RBI Grade B, and we will be live every day 10 a.m. in the morning, and from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So 5 hours of classes every day, right? And we will be targeting all the modules, including quants, reasoning, English, current affairs, your GA part, and everything that is there for your RBI Grade B Phase 1, right? And yeah, we are offering a flat 80% discount on this. So if you are not a student of this batch, go join this right now. If you think that you need, the last moment, the last minute revision or crash course sort of thing, which can, make you ready for your exam. So the coupon code is RBI 80, and you are invited to join us in this, right? So let's begin, guys. So I told you there are three verticals of this paper where there are three verticals of this paper we will be targeting, and we are specifically talking about English language here. So in English language, you are basically, you will be asked questions on the basis of your concepts of grammar, right? Your comprehension ability and your vocabulary. So we'll be targeting all the three in these sessions. And from the very basics, we'll start with understanding of the basic concepts. Then we will pick up the level and we will take it to the advanced level. Then we are going to practice the questions live here in these sessions through MCQs, right? After every chapter. And then we will also discuss the previous year questions on those topics. So that will basically cover everything that you require for this exam, right? So let's start now, guys. Right. So first of all, guys, so if we want to learn this language, see, there are two things, when we talk about learning English language. The first is, when you talk about, okay, it's about, nurturing, nurturing a plant. So when you saw a plant, what happens is, you nurture it, you give it water, you give it air, right? And as the roots grow deeper, the plant grows bigger and bigger, and then it turns into a tree, and then you reap the fruits, right? So basically this is how a language is learnt. You start from the basics, right? As if you're starting from the very core point, right? Like a seed. So today we will start from the very basics, that is the foundation or the roots of the English language. So and it is going to be a very interesting day for you, because we'll be learning language in a new way, in a different way today. So we'll be learning the language with the help of with the help of shortcuts, tricks, and stories, mnemonics that will help you retain and remember everything that is required for the exam, right? So when I say let's start from the very basics, what do I mean? So the very basics or the very fundamentals of the English language is are basically they're composed, or they're consisted in grammar, the grammatical language, right? So guys, how many of you can say confidently that we are very comfortable with the language, we are very comfortable with the grammatical aspect of the language? Now you can just answer a simple yes or no in the chat box. No, you don't need to make notes, Devesh. Everything that will be written will be provided to you in a PDF form, so you don't need to make any notes. But yes, if you want to, if you feel that, okay, I need to write it down, right, I need to put it down with my own hands, then you can do it. Okay, you're good at grammar, Kunal, but but you struggle with MCQs, right? YSD says, no, sir, we are not comfortable with the language. So that's what I'm talking about. See, we can read everything that there is, right? You read editorials on a daily basis and you comprehend it, right? But grammar is something which we do not pay attention to. So what I mean by this, Barsha, is if I give you a language, if I give you a sentence, for example, the prime minister has visited the, the crash site in Odisha, right? I'm talking about just anything that is given there in the newspapers. So when I say the prime minister has visited, or the prime minister visited the crash site in Odisha. So see, what we do is we just convert this language in our own understanding and we try to comprehend it, right? But do we think about the technicality of the sentence? Do we even bother about thinking, okay, what is the prime minister here? What is what is arrived or let's say visited here, right? What is the crash site here? So what I'm talking about is when we talk about the technicality of the language, and that is where the grammar part kicks in, the grammar part comes in, right? Shivangi, same, this is with everyone, right? Everybody feels that MCQs are confusing because the options are quite close and we are not able to understand what has been discussed here. So that is what I'm going to break that is what I'm going to help you with to understand the concepts of the language. So let's start from the very basic, very fundamental part of the language, that is parts of speech. Now, what are parts of speech, guys? You can say parts of speech, or you can also call it parts of a sentence. Speech or sentence basically means a standalone speech, or a sentence basically is, see, what is the definition of a sentence? First of all, let's understand that, guys. What is a sentence? Sentence is combination of words which, when put together, conveys a logical information to the reader or to the listener, right? So that is basically the definition of a sentence. So what is a sentence? It is combination of words which, when put together, conveys a logical information to the reader or to the listener. So it is combination of words, but the question is, what words? So when we constitute a sentence, when we create a sentence, do we look at the technicality of the language? Do we focus enough? And do we understand, the intrinsics, or let's say, the criticality of the concepts of English language? I'll give you a very simple example. Okay, guys? And this is for everyone. All right. So, and we think that we know the language. We think that we are comfortable with the language. But okay, let's test ourselves. If I have to say the person, the person standing in front of you, he is taller, right? So let's say you are comparing heights. So what do we say? अगर मुझे ये बोलना है कि वो मुझसे लंबा है height में, सामने वाला जो है, तो हम what would we say? You are taller than I, or you are taller than me? That is a question to you guys. Now you can just answer me in the chat box. Now, what is the right option here? Rupesh, Anji, you are taller than I, or you are taller than me? Please answer in the chat box. What do we say? You are taller than I, or you are taller than me? Very well done. Except Rushat and Smiley, I think all of you have said, and Devesh as well. Smiley, yes. Kapil. So most of you, I think 99% of you said, sir, it should be me, right? That is wrong. The correct sentence is he or you, or he is or you are taller than. Now, most of you told me, sir, it should be me, but the correct answer is I. Did you know this? That is what I'm talking about. Did you know the technicality behind this? And it's a very simple question, by the way. It's not a, it's not a very confusing statement, or it's not, something that you cannot comprehend. Very simple question, but the point is, where did we go wrong? Why I? Why not me here? That is the question. So why did we use I here? The real question is, do you really know the difference between I and me? That is the first point that I wanted to bring forward to you. Do you know the difference between I and me? What is the meaning of I, and what is the meaning of me? If we don't know that, we'll not be able to, understand the technicality of the language. Uh, very good, Navdeep. Very good, Sanket. I is first person and me is second person, Rushat. Me is also first person, huh? Right? So what is the difference between I and me? I is subjective. Very good, Kapil. Very good, Sunandan. And me is objective. Very well done. Now, that is the basic thing that you need to know, that what is subjective pronoun and what is objective pronoun. And then comes the part where you can understand, okay, why did we use I here? So this is what I'm going to help you with. Your concepts of English language, your basics of English language. We do feel that we are comfortable, we can understand everything, whatever we read, but do you really know if it is right or wrong, if it is correct or incorrect? Right, very good, Sanket. So that's what I want to do, that's what I want to start with today. So guys, let me share a story with you, and with the help of this story, I would like to clarify everything, every word that there is in the English language. So please listen to this carefully. Please give me next 15-20 minutes patiently, right? Please give me next 15-20 minutes. I'll share a story with you, and with that story, I guarantee you that you will be able to identify each and every word that there is in the English dictionary, that there is English in the English language. So in the next 15-20 minutes, I'll be able to help you with identification of every word that there is in English language. Every word. Got it? So that will make your life very easy for you. So please listen to this story very, very carefully, and this story will help you to retain, right, what you need for English language. Technicality is difficult, absolutely. See, that is what I'm talking about, and they are not judging you on your communicative language. And the biggest challenge here is, see, in media these days, through news channels, through movies, through TV shows, what I have observed, basically observed, is we tend to follow, and the reason behind that is because it is very often used. We tend to follow American English, but technically or formally we follow British English. So these two English are very different, sort of English. The grammatical language, the grammatical sorry guys. So the grammatical rules, right, are very different in both the languages. There is British English and then there is American English. Now you must have come across this. See guys, have you seen this? When you're typing something on your computer, you usually see that there are two different spellings. One is with S and one is with Z, right? For example, for organization, right? In American English they use Z. In British English we use S, right? But most of us do not know what is the difference between the two, right? So this is the difference. There are different grammar rules, and we tend to follow American English because that is more often used these days. In movies, most of the movies are Hollywood movies, right? Or the shows, or the podcast, or the whatever you read, most of the novels, they are basically written in American English. And that is where the problem kicks in, right? Formally in this paper we are following British English, but in your newspapers, in your movies, through media anchors, they follow American English, and that is where the problem is. That is why we have never been able to identify that in American English the sentence is correct, he is taller than me. But in British English, which is formally used in your exams, in that language the sentence is wrong. So that is where the basic problem kicks in, right? So we'll clarify all that. So I intend to teach you British English in a very short and crisp way, right? So that's what I said. Please give me next 15-20 minutes and listen to me patiently, and with this story I'll be able to help you out with every word that there is in English language, right? So are we ready? Just show me a thumbs up. Are we ready? Barsha, Ram Gopal ji. All right. So I think we are ready. So let's begin, guys. And please turn on your cameras. Guys, I would love to see you. I would love to interact with you, because teaching a blank screen, it's very, very, very boring. It's honestly very boring. I hope you understand that. So please turn on your cameras. I would love to see. I would love to interact with you. And if there is any doubt, any confusion you have, please feel free to ask, guys. Right? Okay, if it's not possible, I'll not force anyone. But if it is possible, please do turn on your cameras. All right, guys. So let's start from the very basics, from the very fundamentals of the language. So, okay, where should we start? Utkarsh, what do you say? Should we start with the ABCD? No, I think we know ABCD, right? That is, sir, वो तो बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, I think, right? So I think we know ABCD, we know the letters, we know the alphabet, right? Now after ABCD, what do we start learning? Words, right? And we use those words and we put them together to create sentences, right? So instead of going to sentences, let's start from words. So the basic building block of English language, right, is basically the words that are there in English language. So how many words are there in English language? Do you have any idea, guys? Right, it's unending, obviously. There are lakhs and lakhs of words that are there in English language, and it is impossible for anyone at one point of time to cram all the words, right? It is impossible, right? We are not a computer, we are not computers, we are not gadgets or machines. We are human beings. We tend to remember some, we tend to forget some, right? But the more you stay connected with the language, I mean, that is why we always say please read editorials on a daily basis. That will help you with your comprehension skills, that will help you with your inference power, that will help you keep you update with the vocabulary, the vocabulary that you need for cracking this exam. That is important. And then beyond that, what is required is your constant habit of reading. And this goes not just for phase 1, because in phase 2 as well, guys, there is a dedicated exam for descriptive English, right? 100 marks exam. And in that you will be writing one essay, you will be writing one précis, you will be writing one reading comprehension based answers. So you need articulation, you need good phrases, you need command over the language. That is the whole point, right? And why are they judging you on on English, on your command over English? Because Barsha, I hope that all of you do, but when you go and when you join that organization, an organization like RBI, you will be receiving reports, memos, instructions, policy documents on a daily basis, and you would be required to reply to those, right? And if you don't know, if you cannot command the language, if you cannot understand what is right and what is wrong, you'll always keep on making mistakes, and that shows very poorly. So that is not acceptable by the standards of RBI. So that is why they are testing you on your command of the language, right? So that is why you need to read editorials on a daily basis. You need to, that's perfectly all right, Rishat. No issues. So the point is you need to prepare well and you need to stay connected with the language, right? And it's not, it's not an impossible task. If you just start reading editorials on a daily basis, I mean, you get up in the morning, you do your chores, and then you sit down, you read, you read your newspaper for your current affairs, and then along with that you read editorials for English, right? In those editorials you will find good vocabulary words, you'll find you'll understand what is the hidden message, what is conveyed by the author, something that we call reading between the lines, right? So you'll get to that, and then your inference power, that will improve, your reading speed, your comprehension power, your inference power, that will improve, your vocabulary will improve, your your command over the language, your understanding of the language will improve. So that is another thing that we need to start working, right? That we will discuss after phase 1, Sanket, because there is very due to paucity of time, I think we'll not be discussing about phase 2 here. We'll be discussing about phase 1. But yes, I recently took 12 lectures on our YouTube channel. So there were I just took 12 lectures. This was a complete series where I've discussed essay writing, précis writing, and reading comprehension writing in detail, in every detail that you can think of. So go to our YouTube channel, and you can watch that series of those 12 lectures where I've discussed essay writing, précis writing, and that will sort out everything, every question that you may have, right? But here we will be focusing on phase 1, right? Now, coming back to the point. So how many words are there in English language? Infinite, you can call that. There are so many words that we don't really keep track of that. But then the question is, Utkarsh, how do we recognize all the words? How do we keep them in mind? How do we keep track of all the words that we come across? How do we identify them? So for that reason, what the literaries of the language, people who created this language, right? What they did was they segregated all the words of English language into 8 categories. So what they did was they segregated all the words of English language into these 8 categories. And now what they told is, what they said is, now if you just understand these 8 categories, you will be able to you will be able to recognize all the words. Rupesh, गर्मी ज्यादा है या अंग प्रदर्शन ज्यादा हो गए, है ना? जिम जा रहे हो मान लिया, बट इतना भी नहीं यार. It's okay. All right. So coming back to the point, so what they did was they segregated all the words of English language, all the words of English language into these 8 categories. And now what they said was, if you just understand these 8 categories, you will be able to identify each and every word of English language. Now we have been taught these 8 categories over and over again during our school times, right, during our school days, but we are still not able to remember them. Why is that? Now, a simple question to you, Barsha. Now, when did we start learning grammar? I think in fourth standard, right? And I think we have covered. I think we covered grammar up till what, 8, 9, 10th class, right? It used to be there. So starting from fourth standard up till 10th class, so that takes about 6, 7 years. So you have repeatedly learned grammar for 6, 7 years in your life, but how much are you able to retain? See, the same goes for Hindi as well. See, if you have learned Hindi or any other language in your school time, we also did, Hindi grammar, Vyakaran, that we call it, right? We also learned Hindi grammar, Hindi Vyakaran. But see, do you remember anything from that grammar now? No, right? But we are still very comfortable with the language, right? We can speak Hindi, we can write Hindi because we have extensively used the language. But the problem with English is we did learn the grammar all the way, but the point is we were not able to extensively use that language because the environment is not conducive for that. I mean, we don't speak English at home, do we, Utkarsh? No. We speak English with our friends? No, right? So the problem is we did learn English, but we were not able to practice it, right? And that is why all the confusion kicks in here. Everything is got jumbled up, and we started forgetting everything. And another reason for for not able to remember grammar is the way it has been taught to you, the way it has been conveyed to you. you know you were always told to cram grammar throughout your school life, right? Do you remember what determiners are, Utkarsh? Smiley, do you remember what intensifiers are? Do you know what adjective clauses are? Right? Do you know what gerunds or infinitives are? Right? But you use them on a daily basis. See, in your communication, you use them on a daily basis, but we don't know what they are. So what I intend to do here is I need to provide you that understanding of the language, which will give you the confidence, the command that you need to understand and differentiate between right and wrong. That is the agenda of these classes. So that see, in next 5 lectures, what we will be targeting here is we would be targeting all the key concepts of the grammar of the language, and then your reading comprehension and all that part, so that we are able to score enough marks in the exam and we are ready for the exam. So that is the whole point here, right? So let's start with the story now, guys. I've explained this enough now. So this is a short story which I have created, by the way, for my students, for my dear aspirants. And you'll not find the story anywhere. And I did this because putting myself into your shoes. I think the same way, because I have also been in the same boat, right? I was never taught grammar the way I wanted to learn it, right? I didn't remember grammar up till my graduation. I didn't know what it was, right? I literally forgot everything about grammar. But then when I started learning it again, when I started teaching it again, then I realized that was a very poor way of presentation, right? How were you taught grammar? If I just want to remind you, the first day teacher used to start with nouns. What are nouns, Jyoti, remember? Nouns are name of a person, place, thing, feeling, etc., etc., etc. I think that was the definition that was taught to everyone out there, right? And we were told just write it down with a few more examples, few more categories, and go remember it, go cram it, and in the exam whatever you have crammed, you have to put it there. And that's how you cracked one standard, one class, and you move to the next class, and again in more detail you were taught the same thing. Then you went ahead, then you were again repeatedly taught the same thing, but in a very poor manner. So what I have done is I have created a short story so that you are able to remember this forever now. So just you don't need to write anything, just be involved with the story, and you'll be able to remember grammar throughout life. I can guarantee you that. So just give me next 15 minutes, and I promise that you will never forget what grammar is, right? Just 15 minutes. Can we do that? Yes. All right. And why do we need stories? Now I can also explain that to you. Remember in 8th standard, Varsha, when first time when we were introduced to trigonometry. So just imagine if there was no shortcut in trigonometry. No, a student, a kid of 8th standard, when he hears for the first time alpha, beta, gamma, theta, right? He's scared to death. But then there was a smart teacher who came up with the theory of Pandit Badri Prasad, har har bole sona chandi tole. Remember that shortcut? I mean, there are different mnemonics for for different teachers, but I think this is the most common that I have seen, right, Jyoti? So who created that Pandit Badri Prasad? Some smart person who really cared for his students or her students, thinking that okay, a student will not be able to comprehend what perpendicular or hypotenuse is, right? So that is why the intention was to to make it so simple, so easy for every kid, that just to infuse the confidence in him that yes, it's so easy, you can do it, right? So this is what I'm trying to do here. I'm creating a story to teach you grammar, which you have which you have never been able to remember, but now I'm sure you'll be able to remember it, right? So please please include yourself in the story. Please feel as if you are the part of the story, right? And you'll enjoy it more than that way. So let's start, guys. So this is how the story goes. The story is about the story is called parts of speech, right? And the story, how the story unfolds. So let's start with that. So I'm just creating an imaginary. This is a fictional story, by the way, guys. And the story, although starts today, but it will end on the day I end grammar, by the way. So it's not just a 15-minute story. This is the major part of the story, but I will continue teaching you everything through that story itself, and you'll be able to retain it, right? So this is how the story goes. So the story is called Parts of Speech. So what happens in this? So in this story, there is a classroom, right? There is a classroom where there are 8 students. So what I've done is I've created these 8 categories, and I have I have marked them as 8 students. So what are these 8 students? These 8 students are these 8 categories of English language through which you will be able to identify each and every word, right? So I've just created a fictional story. So what are these 8 students? These 8 students are the 8 categories of English language, in which all the words of English language are segregated, right? So let's start with the story now, guys. So there was a class where there were 8 students, right? Now these were young kids, in their adolescent, in their adolescence, right? So full of energy. So do you remember that stage, guys, when you were growing up? There was that one stage when when we were introduced to the concept of having gangs in the class. Not gangs as in gangs of Wasipur, gangs as in like groups, right? Favorites. Like we 4 friends will sit in the corner, right? We 4 girl gang, we 4 girls will sit together always, right? So we all used to have those favorite, right? So this is that story all about. So what happens is, these kids were growing up, and obviously they were in their adolescence. The hormones were all over the place. So this is how the story builds up, right? So there was a very what do you say, very energetic. There was a kid who was very very notorious. Okay, let's call him notorious. So there was a very notorious kid in the class who one day got up in front of everyone and asked, all right guys, today I'm creating my own gang. Do you remember, we used to have gangs in the class. So there was a very notorious kid who got up in the class and said, okay, from today we are going to I'm going to have a gang of my own, right? So who was this kid? Let's look into that. The first kid who comes into the picture is noun. So what noun does, right? Let's listen to this. So how do you remember noun? Very simple, very easy trick. N for nouns, N for names. So any naming word in English language is called a noun, right? कोई भी नाम है, कोई भी नाम है, किसी का भी नाम है. In fact, that's a noun. So any naming word in English language is called a noun. N for noun, N for name. Easy to remember, right, Utkarsh? Right? Simple, right? So N for noun, N for names. So sir, what do you mean by name, or what do you mean by naming words? Okay, when I say Rohit, or when I say Reena, right? So name of any human being, that's a noun. When I say Delhi, when I say Chandigarh, when I say India, when I say China, Russia, names of places, They are nouns. Then when I say car, chair, table, house, building, organization, party, team, so name of non-living things, objects, those are also nouns. And beyond that, names of feelings. We have given names to our feelings as well, right? Remember happiness? Happiness is a noun. It's a name of a feeling. Sadness, brotherhood, mankind, society, right? These are all names of feelings, right? For, you can say imaginary things, or you can call them intangible things, right? Things which we cannot see and which we cannot touch. Now, those things are also called nouns, right? And beyond that, name of a process, right? So name of any process, for example, let's say swimming. Now, Utkarsh, swimming is a healthy exercise. The swimming is the name of the process here, right? The action that I'm talking about. So, name of a person, place, thing, feeling, etc., etc., etc. I think that was a definition that was taught to you, right? I'm just trying to explain it in a simple way. Any naming word, any name that exists in English language is called a noun, right? So when I say Reena is a smart girl, now what is the noun here, Jyoti? Barsha? Exactly. So when I say Reena is a smart girl, what is the noun here? Reena. Very good. When I say Rohit is an intelligent boy, Utkarsh, what is the noun here? Rohit. Right? When I say Chandigarh is a beautiful city, what is the noun here? Chandigarh. Right? When I say Delhi is the capital, what is the noun here? Delhi. Right? India is a great country. Right? So name of a person, place, thing, feeling, whatever it is, if it's a name, it's a noun. Simple as that. Can we remember that? Guys, show me thumbs up in the cameras. Right? Let's be active here. I mean, we can't sit and sully all day long. So let's be active. If I have so much energy, then you're younger than me, right? So you are supposed to have more energy than I have. Am I right? So please guys, don't exactly, right? So at least show me a thumbs up that okay, we are getting it. If there is a confusion, please feel free to ask. So right, so name of a person, place, thing, feeling, etc. Now these are called nouns, right? Now my question to you is, when I said, Jyoti, please listen to this carefully. When I said Reena is a smart girl, and I asked you what is the noun here, you told me, sir, Reena is the noun here, right? But what about girl? Is girl also a noun or not? Utkarsh, when I said Rohit is a smart boy or Rohit is an intelligent boy, now you told me Rohit is the noun here, but isn't boy another noun? So now it gets confusing. Oh, right. So true. Reena is also a noun, but girl is also a noun there. So what is the difference between Reena and girl? So let's look into that. And nouns can now broadly be classified into two different categories, and the name will tell you everything about itself. Common nouns and proper nouns. Now, what is common and what is proper, guys? Isn't common something which is common for everyone, right? Common area, common places. So common is which can be used by everyone. And what is proper? Proper which restricts for to one particular thing, to one particular noun, right? So the question here is, it's a very simple thing to understand this. Now, how to decide if this noun is common or proper, right? That is the question. Now, just ask yourself, can I use this noun for everyone in this category? If you can, then it's a common noun. If you cannot use that for everyone in this category, then it's a proper noun. For example, can I call every girl Reena? Barsha? No, but can I call every girl girl? Yes. So that's a girl is a common noun. Reena is a proper noun. Yes, Smiley. Can I call every boy Rohit? Utkarsh, can I call every boy Rohit? No, but can I call every boy a boy? Yes. Can I call every place Delhi? No, but can I call every place a city? I mean, what I'm talking about is, can I call every city a city? So city is a common noun. Delhi is a proper noun, right? India is a proper noun, whereas country, Barsha, what would be country? Common or proper? Common noun. Simple as that, right? So what about road? Right, Utkarsh, road, common noun or proper noun? Common noun. Can I call every road a road? Yes, it's a common noun, but GT road, that's a proper noun. Getting it? So that's the basic difference. Now, there are two types of nouns: common, which can be used by everyone in that category, and proper, which is for one particular. Simple? Clear, guys? Thumbs up. Perfect, perfect. All right, let's come back to the story. I think we diverged from the story. So there was a very notorious kid in the class who got up one day and said, "I'm creating my own gang from today," and that notorious kid was Nouns, right? All right, but have you ever observed that there is only one category, there is only one gang in the class? Have you ever seen that there is only one gang? No. There is always an opposition gang. There is always, people, students who, compete with each other. So then there was another boy, another student who got up and said, okay, if you have created, he told Noun, if you have created one gang, then I'm creating my own gang this side. And who was that second kid? Verbs. Now, what are verbs? Now, listen to this carefully, guys. Now, this is important. What are verbs? Verbs are basically all the action words in English language. All the action words that you come across, come across in English language, those are called verbs. For example, when I say Rohit is working. Now, Utkarsh, in this sentence, Rohit is noun, right? But what is working here? Action. Isn't working showing you an action? Dipanshu, when I say he is driving, what is the action word here? Driving, right? Varsha, when I say she was cooking, what is the action verb here? Cooking, right? So cooking, working, playing, sleeping, eating, fighting, shouting, talking, whatever you want to say, walking, riding, driving, working, developing, changing, moving, these are all what? Action words, right? So any word that conveys an action, that is called a action verb, right? So what are verbs? Verbs are basically 99% of, or 99% of the verbs are action words. 99%, I think more than that. So 99% of the verbs are action words, and then there are 10 more words which are also called helping verbs. Do you remember them, Utkarsh? No? Is, am, are, was, were. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do remember them. We do use them on a daily basis, but we don't identify them that way, right? So there are 10 more helping words that are there that we use, which are is, am, are, was, were, has, have, had, will, and be. These are the 10 helping words that I was talking about. Now, most of you remember these are helping verbs. Yes? All right, sir. Actually, yes, Harsh. Very good. So swimming is not action then. Swimming is action. Yes, YSD. Now, let me complete it. Na? Let me come to that point. I got your question, sir. You told a little earlier that swimming is also a noun. So when swimming is used as a name of a process, for example, when I say swimming is a healthy exercise, here swimming is a noun. But when I say Rohit was swimming, now in this sentence, swimming is not a noun. In this sentence, swimming is an action verb. Are we getting the difference? Are we able to understand the difference? YSD? Yes? All right. This was, I know this would hit you, but I thought later on. But okay, if you asked it, I'll repeat it once again, Nikhil. For example, Nikhil, if I say running is healthy for your body, right? Nikhil, when I say running is healthy for your body, are you actually running here? Now, guys, we need to visualize the words now. Right? We need to understand how they are being used. So when I say running is healthy for your body, we are not running. No action is being performed here. So here, running is a noun. But when I say she was running very fast, now in this sentence, is there an action which is being performed? Are we using running as a exactly as an action? So in this sentence, running is a action verb. So see words, see guys, that's why I created the story. These are students, right? So students, kids, right? Young, procrastinating. Yes, that's an action verb and a noun, both they've. So procrastinating, when I say, I am procrastinating, right? So that is an action here, but procrastination. So when I say procrastination or procrastinating for procrastinating important tasks is a bad habit for any human being. So when I use it that way, then it is also a noun. Yes, that is called a gerund. Very good, Harsh. So उसको gerund बोलते हैं. ये detail में करेंगे आगे चल के, हर्ष. These all are, all are derived from will. Aman, will, shall, may, might, can, could, should, would. So these are all derived from will. So these are all derivatives. These are all called modals, modal auxiliary verbs, right? So we'll cover them later on, but we need to understand, this is what we frequently use. So very good, Kalin. When Kalin has a question, so if I say Rohit loves swimming, right? So Rohit is the noun here, loves is the verb here, swimming is the noun again here. So he's not actually swimming, Kalin. Very good question, guys. So when if I say Rohit, for example, when I say Varsha, if I say I want to cook food, I want to cook food. Am I actually cooking the food? Nahin, na? What I'm saying is I want to cook the food. So the verb here is want, not cooking. So we'll discuss these things as we progress, right? But I hope this is clear now. So coming back to the story, guys, we have the other gang now in with us, which is verbs. Now, what does verb say? I have all the action words with me, right? Any word that conveys an action happening, right? An ongoing action, right? That is with me. And along with all the action words, I also have a few helping verbs. Now, why do we call them helping verbs? And what is the purpose of helping verbs? Can you help me with this, guys? Utkarsh, why do we use helping verbs in sentences? Whatever has been taught to you, please do tell me that. हम helping verbs क्यों use करते हैं, guys? Why do we use helping verbs? I would love to hear you guys. Why do we use helping verbs? Very good, Akshay. It supports main verb in the action. So Sachin says helping verb is used to support. This is a very vague definition that has been taught to us all along. Helping verbs का काम क्या होता है? Help करना, sir. क्या help करना? That is the question. That was my question. How do they help? Why do we use helping verbs? Very good, KS. To know when the action is being performed. Very good, Smiley. Basically, the time of the action, right? It helps to build a sentence. Srinidhi says, helping verbs are used to build a sentence. So that means without helping verb, we cannot make a sentence, Srinidhi. Am I right? So when I say Rohit works really hard, where is the helping verb here? Rohit works really hard. Got the point? So it's not used to help the verb or build a sentence. Basically, helping verbs are used to convey the tense of a sentence. And what I mean by tense is the time. So tense is time frame of a sentence. So for example, if I say, so listen to this, guys. If I say Rohit is running, if I say Rohit was running, and if I say Rohit will be running. So Rohit and running, both are constant. But what tells you the different tenses is was and will be, right? So basically helping verbs are used to convey what tense are we referring to. Got it? So these are helping verbs. Now, okay. Now there are two gangs in the class, right? One is noun and the other is verb. Now noun says, I've made a gang because, I have all the names. So mera naam chalta hai. And verb says, why have I created a gang? Because mera kaam chalta hai. So noun says mera naam chalta hai or verb says कि मेरा काम चलता है. Right? So that is why they become the gang leaders. Now let's move to the other part of the story, right? Easy to understand. Absolutely. So now, but guys, the question is, can we make a gang only by one student? No, gang is gang, right? It has to be big. So now when the, when it came to the turn, when it came to the point that, okay, we need to have bigger gangs, right? We need to add more students into the gang. So what happened is, luckily, luckily they found out that noun had a younger brother. Now, noun had a younger brother who was also in the same class. So if noun had a younger brother, now the younger brother will go into which gang? Obviously, he will join his brother's gang. So who was the younger brother of noun? Pronouns. Now, how to remember them? How to keep them in mind? Very easy. See, can you relate nouns with nouns? Nouns, right? And what do we, what is the short form for brother? Bro, right? We call it bro. Very, very frequently we say bro. So bro of noun, pro of noun, pronouns. Simple, easy to remember, right? Shortcut. So pronouns are basically, they are younger brother, or they are basically, they act as assistant of nouns. So bro of noun, pro of noun, pronoun, right? Now we can remember the name, but the point is, what are pronouns basically, right? How do they function? So have you guys, you have a younger brother or a younger or an elder brother, right? So you must, all of you must have experienced this. Whenever two brothers, a younger and an elder brother are together, what does the elder brother do? छोटे, मैं थोड़ा घूम के आ रहा हूँ, पीछे से संभाल लेना. Am I right? So what he does is, he goes on enjoying his time with his friends, and he leaves all the responsibility to the younger brother. Right? You take after, you look after home. I'll just be back in a minute. So that's what he does, right? So this is the same thing that they do here. So what are pronouns? Pronouns are basically used in place of nouns when nouns are not there in the sentence. For example, when I said Rohit is a smart boy. Now, can I replace Rohit with he? Yes, Dipanshu? Can I replace Rohit with he? Yes, Barsha? So when I said Reena is an intelligent girl, can I replace Reena with she? Right? So she's an intelligent girl. So these are pronouns. So he, she, you, they, we, for a non-living it, and for yourself. For ourselves, what do we use? I. So I, he, she, you, they, we, it. Now these are called pronouns. Now we don't need, now there are many more. There are many other pronouns as well. But what I wanted today is just to make you identify, okay, what nouns basically are, what pronouns basically are, so that you are able to identify them, right? So now a little earlier I gave you a question. He is taller than I, or he is taller than me, right? I did ask you this question. Now at least you will be able to identify that I and me are pronouns, right? And now when I'm going to teach you pronouns, I'll be very easily able to help you out what is the difference between I and me, right? Because you already know what pronouns are. They're used to replace nouns. So what are pronouns? Words that replace nouns in a sentence are basically called pronouns, or you can easily remember them as younger brother of pronouns. WH family is pronoun, Dipanshu, but not all of them, right? For example, what, which, when, right? And where. Now these are pronouns, but why and how, and there is another one. Why, how, and these are adverbs actually. So not all the WH families, not all of them are pronouns, but yes, some of them are pronouns, right? Yes, his, her, they, them, we, us, these are all pronouns, right? Now, is this clear to everyone now, guys? What pronouns are? Yes, thumbs up if it is clear. Perfect. All right, guys, let's move ahead in the story. So Noun had a younger brother who joined his gang, right? So there were two of them now. So this basically, this caused a concern for Verbs, because Verb thought, okay, I don't have a younger brother or any sibling for that matter. So how am I going to, enlarge, or how am I going to, create a bigger gang like Nouns? So he didn't have a sibling, but he was a smart kid. So what he did was, he went to his friend. He went to a friend and asked him, okay, would you like to join my gang? Would you like to help me in my gang? We'll live like brothers. You'll help me, I'll help you, and we'll enjoy everything. So his friend agreed to helping him. So who was his friend? Adverb. Now listen to this carefully, guys. Now, Verb had a friend, very close friend, who joined his gang. Who was that? Adverb. Now, what are adverbs? Listen to this, guys, and look at this. Very easy to remember. Can you recognize verbs with verb? Right? Verb, same. And it tells you everything about itself. What do? They add. So adverbs are basically used to add quality into verbs. So adverbs are basically used to add quality into verbs. Sir, uh, I'm not sure how do we add quality into verbs, because verbs are basically what? Action words, right? So adverbs are used to add quality into verbs. So how do we add quality into verbs? Please elaborate. So listen to this, guys. If I say Reena is Reena is driving. Now let's identify these three words first. What is Reena here? Noun. Utkarsh, what is? Helping verb. And Smiley, what is driving? Action verb, right? So if I say Reena, noun, is helping verb, driving, action verb. Now if I modify the sentence, if I say now that Reena is driving carelessly. Now what is carelessly doing in this sentence? Barsha, isn't it adding quality into her driving? How is she driving carelessly? Now Rohit is shouting. Now if I say Rohit is shouting loudly, now what is loudly doing here? Isn't it adding quality into shouting, right? So words that add quality into verbs, quality into action words are called adverbs, right? For example, if I say she was sitting and she was sitting quietly, they were they were playing intelligently. So what is the adverb here in the sentence, Utkarsh? Intelligently. The soldiers fought bravely. What is the adverb here, Shashank? Smiley, what is the adverb here? Now do share your inputs in the chat box, guys, and if it is clear to everyone. The soldiers fought bravely. Very good. So bravely is the adverb here. So words that add quality into an action verb. For example, she was performing brilliantly. They were dancing beautifully. So what is beautifully and brilliantly here? Now, I'll come to that, Jyoti. Brilliantly, beautifully. Now these are adverbs, right? So verb had a good friend who helped him in the sentences. Who was that? Adverbs. But looking at this, noun and pronoun, they got irritated. Why? Because noun said, okay, we are both brothers, right? So we are actually one and the same, but we do not have any friend into our gang. So we can't really say that we have a big gang, because we are just brothers, right? So we also need another friend like verb. So what they did was they exactly copied, they cheated what verb did. So how verb got a new friend in his gang? They copied the same thing, they cheated on the same thing, and they followed the same thing. They went to another friend and they asked him to join the gang, and that friend joined the gang of nouns. Now who was that? Adjectives. Now very easy to remember, same thing, same name, everything exactly the same. What adverbs do? The similar, they copied, they cheated. So they copied exactly, a replica of adverbs. So adjective is exactly a replica of adverb. What do adjectives do? Adjectives, basically they do the same thing as adverbs. They also add quality. Adjectives also add quality, but into what? Adjectives add quality into nouns and pronouns. So as adverbs added quality into verbs, adjectives add quality into nouns and pronouns, right? Now the question is, sir, how can you add quality into a name? Because nouns are names, right? So how do you add quality into a name? That is the question. Okay, let's figure that out. So when I say India is a country, now there are two nouns here, right? One is a common noun and the other is a proper noun. So India, a proper noun, and country is a common noun, right, Jyoti? So if I say India is a country, now if I modify the sentence, India is a great country. Now in this sentence, whom have we called great? Great हमने किसे कहा है? इंडिया को, राइट? इंडिया क्या है? नाउन. तो ग्रेट क्या हुआ? Adjective. मैं बोलता हूँ रीना इज अ गर्ल, रीना इज अ स्मार्ट गर्ल. Now what is the adjective here, guys? Smart. Because whom are we calling smart here? Reena. Rohit is an intelligent boy. What is the adjective here? Intelligent. Anji, he was a brave soldier. What is the adjective here? Brave. Right? She is a hardworking lady. What is the adjective here? Hardworking. So any word that adds quality to a noun, that qualifies a noun, that modifies a noun, is called an adjective. And whichever word adds a quality into action verb is called an adverb. Can you remember this? Easy to remember, right? Simple. Right. So is everything clear up till here? Yes. Perfect, guys. Now Now comes the twist of the story. Now, story, there cannot be a story without a twist, right? So what is the twist here? Now, listen to the twist very carefully. Now, what happened was, Noun created a gang, then there was another gang in the opposition that was created by verbs, then verb had a friend adverb, then noun had a younger brother and a friend pronoun and adjective. So it was all building up. But what is the twist here? Now, the twist is that secretly they get to know about adjectives and adverbs. Now, what happened here is adjectives and adverbs were best friends, were childhood buddies, chuddy buddies, something that we call them, bachpan ke yaar. So adjectives and adverbs were already best friends. Now they didn't know that we are will be joining different gangs. So when adjective joined nouns and adverb joined verbs, everybody was confused, thinking, okay, what is going to happen now? Because these two are best friends. Now they cannot stay in different groups. They cannot stay in separate groups. Now there is going to be a problem now, right? So when adjective and adverb came face to face with each other, now when they confronted each other, now adjective asked adverb, what are you doing in that group, buddy? Now adverb said, why did you join that group, opposite group? Now it was a confusing, tricky situation for them. So they discussed this. Okay, so what shall we do now? What should we do? Should we leave the gang? Should we quit the gang? Well, no, that will be very poor choice. So what should we do? Should we fight? Well, yeah, we are best friends. How can we fight? So what do? We stay in opposite gangs. We are best friends. We don't fight. We don't leave the gang. So what to do? So what they decided was, okay, let's have fun in this. So what adjectives and adverbs decided, let's have fun in this. And what was the fun? That we will not tell anyone that we are best friends. We'll stay in separate gangs, but under the table, secretly, we will help each other. Secretly, no, without anybody knowing about this, we will help each other. And both of them agreed, okay, let's do this. Let's have fun here. So how do they help each other? Please listen to this carefully, guys. Any word that is an adjective in one sentence, it can become an adverb in other sentence. And just by simply adding what? By simply adding ly to it. For example, now listen to this, guys. When I said Reena is a smart girl, now what was the adjective here? Smart, right? And if I say Reena is working smartly, now what is the adverb here? Smartly. Isn't this what you were asking, Jyoti? Right? Okay, sir, aren't adjectives and adverbs the same? They are same in some sense, but they function different. The function is different. Adjectives add quality to nouns, adverbs add quality to verbs, but they are basically they're made from the same word. For example, if I say he was a brave soldier, yes, guys, quickly tell me, what is brave here, adjective or adverb? Now you need to ask yourself, what are we qualifying? He was a brave soldier. Whom are we calling brave? He is a pronoun. So what is brave here? Very good, adjective. And if I say in the next sentence, if I say he fought bravely, yes. Now what is bravely here, Barsha? When I say he fought bravely, now, first I said he was a brave soldier, but now I'm saying he fought bravely. Now I'm qualifying fighting, fought, right? Fight is a verb, so bravely is adverb. So the same word can be an adjective and the same word can be an adverb in the other sentence just by adding what to it? ly, right? Brave, bravely. For example, intelligent. She is an intelligent girl and she was working intelligently, right? There was he's a loud person. Yeah, for example, he's a rude person and he was shouting rudely, right? Get the difference between adjective and adverb. They're basically one and the same thing, right? They're not different, but the functioning is different. Adjective function in a different way, Jyoti, and adverb function in a different way. So clear to everyone now? Shashank, thumbs up. Smiley, thumbs up if it is clear to everyone. Yes, guys, is this clear to everyone? Very good, Subhashri. Very good, Kunal. Very good, Dipanshu. So that was the twist of the story, right? So how many students do we have up till now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But how many were there? 8, right? So what happened to the other 3? So there were 3 in one gang, there were 2 in the other gang, but then there are always those students who always feel that, okay, we don't want to join any gang, right? We'll not join any gang, we'll just stay neutral, we'll just stay put and we'll just watch, right? So then there were 3 how do you say, three good kids who didn't want to join any any gang. So what were these three, who were these three good kids? Let's look at them. Number one, prepositions. Now, what are prepositions, guys? Let's listen to this. Very easy to remember. Just break the word and you'll get the meaning. Preposition. So what are prepositions? Prepositions, word that define preposition of a word in context to the other word. So basically, why do we call them preposition? Because they're always used before a noun. Remember this, guys. Prepositions are always used before a noun, and they are used to convey position, not physical, not always physical, but any sort of position with respect to the other. For example, now listen to this, Utkarsh. When I say I'm going to office, or I'm going to the market. So, or let's start with very simple. If I say I am at home, right? So there are four words. I is a pronoun, am is a helping verb, home is a common noun. But what is at here? Yes, Neeraj. Now, isn't at telling my position with respect to home? Now, where am I located now? At home. I'm going to work. Isn't to telling us the position, that where am I going? I'm going to work. I'm going to office. So if I say she is in the kitchen, no, शशांक, किस वर्ड ने बताया है कि वो किचन के अंदर है? अच्छा, शशांक के नाम पे कोई और है शायद. शशांक जी, कैन यू हियर मी? पुनीत, रुपेश, ज्योति, वर्षा, yes, Harsh. Yes, if I say she is in the kitchen, right? किस वर्ड ने बताया कि वो किचन के अंदर है? In. Right? Water tank is above the roof. किसने बताया ऊपर है? Above, over. So I'll just name a few prepositions for you. In, on, at, for, from, by, with, to, aside, beside, under, towards, across, through, beneath, underneath. That is how many I could pronounce in one breath, right? And there are many more, right? So the point is, you can't cram all of them, but you can remember them. You can identify them very easily. A word that defines a position with respect to another word, that is called a preposition. For example, if I say, Utkarsh, I'm looking at you. Now, what is the preposition here? At. The bag is under the table. What is the preposition here? Under. Right? And these are the simple ones. Guys, now, these are simple prepositions. Now, there are also complex prepositions. Now, what are complex prepositions? For example, Neeraj, what do we use with according? What do we use with according? According to, right? So that is a complex preposition. What do we use with instead, Jyoti? What do we use with instead? Instead of. So of is a preposition here, right? Okay, and now how are you going to get questions based on this? Now, why am I teaching you this, all this, guys? Now, there is a point to all this. I'm not just doing it for the sake of doing it. No, you'll get such questions. For example, okay, Utkarsh, you tell me, Barsha and everyone, please tell me, okay, what we use instead of, in spite of, but what do we use with despite? Despite. Do we use what do we use with the word despite? Despite being. Nikhil, great. Being is a verb. Despite, instead of, in spite of, what do we say? Despite of, or only despite, or nothing, or despite what? Utkarsh? Despite, instead of, in spite of, and we usually, what I have observed is students say despite of, but despite is not followed by any preposition, right? So these are certain peculiar things that I'll be teaching you when we come to the topic, right? For example, comprise. Okay, what do we use after comprise? Very good, Smiley. Very good, Nikhil. Very good, Neeraj. Very good, Rushat. We say comprise of. Very well done, guys. Absolutely wrong. We do not use any preposition after comprise. But yes, that is what we have observed, and that is why I'm pointing it out to you, that we usually make this mistake. We use of after comprise. But guys, this is a rule of grammar. We do not use any preposition after comprise. Consist is followed by of, consist of. Composed is followed by of, composed of. But comprise is not followed by any preposition, right? Similar, another example. What do we use after enter? Okay, I'll give you an option, Utkarsh. She entered in the room or she entered into the room? What do you say? Yes, India comprises 28 states. My family comprises 5 members. We usually say my family comprises of. That is what we have been, taught all along. But that is wrong. My family comprises 5 members. India comprises 28 states. Got it? So what do you say, guys? What do we use with enter? Enter in or enter into? Many of you said entered into. Many of you said despite having fever. Yeah, that is absolutely correct, Parv. No, no. Despite having fever, she went not for work. She went to work. It should be she went not for work. It should be to work. So despite is not followed by anything, right? So most of you said, sir, enter will be followed by into, right? Absolutely wrong. Enter is not followed by any preposition. We do not use in. We do not use into after enter. We can say she walked into the room. She came into the room. She looked into the room, but we do not say she entered in the room or she entered into the room. We only say she entered the room, right? The two parties entered an agreement. Entered into an agreement nahi hota. So these things will be taught to you when we will be, looking into these topics individually. But before understanding, before getting to these such concepts, you need to understand what preposition is basically. So in this 15-20 minutes, I just wanted to tell you and remind you that, okay, you should know what this, what grammar is all about. So English grammar comprises these 8 topics. Okay. Enter is not followed by any. Very good, Shika. And, very good, Kapil. And, a few other also said, if you remember carefully, enter is not followed by any preposition. Can you remember this now? Yes, sir. Let's see how far along you go with this, right? So such examples will tell you, oh, we have been doing this wrong all along. I mean, since we have been kids, we've been doing this wrong. And not just this, there are so many more things that we have, we have been taught wrong, right? We've been taught incorrect. अभी तो शुरू भी नहीं हुआ है शिखा. आई कांट बिलीव. तो अभी तो बिल्कुल मैंने बिल्कुल सरफेस भी टच नहीं किया है अभी तो. तब आपको पता चलेगा कि क्या गलतियां क्यों होती हैं. और हमें पता है why are we not able to command the language? Because we don't feel the confidence inside us. How can you command Hindi? How do you feel comfortable with Hindi? Because you've used it extensively. And we are confident that we'll not make a mistake with this. But in English, we don't feel that confidence. And why is that? Because we are not clear with our basics. Our basics are not clear up till now, and we keep on making such mistakes. And when you keep on making mistakes, so your brain tells you that you are not ready, you are not prepared, you can't do this. So when those thoughts run into your head, you feel dejected. So that is what I want to clarify, that it's not too big of a deal. We can cover it in 4 or 5 days very easily, right? But you need to be receptive for this. You need to understand, you need to put enough efforts for this, right? Nobody teaches this YSD. So I think I'm doing the right job then, right? So I'll take it as a compliment. All right. So let's move ahead, guys. So the first good kid was preposition. Now, what were prepositions, Utkarsh? Words that talk about, that convey a position, right? Now, second good kid, conjunctions. Now, what are conjunctions? Again, you break the word and you will find the meaning. Conjunction. That basically stands for concurrent junction. What is junction? What is junctioning, Utkarsh? What is junction? Joining, right? चाहे हिंदी वाला junction पूछ लो, चाहे English वाला junction. Both of them mean the same, right? हिंदी में भी वो train junction की तो बात ही मत करो यार. अभी उड़ीसा में, how bad the accident was. It was so painful to hear about it. Such carelessness. It was really, really disheartening. So junction is in Hindi is basically basically जहां पे दो train आके जुड़ती है, and in English junction means to join, right? So what are conjunctions? Words that are used to connect. You can call them connectors or concurrent junctions. Words that are used to connect two sentences. For example, and Utkarsh. So for example, if I say he's a good boy and he works really hard. So which is the word which has joined these two sentences? Puneet. Yes. And. Very good. For example, and there are many other. For example, if I say uh, he was an intelligent kid, but he could not crack the exam. What is the conjunction here? But India as well as Russia. What is the conjunction here? As well as. So I'll name a few to you. But, and, because, so, therefore, as well as, along with, consequently, subsequently, together with, besides, right? Nonetheless, nevertheless, however, subsequently. On the other hand, also, these are all what? Either or, neither nor. Yes, Harsh, very good. So these are what? Conjunctions. So words that connect two words or two sentences or two clauses are basically called conjunctions, right? Concurrent junctions. So that's the second good kid. Is this clear to everyone, guys? Thumbs up if it is. Utkarsh? Clear to everyone? Perfect. So along with, as well as. Now, the question is, why do we use conjunctions? So that is the basic question. Why do we join sentences and why do we use conjunctions? Now that question should come to your mind, guys, when you are studying something. Now, guys, the honest way and the best way to study and learn something is to be inquisitive about it, to ask questions about the basics of something. That why do we do this? Why do we use conjunctions? Obviously, तो मैंने बता ही दिया यार, connect करने के लिए. लेकिन why do we connect? Why do we need to connect two sentences? Why can't we keep them separate? Now, that is my point. Why can't we keep those two sentences? He's a good boy, full stop. He works really hard. Why can't we keep them separate? Why do we need to connect them? He's a good boy and he works really hard. Avoid repetition. There is no repetition in this, Kunal. So Utkarsh, think about it. Let the horses run. Right? Let them astray. That why do we use? Oh, very good answer, Harsh. Sentences को short करने के लिए. अरे बाप रे बाप. No. That's not the answer. To get complete meaning. Very good, Sonali. See, okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, let me give you two sentences. Okay, and if now you tell me, can we connect or can we understand these two sentences without connecting them? So there are two sentences. One says I have some urgent work, right? Full stop. And the other sentence is I'm going to Bangalore, right? So if I keep these two sentences separate, I have some urgent work, full stop, I'm going to Bangalore. So now the other person, the listeners can ask, now if you have some urgent work, then why are you going to Bangalore? But then if I connect them and present the meaning behind the behind conveying the sentences, that I have some urgent work, therefore I am going to Bangalore. Yeah, so I am going to Bangalore. Now it is clear. Oh, so you are going to Bangalore for some urgent work, right? So that is why we connect sentences. Because if we keep the sentences separate, we'll not be able to convey the right information that we have to. So that is why we connect sentences. Got it? छोटा करने के लिए उसके लिए नहीं, for better understanding of the context of the sentences, right? So the second good kid was conjunctions, right? And last but not the least, class का सबसे छोटा लेकिन सबसे शरारती बच्चा, articles. Now, what are articles? Why did I say सबसे छोटा लेकिन सबसे शरारती बच्चा या सबसे किफायती बच्चा भी कह सकते हो? Because there are only three in number, a, an, and the. But being only three in number, they are the most widely used words in English language. किसी सेंटेंस में आप कुछ यूज करो ना करो, ये जरूर यूज करते दिखते हो, right? Rohit is a good boy. Rina is a smart girl. The prime minister visited the crash site. So we tend to use them not once, twice, maybe more than that in a sentence. right? And that is why they are very widely used, and there are so many rules that we need to learn about articles. So that is why I have kept them as a category. So guys, if you if you refer to any grammar book, if you refer to any English grammar book, they will tell you that the 8 categories are nouns, pronouns, adjective, verb, adverb, preposition, conjunction, and the 8th category they mention in their books are is interjections, right? So you'll usually find this there. So 8 categories interjections, but we will not be following interjections here because first of all you need to understand what interjections are, right? Interjections are exclamatory words, words that we use to communicate. For example, Utkarsh, when we say alas, have you seen this word alas, bravo, hi, hey? We use these words, right? But do we use these words while writing sentences or while communicating? So we use these sentences while communicating, right? So these are called interjections, exclamatory words. You'll always find a sign of exclamation after these words. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What is that? Hi, hello, hey, wow. When we say wow, amazing, right? So wow is the interjection, but we don't study interjections because they are not there in your exam, because they are used for communicative English. So I have removed that as a category from here, and what I have replaced it with is articles. Articles are very important because they have a lot of rules to follow and they're very widely used, right? And coming to the point, the wide usage and their understanding, guys, do we know where do we use an? Do you know where do we use an? Yes, Utkarsh. Where do we use an, guys? Hurrah! Very good, Harsh. Hurrah! Bravo! Yes, guys. Where do we use an? Before vowels. Yes. Yes, Utkarsh. Where do we use an? Before vowels, right? Absolutely wrong. We do not use an before vowels. We use an before vowel sounds. And what are the vowel sounds, guys? A, E, I, O, U. Again, wrong. So let me explain this to you, and this will help you. I've seen this as a very frequent mistake. Now, guys, where do we use an? An is used before words that start with vowel sounds. And vowel sounds, Ponsi, not A, E, I, O, U. Absolutely not. The vowel sounds are Hindi वाला vowel sounds जो आपने पहले 5 सीखे हैं. हिंदी में कौन से सीखे थे उत्कर्ष? हमने अ, आ, ई, बड़ी ई, ए, ओ और ऊ. So oo was the vowel sound. Oo ullu, remember? So this is where the problem is. You will see that U is not a vowel sound. Yes, what do we say, guys? He's a unique child, he's an unique child. Utkarsh, what do we say? He's a unique child, he's an unique child. A, right? Shayad a. Pata nahi an. I'm not sure. Chalo. He works in a university, yeah, he works in an university. A, right? But U is a vowel, right? Why are we using a here? And then a counter question. Then what about umbrella? An. Now, how come an here? So guys, please listen to this. An is not used before vowels. It is used before vowel sounds. And vowel sounds are, these 4 are same. A, E, I, O. Now that is okay. But the 5th sound that has been taught to you, which is U, that is wrong. The correct vowel, 5th vowel sound is U. So see, look at the difference. When I said unique, what is the first sound that you hear? Yeah, unique. Why? Remember? Understand this? So when we say unique, what is the first sound? Why? When we say university, what is the first sound? Why? But when I said umbrella, what is the first sound here? Jyoti, Puneet, Rupesh, what is the first sound here? Can you find that? Can you see the difference? Umbrella, right? And more such examples for you guys. When we say an hour ago, Utkarsh, why do we use an here? H is not a vowel. बट सर एच साइलेंट है ना यहाँ पे, हमें तो मैम ने यही बताया कि एच साइलेंट है, तो एच साइलेंट है तो अगला देखो. ऑलराइट, देन व्हाट अबाउट humble? He is a humble man. Now, same. Now we use a here because the H is not silent here, right? We say humble. All right. Then what would happen if there is a word which you have not heard about? For example, this is the word. Now I'll not pronounce it to you. What do you think, guys? What should we use before this word? A or an? See, you will find such questions in the paper, right? So if you do not know the concept, it would be impossible for you to find the answer. Now this word is pronounced as air. Heir, not hair, heir, H-E-I-R. This basically means successor, uttaradhikari, right? Varis, kisi cheez ka, right? Legal heir. So heir, H is silent, and the sound is A, heir. R. What is the sound that you hear? R. So that is why we use an. For example, honest. What is the sound? O. A-E-I-O, right? So he's an honest man. So looking at the same thing. So Jyoti, what should we use before this? So guys, whenever you want to choose, if we have to use a or an, no, please listen to this. You need to, stop looking at the word or the spelling of the word. You need to start looking at the sound of the word. So when we say university, what should we use there, guys? A university or an university? Pronounce the word yeah, university, right? So if I say yeah, university, so what should we use here? A university. But on the other hand, if I say this, yes, Utkarsh, I came by a Uber, I came by an Uber. Try pronouncing the word. U, Uber. A-E-I-O-U, Uber. What should be used here? I came in an Uber. Got it? So this is how you identify what should be used with what word. So is this clear to everyone? We do not use an before vowels. We use an before vowel sounds. And vowel sounds, not English, Hindi wala. Or you can just say the fifth sound is confusing, which is U, because the actual vowel sound is not U, it is U, right? So just answer me these two words. What should we use before onion and what should we use before one? Very good, Harsh. Both the words, start with O. Then what is the problem here, Utkarsh? Yes, guys, are you finding this fun? Is it good to remember? Good to understand this? Very good, guys. So we will say an before onion and we'll say a before one. Why? Because look at the sound onion. That's a vowel sound. But one, what is the sound here? V, right? So V is not a vowel sound. So we'll use a one. Onion, very good, Anshika, and a one day match, a one man army, right? So that is how you understand your what do you say, your article. So that was the story that I wanted to give you. The story has just begun. It has not ended, by the way. But were you able to identify all the words? Now let's see if we have understood this thoroughly. Let's look at a sentence and let's see if we are able to break down every word that you come across. Think of any sentence. Give me any sentence, guys. For example, the Prime Minister gave an amazing speech in Delhi. Chalo, the Prime Minister gave an amazing speech in Delhi. Yes, guys. So let's try to break down every word. Yes, Puneet. The, what is the? Article. Prime Minister, noun. Gave, action verb, right? An is article again. Now, amazing speech. Now, to identify what amazing is it an adjective or it is an adverb? So what is it qualifying? What, in which word is it adding quality to? So the Prime Minister gave an amazing speech. Speech is noun. So amazing is adjective. So amazing adjective, speech noun in Delhi. What is in, Jyoti? Preposition. And Delhi, noun again. So this way you will be able to control your language, command your language. Because when you start understanding each and every word individually, now I'll be able to teach you. And this is called, basically called, the index of English language. You know what I'm talking about? Index, guys. When you read a book, on the first page or in the first few pages, you find contents or index, right? Now, why is the index given there? Have you ever asked yourself about that? Now, why is the index given in the in the front of the book? Many students still believe that index is there to find the page number on which the chapter is. That is what they use it for. That is absolutely absurd. Index is supposed to be taught by teachers. Before you start learning a book, first the teacher should teach you what are we going to learn in this book, so that when you go to any chapter, let's say when you go to chapter number 15, so that it should not be blank. You should not be blank when you start chapter number 15. You should already know something about chapter number 15, and that is why index is given in the front of the book. And this is the index of English language. Now, individually, we will cover each and every topic: subject, verb, agreement, noun, pronoun, verb, tenses, pronoun, adjective, adverb, preposition, and that will after that, all that will be consolidated to your language, and that is how you improve your language or correct your language. And then you'll see, you'll stop making mistakes in multiple choice questions. Got it, guys? Before one, meaning गलत नहीं होगा. क्यों meaning गलत क्यों होगा, नवदीप? A one day match होता नहीं है. Navdeep, don't we say a one day match? Jyoti, an is used before not vowels, vowel sounds or vowel sounds हिंदी वाला जो हमने हिंदी में सीखा है. अ ई आई ओ ऊ. अ ई आई ओ तो सब पहचान लेते हैं, राइट? लेकिन कंफ्यूजन होती है ऊ के साथ, क्योंकि हमें ये क्या ध्यान रखना है, वहां पे इंग्लिश में जो यू है उसको हम यू प्रोनाउंस करते हैं, य वाला, राइट? सो वर्ड्स लाइक यूनिक, यूनिवर्सल, यूनिवर्सिटी, unanimous, unilateral, these words, they take a before them because the sound starts with y, yeah, university, yeah, unique. Lekin, but if the sound is oo, then we will use an. For example, for Uber or for umbrella, we use an. Why? Because the sound is a. When you say umbrella, Jyoti, what is the sound? A, not ya, right? Similarly, hour ago, what is the sound? A. Air, honest. So the sound is vowel, so we use an. But if the sound is not vowel, right? If it's not a vowel sound, then we will have to use a here. Got the point, Jyoti? E, pronunciation is E. E, any word, for example, E, erotic, E, instantly, E, the sound is that, right? Else use O. Shikha? Otherwise, if it is a vowel sound, A, E, I, O, U, then we use an. If it's not a vowel sound, we use a. Elizabeth is a proper noun, Dipanshu. Europe, yes. Now, what shall we use before Europe, guys? Jyoti, Europe. Pronounce karke dekho ek bar. You, Europe. What is the first sound? Very good, Jyoti. Very well done. Yes, guys. मजा आ रहा है? समझ आ रहा है सब कुछ? उत्कर्ष, इतना नाराज, इतना बोर कर दिया मैंने. प्लीज ये थोड़ा सा तो स्माइल करो, है ना? मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ यार, आपसे ज्यादा एनर्जी तो मेरे अंदर है, राइट? मतलब कि मैं तो सुबह से पढ़ा रहा हूँ 7 बजे से आज, and I'll be teaching till 3 without a break. Yes, guys, got the point. I think we have set the stage now, and now we can move further, right? Please ask any doubt, guys. If you have any doubt, any queries, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, just close your eyes, guys, for 5 seconds and ask yourself, what were the 8 categories that sir just taught us? Story say, एक बड़ा शरारती बच्चा था. There was a notorious kid. Who was that? Noun. The first gang was made by nouns. Nouns, and for nouns and for names. The other category, verb, action verb and helping verb, right? Then noun had a brother, pronoun, which replaced nouns. Then verb had a friend, adverb, which add quality into verbs, right? Then noun and pronoun had a similar friend, what? Adjectives, which who also add quality into nouns and pronouns. Now adjectives and adverbs were best friends, and they are basically the same thing, right? They're the same word. The only difference is how they function. So adjective can become adverb by adding ly into them, right? Smart, smartly, quick, quickly. Then there were three good kids in the class. Number one, preposition, which talk about, which convey a position. Then second, conjunction, which are used to join two words or two sentences. And last but not the least, articles. What are articles? A, and the. And an is used before vowels? No. Vowel sounds? Yes. But which vowel sounds? Hindi. A, E, I, O, U. Got it? Now you can open your eyes and ask yourself, can you forget this ever in your life? You can actually teach this to your kids as well, when they're growing up. Hopefully someday. Maybe to someone else, somebody who needs this, somebody who really finds English difficult. Now, this was what was taught to you in those 7 years of your life. Now, was it worth it? That is my question to you. That is why we call it crash course. That's how you crash things, right? You break you break the stereotypes, you break whatever has been wrongly taught to you all your life, and you learn from it. That is why we call it crash course. And it's not just namesake, calling it crash course for the sake of calling it crash course. We are actually living it and performing and doing it. Air. Air is a proper noun, by the way, Smiley, right? So we will not use any article before air, right? But if I say aeroplane, yes, then you can ask me, sir, what do we say? Oh, aeroplane, an aeroplane. A European country, very good couple. यूरोप के साथ क्या आएगा? यूरोप के साथ अ आएगा शिशिका. यूरोप बोल के देखो एक बार. य वाई की साउंड आ रही है. यूरोप. सो इट विल बी अ यूरोप. अब यूरोप तो नहीं बोलेंगे. अ यूरोपियन कंट्री. ही इज अ यूरोपियन. ये बोल सकते हैं, राइट? ही इज अ यूरोपियन. अंकित, नॉट एन यूरोपियन. ही इज अ यूरोपियन. एन क्यों अंकित? जवाब दो मुझे जरा. Is adjective also used before pronoun? No, I mean, Subin, we don't use adjectives before pronouns. Adjectives are only used before nouns. एडजेक्टिव क्योंकि बेसिकली नाउन की क्वालिटी बढ़ाते हैं, प्रोनाउन की भी बढ़ाते हैं, लेकिन नाउन से पहले यूज होते हैं वो, प्रोनाउन से पहले यूज नहीं होते. जैसे शी इज अ स्मार्ट गर्ल, तो अब अब आई कांट से शी इज अ स्मार्ट हर, right? So we don't use adjectives before pronouns. Adjectives are only used before nouns. In which case no article apply. Proper nouns के आगे articles apply नहीं होते संकेत. जैसे हम अरोहित, an India, अ China नहीं बोलते ना. We don't say a Pakistan, we don't say a Bangladesh. So proper nouns, we don't say a Delhi, we don't say a Rohit, a Reena, we don't say a copper, a zinc, an oxygen, we don't say an air for the same matter. Do you say a gold? I want to purchase a gold. No, I want to purchase gold, silver, phosphorus, tungsten, whatever you call it, right? So these are proper nouns. So proper, articles are not used before proper nouns. Got it, Sanket? Air. Air is pronounced as air, Tane. A-I-R, air. Any other doubt, guys, or shall we move ahead? Right? तो अब अच्छी से स्माइल दे दो एक, ठीक है, ताकि मुझे भी एनर्जी मिले, and so that I can move further with you. ठीक है, because see, I know it was your first day. I know वो आइस ब्रेकिंग होना चाहिए, लेकिन guys टाइम बहुत कम है, तो वो आइस ब्रेकिंग में ज्यादा कर नहीं पाया और कर पाऊंगा भी नहीं शायद. So the reason for that is we have paucity of time. So for that reason, please indulge with me. ठीक है, it's a request, but मैं वही टाइम को यूज करना चाह रहा हूँ जितना ज्यादा हम इसमें यूज कर पाए, राइट? सो थैंक यू फॉर द किसने दांत खोल के स्माइल भेजी है मुझे? सुबीन. सही है यार. थैंक यू फॉर दैट. अरे इन्फॉर्मेटिव अभी तो शुरू भी नहीं हुआ नवदीप, ये तो बेसिक्स था. ये तो मैं वो कवर किया अब तक जो आपको बेसिक्स रिक्वायर्ड है. अभी थोड़ा सा वो करके और फिर जब कॉन्सेप्ट्स पे आओगे ना, आंखें तब खुलेंगे आपके. ठीक है, रियलिटी चेक तब मिलेगा आपको कि हम क्या करते आए हैं आज तक, एंड क्या करना क्या चाहिए था इसमें. चलो, सो इज दैट क्लियर टू एवरीवन? नाउ गाइस, what have we understood up till here? हमने अब तक यहाँ तक क्या सीखा है? Okay, how to identify, I mean, how different words function in different, how different words function in different sentences. For example, if I say, I, I teach for a living and you learn for, मैं कुछ भी बना रहा हूँ, छोड़ो. I teach for a living. Yeah, I teach English, right? I teach English to my students on a daily basis, right? Chalo, let's break it down. I, what is I here? Pronoun, right? Teach, action verb, right? English, again noun, proper noun, right? So I teach English to, to preposition, to my is pronoun, then students, noun. So I teach English to my students on preposition a, article, daily basis, right? So on a daily basis, so basis is noun. What is daily? Daily is adjective here. Got it? So if you are able to break down every word in a sentence, and if you practice this, guys, अगर आप ये करते हो ना कुछ दिनों के लिए, अगर आप ये practice करते हो जो मैंने अभी आपको सिखाया है, this will always stay with you and you will always be able to command your language, right? And this helps in closed test, and this helps in many other questions, because many students believe or think that closed test is all about vocabulary. It is not. Closed test or fill in the blanks is more about elimination and logical elimination. And how do you eliminate the options? There will be 5 options. How do you eliminate them? First, on the basis of grammar. So let's say India is a dash country. Let's say this was a sentence. Now, if I look at technically, I know every word. India, noun, is helping verb, article, dash, country, country again common noun. So for a noun, what should be used? An adjective, right? So I can clearly eliminate any other word from the options. If there is an adverb, if there is a verb in the options, I can eliminate that, right, from the get-go. That okay, this word cannot be put here. So that is called logical elimination. So that way, that is how you will be able to understand, the usage of grammar in your language. Basis, okay, sir, basis is noun. Yes, Kalint. What is the meaning of the word basis? On what basis are you are you accusing him? कि किस बुनियाद पर? So बुनियाद is basis, right? मेरी हिंदी भी ठीक ठाक है, ऐसी बात नहीं है. Because the point for that is, no, see, you live the language, you live in this country. English is our second language, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to learn it, right? It's very simple, very easy to understand. You just need a little, positive head mindset and the right approach to do this. If you get this, absolutely everything will be done. No, basis is not adjective, Nikhil. You do this on a daily basis. See, guys, whenever you are confused, if you think Nikhil, if you think a basis is an adjective, try using it with a noun. Noun के साथ use करके देखो, किसी noun की quality बढ़ा के देखो निखिल basis से एक बार. ई मैं सारे बता तो दिए सुबीन आपको. अ, ई, आई, ओ, उ. हिंदी वाली जो पहली 5 साउंड आपने सीखी थी, छोटी ई बड़ी ई दोनों आ जाएंगे इसमें, बाय द वे. अ, आ, छोटी ई बड़ी ई, छोटा उ बड़ा उ, ओ औ वो सारा आ जाएगा इसमें, ठीक है? तो अ, ई, आई, ओ, उ, these are the 5 sounds that we call vowel sounds, Subin. Yes, Sachin, most of the times questions, lesser known rules or exceptions are asked. So I'll be teaching you exceptions only. But to teach you exceptions, first I need to teach you the basic. See, guys, I'll tell you, something that has never been taught to you. You already know 99% of the language, right? But the problem is the questions will not come from 99. The problem is the question will come from 1%. And to teach you 1% organically, I need to teach you the whole thing, right? 99% of the basic, and then 1% which is exceptional. So that is how we are going to approach this, right? I'll not just be throwing rules at you. See, if it were just about rules, I could finish, there are 140 rules. I could finish 140 rules in one day. I can do that, right? But the point is, it would not be productive, right? Yes, basis is noun, Manjula. So we do this on a daily basis, right? All right, guys. Now, my question to you is, Okay, let's start from again, now coming to the point. So we have understood how to identify words, right? What is a noun, what is a verb, what is an adjective? Now we can understand this. And the more you delve deeper into this, or the deeper you delve into this, the better you are going to get. Simple as that, guys. The sooner you leave it, the sooner you forget this, the more problematic it will be. Europe is a proper noun. Yes, Sanket. So so that's why I said, okay, we can say a European, or we can say this is a European city, right? Sorry, European country. This is a pronoun, Sumit. अब ये उसको यूज करके देखा करो. सुमेध, मैंने बोला this is a pen, right? This is my pen. This हम किसको बोल रहे हैं, सुमेध? पेन को. पेन is what? Noun. और noun के लिए हम क्या यूज करते थे? Pronoun. So this, that, these, those, and it, these are pronouns, right? These are basically called demonstrative pronouns, right? Demonstrate, जब हम कोई चीज demonstrate करने के लिए यूज करते हैं, right? दिखाने के लिए. मैं आपको दिखा के बोलूंगा ना, this is my pen. बिना दिखाई बोल सकता हूँ this is my pen? नहीं, it would be pointless, right? So these are pronouns. गाइस, मजा आ गया समझ के? अरे यार खतरनाक, मतलब सर ये अगर ऐसे समझा होता ना, बचपन के 6 साल बच जाते हैं हमारे. आप बचपन में कहाँ थे? मैं जब आप बचपन, आपका बचपन था, आई एम नॉट श्योर, प्रोबब्ली आई वाज टीचिंग दैट टाइम, तो मैं पढ़ा ही रहा था उस टाइम पे. सर वी से वेस्ट इज बाइस्ड अगेंस्ट इंडिया. यस, here west is common noun. हाँ, it is used in a context. देखो अब ये contextual हो जाता है कलिंद. ये जो न्यूज में होता है ना कि the western countries, अब world is basically जिसको हम बोलते हैं bipolar, और first world, second world, third world countries. So usually this is how media or authors write this, कि the west is biased against India. So west here is referring to not the direction, but the countries which constitute in the west, राइट? यूरोपियन एंड अमेरिकन कंट्रीज. तो वो मतलब मैप के अकॉर्डिंग, मैप में डायरेक्शनली वो वेस्ट में पड़ती है. सो दैट इज व्हाई दे कॉल देम द वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज और द वेस्ट, राइट? अरे अरे, अखिल ने इतना बड़ा दिल भेजा. अखिल, 1000 बैक टू यू, 100 की जगह, ठीक है, मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 10. चलो गाइस, लेट्स मूव अहेड. ओके, so now the point is, if I give you a sentence, okay, Utkarsh, listen to this. If I say Rohit is working in a company, right? So I think every word is clear to you. Rohit, noun, is helping verb, working action verb, in is a preposition, is an article, and company is again a common noun, right? So every word is clear to you. Now we understand all the words of a sentence. But the point is, now when I told you the definition of a sentence, I told you that what is a sentence? Sentence is combination of words which when put together conveys some logical information, right? So when we put these words together to create a sentence, do we follow any structure? Do we follow any particular combination of words, or do we randomly put words there? No, my question is, can I create this sentence in any other way? Utkarsh, when I said Rohit is working in a company, can I create this sentence in any other way? Working company Rohit is a. Can we say this? Okay. Is company Rohit working in a? Can we say this? No. Okay, can we try this? Company in working Rohit is a. No. So it doesn't make sense. But I'm using the same words. But why is it not making sense? What is the problem here? The structure. So I think the structure of the sentence is wrong. So what is the right structure to follow then? That is the question. Right? So when we make sentences, when we create sentences, do we follow any structure, or do we just randomly pick words and put them together? No, sir, obviously we follow structure, right? And what is the structure? Now, please remember this. Now, I'll give you the basic structure, although there are many other, but usually the structure that we follow is this. Subject comes first, then comes verb, and then comes object. Right, this is the basic structure that we follow in a sentence. We usually start the sentence with a subject followed by verb and then end it with an object, right? And हिंदी में भी यही चीज होती है. The same thing goes in Hindi. हिंदी में भी यही स्ट्रक्चर सिखाया जाता था. आपको गाइस याद है? आपको कुछ याद आएगा ऐसा? कर्ता ने कर्म को करण से संप्रदान के लिए अपादान में हरे, पता नहीं का के की क्या था, इतना लंबा कहानी थी पूरी वो अपने आप में. कभी याद नहीं हुई मुझे तो, कभी अब भी याद नहीं है, पहले भी याद नहीं होती थी. But English में it's simpler, right? The sequence that we follow in English is simple: subject, verb, and object, right? So when I started the sentence, Rohit is working. So see, number one, subject, then came the verb. first helping verb, then action verb, right? So subject, verb, Rohit is working, then the object, in a company. So these are the three different parts of a sentence. Basically, see, sentences are obviously more complicated, or more confusing than what this sentence is. But you need to understand the basic and basic structure of a sentence, so that later on it helps you when you are reading complex sentences. So this is the basic structure that we usually follow. But sir, are there any more structures? Yes. So let's come to that point now, guys. Let's start the pace of the session. And I think, and guys, whenever you need a break, please do let me know कि सर अभी बहुत हो गया, थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट का 5 मिनट का ब्रेक ले लेते हैं. So we'll take a quick break and then we'll jump back. ठीक है, चलो. So let's understand this, guys. A sentence must have a complete idea that stands alone, right? So sentence basically has to have a complete idea which has to stand alone. Now this is also called an independent clause. So guys, a sentence is basically called an independent clause. For example, he obtained his degree. He graduated in 2014. So when I say he graduated in 2014, that's a standalone sentence, right? And that is called an independent clause. So a sentence basically follows this structure. And what is the structure? Subject, verb, and object. Now he is the subject here, obtained is the verb here, and his degree is the object here. Now the problem is, now let's again let's break the wrong things that have, let's finish off, or let's get rid of the wrong things that have been taught to you. So guys, quickly answer me, what has been taught to you? Yes guys, what is the subject? Who is the subject of a sentence? Subject kaun hota hai? Please do share that with me. Who is the subject of a sentence? जो भी आपको सिखाया गया है guys, whatever has been taught to you, please do share that with me. Who is the subject of a sentence? देखो, जो आपको सिखाया गया है, सेंट्रल कैरेक्टर यहाँ पे ड्रामा प्ले थोड़ी हो रहा है, सेंट्रल कैरेक्टर जो है अखिल. वेरी गुड कपिल. देखो, वेरी गुड स्माइली. हमें क्या सिखाया गया है? सब्जेक्ट कौन होता है? डूअर ऑफ द एक्शन, राइट? जो काम करता है. और बोला भी तो यही है, कर्ता ने कर्म को, राइट? अराउंड विच द सेंटेंस रिवॉल्व्स. सेंटेंस किसी का अराउंड रिवॉल्व नहीं करता, सेंटेंस तो सब अपने इंफॉर्मेशन कन्वे करता है, राइट? सो द पॉइंट इज व्हाट हैज बीन टॉट टू अस. सब्जेक्ट इज द, कौन होता है सब्जेक्ट? द डूअर ऑफ द एक्शन, राइट? जितना हमें बताया गया है, which is absolutely wrong. Now, subject is not doer of the action. Now, I can explain this to you in a very simple manner. Sir, हमें तो बचपन से वही बताया कि जो काम करता है वही सब्जेक्ट होता है. Now, आपको सबसे पहले ये क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहिए था कि सर, क्या हर सेंटेंस में काम होता है? Is there an action in every sentence? When I say India is a great country, is there any action going on here? So that means this sentence has no subject in it, right? नहीं सर, सब्जेक्ट तो इंडिया है इसमें. Then how so? If I say she is an intelligent girl, is there any action going on? No. But what is the subject here? She. No, it is a beautiful day. It was a beautiful journey. It was an amazing journey. India is a great country. Now, there are so many sentences which do not have actions in them. No, intelligent is adjective, Subin. He is an intelligent boy. तो आप समझना गाइस, हमें जो सिखाया गया है, सब्जेक्ट कौन होता है? Doer of the action. That is absolutely wrong. Subject is not doer of the action. Subject is the, now when I say subject, that means the owner of the sentence. No, subject is the owner of the sentence. That means subject is the word for which the whole sentence has been created. जिसके लिए पूरा सेंटेंस बनाया जाता है. रोहित इज वर्किंग इन अ कंपनी. वर्किंग कौन है? रोहित. कंपनी किसमें? रोहित जिसमें काम कर रहा है. तो द सेंटेंस इज बेसिकली क्रिएटेड फॉर हुम? रोहित. सो रोहित इज द सब्जेक्ट हियर. अब वो काम करे या ना करे, दैट डजंट मैटर, राइट? एक्शन हो सेंटेंस में, ना हो, दैट इज दैट इज फ्यूटाइल. दैट इज, देयर इज नो पॉइंट डिस्कसिंग कि एक्शन हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है. सब्जेक्ट इज द द नाउन और द प्रोनाउन फॉर विच the sentence has been formed. जिसके लिए sentence बनाया जाता है, basically owner of the sentence, right? Then followed by subject, then we have verb. Now, there are two sorts of verbs that we have seen. One is helping verb, right? And the other is action verb. So let's call them helping verb and action verb. Now, my question to you is, now, do we find both in all the sentences? Jyoti, do we find both helping verbs and action verbs in all the sentences? क्या हमें सभी sentences में दोनों मिलेंगी? Yes, no. Not every time. Okay. नहीं. Okay. Let's see. But क्या दोनों गायब हो सकते हैं? Let's try that. Okay. क्या सेंटेंस बिना वर्ब के बन सकता है? दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. नाउ क्या हमेशा हमेशा हमें दोनों मिलेंगी? नहीं. फॉर एग्जांपल, रोहित इज अ गुड बॉय. इस सेंटेंस में हेल्पिंग वर्ब है, देयर इज हेल्पिंग वर्ब इन द सेंटेंस, बट देयर इज नो एक्शन वर्ब, राइट? एंड व्हेन आई से रोहित वर्क्स रियली हार्ड, now in this sentence there is only action verb, there is no helping verb, right? So it may be possible that both of them are there, it may be possible that either of the two is there, but this is not possible that both, I mean, both helping verbs and action verbs are not there in the sentence, because without any verb, I mean, without both the verbs, the sentence cannot stand. There is no sentence in English language that can be created without both the verbs. ठीक है, कि sentence में से दोनों गायब हो जाएं, that is not possible. Got it? So Rohit is working in a company. Rohit is the subject, but there will always be a verb associated with the subject. It may not be an action verb, not necessarily, but there will definitely be a verb in the sentence, right? So the first part was subject. Sorry. The first part of the sentence is subject, second is verb, and what is the third part? Object. Now, guys, quickly. Now, who is the object in a sentence? Who is the object in a sentence? Now, what has been taught to you? Now, on my YouTube, on YouTube, somebody is saying, sir, there can be no verb in the sentence, and he's saying, I am Suvam Mitra. What is am here, Suvam? Isn't am a helping verb? Is, am, are, was, were, has, have, had, will, shall. I think we have noted it down, right? Exactly. सही नहीं पता. What is object? जो हो रहा है. Very good. जो हमें सिखाया गया है, right? हमें क्या सिखाया जाता था? Subject जो काम करने वाला है और object जिस पे काम किया जा रहा है. If I'm not wrong, am I right? I think यही सिखाया जाता है ना, कि सब्जेक्ट जो काम करने वाला है और ऑब्जेक्ट जिस पर काम किया जा रहा है. दिस इज अगेन वेरी पुअर वे ऑफ प्रेजेंटेशन, पुअर वे ऑफ एक्सप्लेनिंग थिंग्स, राइट? अगर मैं बोल दूं फुटबॉल इज प्लेड बाय बॉयज, नो, इसमें सब्जेक्ट कौन है? फुटबॉल, right? What is the subject in the sentence? Football is played by boys. So football is the subject and now boys is the subject. नहीं सुबीन, अभी अभी बताया यार, पहले सब्जेक्ट आगे रखा जाता है. अभी अभी बता के चले हम स्ट्रक्चर में. सब्जेक्ट पीछे थोड़ी आता है, आगे आता है. फुटबॉल इज, फुटबॉल आर नहीं बोल रहे हम सुबीन. फुटबॉल इज प्लेड बाय द बॉयज. सो फुटबॉल इज द सब्जेक्ट, then is played is the verb, and then by the boys, यहाँ पे boys are the object. तो अब यहाँ पे वो डेफिनेशन गलत होगी कि सब्जेक्ट ऑब्जेक्ट पे काम करता है. मतलब यहाँ पे फुटबॉल बॉयज पे तो नहीं काम कर रही. सो ये जो डेफिनेशन जो आपको सिखाई गई है ना बचपन से, दे आर वेरी पुअर, दे आर वेरी रॉन्ग, दे आर वेरी वेग इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट, एंड दैट इज व्हाई यू गेट कंफ्यूज्ड मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स. ऑब्जेक्ट का क्या काम होता है, सुनना ध्यान से. आपको अलग अलग बुक्स में अलग अलग डेफिनेशंस मिल जाएंगी, राइट? लेकिन आपको सबसे लॉजिकल एक्सप्लेनेशन समझाता हूं जिसमें कोई सिरदर्दी नहीं है, आपको हमेशा समझ आएगी वो चीज. गाइस याद रखना, सेंटेंस के 3 पार्ट होते हैं, सब्जेक्ट, वर्ब एंड ऑब्जेक्ट. ठीक है, लेकिन सेंटेंस में सिर्फ 2 पार्ट कंपलसरी होते हैं, दैट आर सब्जेक्ट एंड वर्ब. ऑब्जेक्ट इज द ऑप्शनल पार्ट that can be there or that cannot be there in the sentence. And why do we use objects in a sentence? To add additional information, to add additional or more information into the sentence. Now let's look at this, guys. When I say Rohit is working, if I put a full stop after working, is the sentence wrong? Is the sentence incomplete? Rohit is working, कुछ गड़बड़ है, कुछ गलत है सेंटेंस में? नहीं ना, सही तो है. रोहित काम कर रहा है, ही इज वर्किंग. लेकिन अब मैंने एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन डालने के लिए, ज्यादा एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए अब क्या डाला? मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूँ? रोहित इज वर्किंग इन एन एमएनसी, Rohit is working in a company, Rohit is working with me, Rohit is working late today, Rohit is working very hard. So whatever you want to convey further beyond subject and verb, that is called your object. Okay, that is basically in simple words, it is used to add more information into the sentence. Now, बहुत सारी books में ना अब आपको ये भी मिलेगा subject and predicate. Now you will also keep on, regularly keep on reading this word subject and predicate. So I'll again give you very simple understanding. Subject is the word for which the sentence has been formed, and the rest part of the sentence is called predicate. That's it. Right? You don't need to cram this word. It will not be there in the exam, but when you are reading something, just to know the technicality. So subject, and beyond subject, everything else in the sentence is also called predicate. But let's break it down further to understand it thoroughly. That okay, there are three parts: subject, verb, and object. Now there are only two compulsory parts: subject and verb. Object can be there, cannot be there. Right? For example, if I say I am tired, no, the sentence is absolutely correct. Subject I am, helping verb, tired action verb. But it doesn't need any other information per se. But if I want to, I can say I'm tired by the walk. I'm tired by playing, by playing for a long hour. So this is by playing for an hour, yeah, by the walk, yeah, I'm tired because of my work. So all that is additional information. Got it? So object is basically additional information that is added into the sentence. राइट तो ये सेंटेंस में एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन डालने के लिए होता है. ठीक है? नहीं, नो इश्यूज. कोई सॉरी वाली चीज नहीं है यार शुभम. इट्स ओके. आई जस्ट वांटेड टू एक्सप्लेन कि यस वी नीड टू बी कॉग्निटिव कि यार हम जो समझ रहे हैं वो सही एंगल से समझ रहे हैं या नहीं समझ रहे. सो दैट इज व्हाई आई कीप ऑन लुकिंग at your comments. जो भी आप लिखते हो ना मैं पढ़ता जरूर हूँ. ठीक है? And I always feel कि I should answer everything that crosses your mind, because उसके बिना फिर लाइव क्लास का कोई फायदा नहीं है. राइट? अदरवाइज मैं रिकॉर्डेड आपको दे सकता था, आप सुन सकते थे बैठ के आराम से, और रिकॉर्डेड है भी हमारे पास. ठीक है? जो कोर्स में स्टूडेंट्स ने देखी हुई होंगे, आई थिंक स्माइली ने देखी है, कुछ स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिन्होंने रिकॉर्डेड वीडियोस यहाँ पे देखी हुई हैं और वो फिर भी यहाँ पे लाइव देखने आए हैं. राइट? उसका रीजन क्या है कि सर वो जो डाउट आता है ना अभी इंस्टेंटली, वो पूछना है आपसे. तो आई ऑलवेज वॉन्ट टू एड्रेस योर डाउट्स, सो दैट वॉज द पॉइंट. राइट? No issues, nothing to be sorry about. So it's perfectly all right here. Right? So Sanam says, okay, it's first time I'm taking a class. It's very fruitful. Thank you for the kind words, Sanam. God bless you, and all the very best for your endeavors ahead. So guys, आगे बढ़े. Shall we move ahead? यहाँ तक clear है सबको? तो अब तक हमने दो चीजें सीखी हैं कि पहला parts of speech, जो पहला चैप्टर है कि बेसिकली कौन सा which word belongs to which particular segregated category of grammar: noun, verb, adjective, adverb. Then we understood how do we place these words in a sentence to create a speech, or to create a basically independent clause, right? So the sequence was subject, Neeraj, then verb, and then object, right? Yahan tak clear hai? Show me thumbs up, guys. अरे thumbs up दिखाने में भी वो क्यों कर रहे हो? इसमें भी कंजूसी कर रहे हो? अच्छा, डिजिटल थम्स अप दिखा रहे हो आप लोग. ठीक है, आई गॉट इट. cool, perfectly cool यार. मजा आ गया ना आप सबसे. I'm really happy to have you, to have you here. You guys are so receptive. You guys are, I mean, giving your best. ठीक है? बस just stay positive in your head. Keep on working hard, and I'm sure you'll do very well in the exam. Right? Revise quickly this topic. अब रिवाइज नहीं हो पाएगा. देव आप लेट आए हो तो आपको दोबारा रिकॉर्डेड देखना पड़ेगा. बाकी सबको वेट नहीं करा पाऊंगा मैं. राइट? हाँ, अगर समझ नहीं आया तो मैं करा सकता हूँ, रिपीट करा सकता हूँ, लेकिन आप लेट आए हो तो फिर उसके लिए वो दैट इज योर कॉल. ठीक है? यू कैन वॉच दिस सेशन, रिकॉर्डेड भी मिलेगा आपको गाइस, तो इट विल बी अवेलेबल इन योर कोर्स. यू कैन वॉच इट लेटर एज वेल. Right? But let's not waste everyone's time. Let's move ahead. So we understood that subject, verb, object is the normal sequence that we follow. But are there any more sequences? And what do we know more about sentences now? Now let's read this. Now this will be very easy for you to comprehend now. Let's understand. Now, what are simple sentences, guys? First, let's understand what are simple sentences, and then I'll teach you complex sentences, compound sentences. So there is only one subject, one predicate, and one finite verb in a simple sentence. That means simple sentence क्या होता है जिसमें there is one subject, one verb, and one object, right? Simple as that. For example, Reena is working in a company. Yeah, Reena is cooking food, right? So one subject, Reena, one verb is working or is cooking, and one object, that is predicate, that is food or in a company. So a simple sentence has one subject, one predicate, and one finite verb. So for example, it contains only consists of basically only one independent clause, जो हमने अभी देखा था, जैसे she sings, वो गाना गाती है, that is a sentence in itself, complete sentence, right? इसमें object नहीं है. She is the subject and sings is the predicate or the object or the sorry or the verb that you want to point out. Next, the dog ran after the ball. The subject here is dog, verb is ran, and after the ball is the object here. So this is called a simple sentence. So either subject or verb can be compound, meaning two or more. Now subject can be plural. Now what he means here is, now instead of she, it can be they. Now instead of dog, it can be dogs. So it can be plural. एक वचन से बहुवचन हो सकते हैं. So either subject or verb can be compound, that means plural, but the key is there always remains only one independent clause. That means it is an independent sentence. There is nothing connected to it. So that is called a simple sentence. For example, blue is her favorite color, and blue and red are her favorite colors. So there can be more than one subject, right? The verb can also be plural, but the sentence is still simple because we are talking about, there is nothing connected into the sentence. There is only one verb, one subject, collectively one subject, and one predicate, that is one object talking about the subject, right? So this is called a simple sentence. Next, then let's read about compound sentences. Now what are compound sentences? Now there are two or more independent, or what we call the main clauses in a compound sentence. So basically, what is a compound sentence? In a compound sentence, there are two independent sentences joined together. For example, he is a good boy. This is a simple sentence, right? But if I add another sentence to it, for example, if I say he's a good boy and he respects his elders, now this becomes a compound sentence. All right. So there are basically two sentences connected together. So there are two or more independent or main clauses in a compound sentence, whereas where you need a comma, a colon, a semicolon is used to join these clauses. Yeah, you need a conjunction. Remember, Harsh, conjunction क्या होते थे? Harsh, याद है? Thumbs up here. Conjunctions क्या होते थे? Connectors. Very good. So इनको कनेक्ट कैसे किया जाता है? With a comma or with a conjunction or with a semicolon colon. For example, it rained heavily throughout the day. This is one independent sentence. Consequently, the city was flooded. Now this is the conjunction. Now this is the second sentence. So when two sentences are connected, that's called a compound sentence, and we usually see compound sentences in our day-to-day life. So we need to understand, right? The thief ran to escape, but the police caught him. These are two different sentences. First sentence is the thief ran to escape. The other sentence is but the police caught him. Now these are two sentences put together. That is how we form a compound sentence. The winter set in, it was cold, and we took out woolens from the cupboard. Now there are three sentences there. The winter set in कि ठंड बढ़ गई थी, ठंड आ गई थी. It was cold, मतलब और सर्दियां बढ़ गई थी, टेम्परेचर कम हो गया था, एंड वी टुक आउट आवर वुलेंस, और हमने गर्म कपड़े निकाल लिए थे. सो व्हेन टू और मोर सेंटेंसेस आर जॉइंड टुगेदर, नाउ दैट्स कॉल्ड अ कंपाउंड सेंटेंस. गॉट इट? इज दिस क्लियर टू एवरीवन? राइट. अखिल ने थम्स अप की फोटो खींच के भेज दी है मेरे को, कहता है लो सर ये रखो आप. ठीक है. क्रेजी. थैंक यू. थैंक यू अखिल, थैंक यू सो मच. इनका यूजेज बता दो. किसका यूजेज नवदीप? कॉमा सेमी कॉलन कॉलन, ये आपके पेपर में नहीं आएगा. सो डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट, बिकॉज आपके पेपर में पंक्चुएशन की मिस्टेक्स नहीं होती, एटलीस्ट फेज 1 में नहीं होती. कॉमा इज अ कंजंक्शन व्हिच इज यूज्ड टू ब्रेक अ सेंटेंस. फॉर एग्जांपल, आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग द वर्क or after 1947, comma, India started developing or India started moving in a different direction. So जब आपको break करना होता है sentence, that's where we use comma. Semicolon is used जब आपने उसी sentence को आगे further explain करना होता है. When you want to further explain what has been conveyed in this part. For example, it rained heavily throughout the day. Consequently, the city was flooded. तो वो ये city का flooding होना किस पे dependent था? रेनिंग हेवीली पे. तो उसी को जब फर्दर हम और एक्सप्लेन करते हैं उसी को, देन वी यूज सेमीकोलन, एंड कॉमा इज यूज्ड टू ब्रेक अ सेंटेंस. ठीक है. प्रेडिकेट इज एवरीथिंग आफ्टर अ सेंटेंस, कुणाल. ठीक है. इन वॉइस, पैसिव वॉइस, यस, वो सब्जेक्ट और जो करता वो जो होता है ना शुभम, डूअर ऑफ द एक्शन इज द सब्जेक्ट एंड जिस पे काम किया जा रहा है दैट इज द ऑब्जेक्ट। वो एक्टिव पैसिव में होता है। एक्टिव पैसिव सेंटेंसेस पढ़े हम सभी ने, वहां पे होती है वो डेफिनेशन के काम करने वाला सब्जेक्ट है और जिस पे काम किया जा रहा है वो ऑब्जेक्ट है। जैसे रोहित इज प्लेइंग फुटबॉल, नाउ सब्जेक्ट इज रोहित बिकॉज ही इज द डूअर ऑफ द एक्शन एंड फुटबॉल इज द ऑब्जेक्ट बिकॉज दैट इज द रिसीवर ऑफ द एक्शन। बट अगर उसको पैसिव में करेंगे, if I convert the sentence into passive, so Rohit is playing football को अगर मैं passive में करता हूँ, so football is being played by Rohit. Now here subject is football and object is Rohit. तो शुभम जी वहां पर भी आपको ये चीज ध्यान रखनी है एक्टिव पैसिव में, कि वहां पर भी ऐसा नहीं है कि जो काम करने वाला है वो हमेशा सेंटेंस का सब्जेक्ट ही होता है। ठीक है, अगर आपको एक्टिव पैसिव पता है तो आपको ये भी पता होगा कि जब पैसिव बनाते हैं तो जो जो ऑब्जेक्ट होता है वो पैसिव में सब्जेक्ट बन जाता है और जो सब्जेक्ट होता है वो ऑब्जेक्ट बन जाता है। राइट? Now I play football. It can be said football is played by me. Now when you say football is played by me, Suvam, what is the subject now? Football. Got it? Chalo. All right, guys. All clear? Now let's understand the types of sentences. Now sir, अब कितने टाइप के sentences हो सकते हैं? देखो मैंने आपको basically क्या बताया, देखो usually 99% we follow the sequence that is subject, verb and object, right? But are there any more are there any more structures, sir? Do we need to know any more structures that are there? Yes. Now there are interrogative sentences. देखें सबने जिसमें क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं ना, उनका स्ट्रक्चर अलग होता है, वो हेल्पिंग वर्ब से शुरू होते हैं, WH फैमिली से शुरू होते हैं, right? Then there are then there are imperative sentences. Then chalo, let's discuss them instead of just telling them. So let's see, there are 5 types of sentences that we need to understand. First is, and the foremost, sabse widely used, so the most widely used sentences are assertive sentences, normal sentences we can call them. Now these sentences make a declaration in the form of a statement, an opinion, a suggestion, a proverb, or a universal truth. Now these can be positive or negative, but always end with a full stop. Right? For example, the teacher is going to the classroom. Simple statement. Sunita is a good singer. That is my opinion or that is my declaration. The sun rises in the east. That's a universal truth. Barking dogs seldom bite. These are that's a proverb. So they always end with a full stop, guys. Remember this. Right? So these are called assertive sentences. Right? Got it? This is clear. I think this is what we have learned. So any opinion that we pass or any statement that we present for an action, any universal truth or any proverb, now these are called simple or assertive sentences. Let's call them simple. Next, what is the second type? Now let's look at this, guys. Second type is interrogative. Now these sentences ask questions, usually by using WH family or a helping verb. Right, so WH and a verb is used to frame an interrogative sentence. Question mark comes after such question. For example, now guys, who is your father? Now in this sentence, who is the subject? Can you quickly tell me? And guys, for those who are watching this session on YouTube, don't forget to like the session. Don't forget to share it, guys. It means a lot to us and it gives us a lot of motivation. Right, so please do like the session because for all the effort that we are putting in for you. This is all for your sake, right? So we are doing this for you. So the least you can do is like the session, right? And so that it may reach, it's not because I want likes, it's because so that it may reach somebody who really needs this session, somebody who really, who cannot afford this, who really cannot, go out there and, spend all the money that, others can. So this is the only intention, so that it reaches somebody who really needs this, right? That is the only intention I'm saying. So for those students who are watching the session on YouTube, don't forget to like the session. Yes, guys, who's the subject here? Jyoti says who, Tanya says your. Wrong. The subject here is father. Come on, guys. Sentence किसके लिए बना? अपने आप से सिर्फ ये क्वेश्चन पूछा करो अपने मन से, सेंटेंस किसके लिए बना है? फादर. लेकिन सर आपने तो कहा था सब्जेक्ट शुरू में आता है. वही तो बता रहा था, मैंने कहा था 99% सेंटेंसेस में वो शुरू में आता है, बट देन देयर आर अदर सेंटेंसेस जिसमें आपको सब्जेक्ट शुरू में नहीं मिलेगा, राइट? एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ देम. नाउ इन दिस सेंटेंस फादर इज द सब्जेक्ट, गॉट इट? बट अब इंटरोगेटिव सेंटेंसेस की शुरुआत कैसे होती है? आइदर दे स्टार्ट विद द WH फैमिली और दे स्टार्ट विद द हेल्पिंग वर्ब. फॉर एग्जांपल, आर यू वर्किंग? इज शी बिजी? विल दे लीव टुमारो? are you traveling by bus? Right, so either they start with the helping verb or They start with the WH family. That is, what are you doing? Where are you going? How are you feeling? Right? So these are interrogative sentences. But always remember, in interrogative sentences, helping verb is used before the subject. Helping verb is used before the subject, and basically what happens is action verb is used after the subject. For example, if I say, what are you doing? What are you doing? The subject here is you, right? Now the helping verb is used before the subject, whereas the action verb is used after the subject. This is another sequence that we need to understand. Or let's make a question from a helping verb. Are you going home? This is another interrogative sentence. Are you going home? So it starts with the helping verb, followed by the subject, followed by the action verb, and then the object if required. So that's a new structure that we need to understand now, that in interrogative sentences, helping verbs are used before the subjects. Okay, interrogative sentences में helping verb subject से पहले use होती हैं. So what is your father? Who is your father? When are you going to London? Do you have any money? Here the verb is do. Do you have any money? And are you feeling all right? So these are interrogative sentences. Yes, guys, clear to everyone? Show me thumbs up if it is clear. Perfect. So this is the second sequence, second structure of sentences that you need to understand. Interrogative sentences. Very good, Harsh. Assertive, exclamatory, interrogative, affirmative, or negative. Very good. All right, that is the second type. Third type, demonstrative sentences. What are demonstrative? What is demonstration, guys? When you demonstrate something, when you show something. Demo क्या होता है? What is demo or demonstration? Demonstration is when you show, present something, right? So what are demonstrative sentences? Demonstrative sentences show where an object, event, or person is in relation to the speaker. They can refer to a physical or a psychological closeness or distance. When talking about events, the near demonstratives are often used to refer to the present, while far demonstrative are used to refer past. So basically, what are demonstrative sentences? Sentences that begin with these words: this, that, these, those, it, there, and here. Somebody was asking me earlier कि sir this that क्या होता है? Now, अब आपको समझ आ जाएगा कि ये होते तो प्रोनाउन है, बट ये क्यों यूज होते हैं? Now, this is another type of sentence. जब आपको कोई चीज शो करनी होती है, जब मैं आपको बता रहा था डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिव, मैं शो करके बोलूंगा ना, this is my pen. Can I say this sentence without showing you the pen? क्या मैं बिना दिखाए बोल सकता हूँ this is my pen? क्या मैं यहाँ बैठे बैठे बोल सकता हूँ वर्षा these are my clothes? क्या सर हमें तो नहीं दिख रहे these are my clothes? So जो चीज मैं शो करके डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करके जो मैं आपको बोलूंगा, दोज विल बी कॉल्ड डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिव सेंटेंसेस, जिसमें हम कोई चीज शो करते हैं, डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करते हैं. जैसे दिस इज माय कार, दैट इज योर रूम, दीज आर माय क्लोथ्स, दोज आर माय स्टूडेंट्स, देयर इज समवन स्टैंडिंग एट द डोर, here is the money that you need, yeah, it was a beautiful day, yeah, it was a good movie, right? So is this a demonstrative? Look at the sky. No, Shubhashri, this is not a demonstrative sentence. This is an imperative sentence. अभी आएंगे उस पे भी शुभश्री, डोंट वरी, धीरे धीरे सब करेंगे. अगर मैं ना करवाऊं तब आप मुझे जिम्मेदार ठहराना कि सर आपने ये नहीं कराया, राइट? तब मैं गलती लेने के लिए तैयार हूं, बट ना कराऊं तब. लेकिन मैं धीरे धीरे हर चीज पे आ रहा हूँ, राइट? सो ये चीज क्लियर हुई. डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिव सेंटेंसेस, नीरज, जैसे मैं बोलता हूँ दिस इज योर कार, ठीक है, दिस इज योर जर्नी, दिस इज योर this is your this is your homework, or let's say these are the questions that you need to practice, or this is your story, this is your life. So when we use start sentences with these words, जो जब sentences इन words से start होते हैं, ठीक है, those sentences are basically called demonstrative sentences. For example, this blue car needs to be washed next, that metal rod should work, these oranges are delicious, those people were here first, and it's a beautiful day. Right? So these are demonstrative sentences where we demonstrate something. Next, imperative. Now, Shubhashri, ye aa gaye. Okay, what are imperative sentences, guys? Right? What are imperative sentences? Now, pay attention to this. Now, I told you a sentence must have two compulsory parts. Jyoti, which were those two parts? दो compulsory parts कौन से थे sentence में? Subject and verb. याद है कि दो कंपल्सरी पार्ट होते हैं सेंटेंस में, सब्जेक्ट एंड वर्ब. वेरी गुड कुणाल. बट इज इट पॉसिबल सेंटेंस में सब्जेक्ट ना हो? only in these sentences. अब ये कौन सा सेंटेंसेस है गाइस? इंपैरेटिव. अब ये कब बोले जाते हैं? when two people are communicating and the person who is listening is standing in front of the speaker. मतलब जब आमने सामने बात होती है, राइट? अब ये तीन चीजों के लिए यूज होते हैं. ऑर्डर, कोई ऑर्डर देने के लिए, कोई कमांड देने के लिए, एडवाइस देने के लिए, रिक्वेस्ट या प्रपोजल या सजेशन देने के लिए. मतलब ये सब जब हम सामने बोलते हैं, जैसे मैं बोलता हूँ नीरज, नीरज ओपन द डोर. ठीक है, अब मैं नीरज बोलने की बजाय अगर आप मेरे सामने बैठे हो, राइट, हम आपस में एक दूसरे के सामने बैठे, तो मैं सिंपली आपको क्या बोलूंगा? यू ओपन द डोर, या सिंपल ये बोल देंगे ओपन द डोर, या प्लीज ओपन द डोर. या मैं क्या बोलूंगा? वर्षा प्लीज हेल्प मी, राइट? क्या हम क्या बोलते हैं कोई सजेशन देने के लिए? लेट्स सॉल्व दीज क्वेश्चंस, लेट्स गो आउट फॉर अ वॉक. सो ये वो सेंटेंसेस होते हैं जिनमें आपको सब्जेक्ट नहीं मिलता, बिकॉज द सब्जेक्ट इज द ऑब्वियस लिसनर whom you are talking to. तो वहां पे हमें सब्जेक्ट लगाने की जरूरत नहीं होती. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, गेट आउट, क्लोज द डोर, लीव द रूम, ऑलवेज स्पीक द ट्रुथ, कोई एडवाइस दे रहा है. प्लीज बी पेशेंट, कोई रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा है. प्लीज हेल्प मी, ठीक है, लेट्स गो टू द बुक फेयर, कोई सजेशन दे रहा है. तो एनी ऑर्डर, एनी रिक्वेस्ट और एनी एडवाइस, राइट, दीज थ्री सेंटेंसेस आर फॉर्म्ड बाय इंपैरेटिव सेंटेंसेस. जब आपने कोई ऑर्डर देना है, लीव माई रूम, राइट, स्टॉप कॉलिंग मी, राइट, डोंट don't call me again, don't come here again, don't ask me silly questions, right? So these are imperative sentences, but they are not used in your papers, they are not used in your exam, so you don't need to study them. पता होना चाहिए, लाइफ में इंग्लिश सिखा रहा हूँ तो पता होना चाहिए इंपैरेटिव सेंटेंसेस क्या होते हैं. लेकिन क्या पेपर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इंपॉर्टेंट है? एब्सोल्युटली नॉट, क्योंकि आपके पेपर में ऐसे सेंटेंसेस आते ही नहीं है, because these sentences are used in communication, right? We don't write down these sentences, do we? कभी हम लिख लिख के हम मैसेजेस में भेज सकते हैं कि यार प्लीज हेल्प मी, मैसेजेस में टाइप करके, बट सेंटेंस कैसे बनाएंगे हम इससे? सो वी कांट क्रिएट सेंटेंसेस लाइक दिस इन द पेपर, सो नॉट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर एग्जाम. एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, जो मैं आपको बता रहा था ना, एक्सक्लेमेटरी वर्ड्स, याद है मैंने इंटरजेक्शंस बताए थे आपको? नाउ देन देयर आर एक्सक्लेमेटरी सेंटेंसेस, जिनको हम एक स्ट्रॉन्ग इमोशन को प्रेजेंट करने के लिए यूज करते हैं. So these sentences express strong emotions or feelings such as joy, surprise, wonder, regret, right? An exclamatory sentence ends with an exclamation mark. Remember this, guys. For example, alas, India lost the match. यार हे भगवान, इंडिया हार गया. Hurray, my granddaughter passed the IIT examination. You are expressing joy here. Oh my God, it is raining. Surprise. What a shame. Regret. And what a beautiful scene. We are wondering, you wonder, oh कितना अच्छा, कितना सुंदर वो है, सीन है. So sentences with exclamation, जहाँ पे when there is exclamation in the sentence and with an exclamation mark, these are called exclamatory sentences. यहाँ पे नहीं है, मैं लगा देता हूँ. Got it? So these are called exclamatory sentences. क्या ये एग्जाम में आते हैं? Absolutely not. तो आपको बस दो ही तरह के sentences को फॉलो करना है. एक अपना जो हमने फर्स्ट टाइप की थी असर्टिव, एक जो हमने सेकंड टाइप की थी इंटरोगेटिव. इसके बाद में एक और टाइप आपको बताऊंगा जो मैं अभी नहीं बता रहा ना, वो कुछ दिन बाद में बताऊंगा, जब थोड़ा सा आपका लेवल मतलब पहुंच जाएगा अच्छे अंडरस्टैंडिंग में ना. देन देयर इज अनदर स्ट्रक्चर जो आपको बताऊंगा, जिसको हम बोलते हैं इन्वर्टेड स्ट्रक्चर या इन्वर्टेड सेंटेंस, इन्वर्जन रूल जिसको हम बोलते हैं. ठीक है, फिर कुछ और भी हैं जो नेगेटिव सेंटेंसेस होते हैं, तो उनमें क्या किया जाता है. सो देयर आर मेनी थिंग्स दैट आई एम गोइंग टू टीच यू, बट स्लोली एंड ग्रेजुअली. ठीक है, कि बिल्ली सारी चीजें सिखाती है ना शेर को, लेकिन क्या नहीं सिखाती है एंड में, राइट? Right. So I'll be giving you more structures as we move along in the sessions further down the line, when the basics are clear to you. So that is when I'll give you a few more structures like inverted structure or a structure of negative sentences. So we'll also discuss that, but not today. Today this is what you need, right? Assertive and interrogative, that is what you need to know basically, right? Demonstrative, Madhu, are sentences, Madhusudana. Demonstrative sentences are sentences which are basically used to demonstrate something, to show something. For example, if I ask you, Madhu, that, okay, where is your bag? Now, how will you tell me that this is my bag? So you will point at it and you will show it to me, sir, this is my bag. Which is your seat, Neeraj? You will point out to your seat, sir, this is my seat, right? So demonstrative sentences are sentences where you demonstrate something, right? So for example, Can I be inside the room and can I say it's a beautiful day? Yes, Barsha. Can I be inside the house? Can I be inside the room, closed doors, and I don't know what's going on outside? And can I say it's a beautiful day? Doesn't make sense, right? I go out in the open, I look at the sky, and that's when I say, oh, it's a beautiful day. Got it? So that's called demonstration. You are showing something to the listener. So these are called demonstrative sentences. All right, guys. So that was your structure of your sentences. Then let's start with the topic that is, crucial for your exam: subject verb agreement. Right, guys? I'm not sure if you have okay, lunch break. These oranges are delicious, or look, these oranges are delicious. No, we don't say look, these oranges are delicious. Why do you want to look? जब आपने these बोल दिया Kalint, these, that means you are already pointing towards them, right? So first is correct, second is wrong, Kalint. 5 minute break, guys. Yes, सभी को मांगता है. Everybody wants it. Okay, okay, चलो मेरे को भी मांगता है. So let's take a 5 minute break. I'm not closing the session. I'll just turn off my camera. I'll just turn off the mic. Right, let's take a 2 minute, 5 minute break. Quickly, get some water, get something to eat, and then we shall continue. Right, ठीक है उत्कर्ष? Subin, I have to, even I need some break, yeah. I cannot continuously speak for 5 hours. I am also a human being at the end of the day. So I do understand that, right? So I've been speaking since 7 in the morning. So I started 7. There was a class from 7 to 9:30. Then 10 o'clock I started with you. This will be at 3. Then after 3 I have some more talking to do, right? So it's a long day, but that's okay. Yeah, 5 minutes, not more than that, right? So guys, quickly go get something to eat, get something to drink. Let's be back, and let's restart this, right? Thank you, guys. So guys, are we back? Yes. Chalo. All right, guys. All right. Okay. 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 All right. So let's start, guys. I'm audible. I'm visible to everyone. Yes. All right. Great. Chalo, let's begin. So this is the first topic. Now, whatever we did up till here, now that was for your basic understanding, your understanding of what is going to come further in the chapters. We'll be discussing these. We'll be using the concepts that I've taught you. Like, we'll be using. Okay, this is an adjective. This is an adverb. This is a pronoun. So you need to, just get, get well versed with these that terminology, right? And now we begin with the part which will be there in your exam. And I'm starting with this chapter because by far I have understood that this is the most frequently asked, question or most frequently asked topic or short topic in your paper. And another thing, please remember, if you get this topic right, you will, you can eliminate at least 50% of your mistakes. You will at least remove 50% of the mistakes, of the errors that you make, or that they put in the questions, because this topic is, this topic applies to all the other topics, further topics that we are going to cover, starting from nouns, pronouns, tenses, conditional sentences, advanced verbs, right? So that makes it 6-7 topics based on this one topic. And then the last part, which is the other half, the other 50%, that is adjective, adverb, conjunction, preposition, and articles, right? So that is the other half that we are going to cover. But this half, first half, is based on this topic. So this is super important. So make sure that you clear this topic, you have a clear understanding of this topic, and all the concepts are thoroughly understood or thoroughly taught to you. So that is why I'm starting with this. So what is subject verb agreement? Right, the first topic that will be there in your exam is subject verb agreement. Now, what is subject verb agreement, guys? Now, first of all, let's focus on this word. Now, my question to you is, and I think we know this. Now, we have followed this all our life, but still there are mistakes that we keep on making in this, and this is what we have to, which is what we have to rectify now. Now, what is agreement? Samjhauta, right? When two parties come together and they agree on something. So remember, guys, there were two gangs in the story. I told you the story just began, right? The story will end, when I'll end this grammar part. So remember, there were two gangs in the class. One was noun and one was verb, right? They were opposite gangs, right? But just to make the class run, there has to be some agreement between the two. That okay, you'll not always fight. There has to be some agreement that you'll have to stay calm in the classroom itself. You can fight later on, but in the class there has to be some agreement. So what was the agreement? Now, subject is basically what? If you understand this, subjects are either nouns or pronouns, right? Rohit is a good boy, or he is a good boy. So Rohit or he, they are basically nouns or pronouns, right? Which is one gang, and the other gang was verb. So these were the two opposite gangs. And the agreement between them was that whenever you are used together in a sentence, you have to be in agreement. Now, what is the agreement? Right? Samjhauta. What is the agreement between the two? And it's a very simple agreement that all of you already know. But down the line, somewhere we get confused, in this. Now, how to do that? Now, understand this. What is the agreement? There is only one rule that you need to remember here. Now, guys, can you remember one rule which you already know and you have been following all your life long? And this is a very important rule that you need to understand. And the rule says, if the subject of a sentence is singular, the verb of the sentence must also be singular. And if the subject of a sentence is plural, the verb of the sentence must also be plural. Without this agreement, the sentence cannot stand. Can you say Rohit are playing? No, right? We have done this. We have followed this all our life long. Rohit is playing, but why are we using is? Because Rohit is singular, right? Now, boys is playing or boys are playing? Are playing. Why? Because boys are plural, right? Singular subject, singular verb, plural subject, plural verb. So I think this is fairly clear, and we have followed this all along, right? I'm sure you have, you have followed this, maybe knowingly, maybe unknowingly. But then there are certain questions, certain, certain scenarios where where we do get wrong, right? Now, where we get wrong, let me give you an example. Okay, first of all, your understanding of singular and plural, that is very, very important, right? And the next part that you need to understand is, see guys, if you start following what I'm going to tell you now, this will remove half of your mistakes. Whenever you read a sentence, whenever you create a sentence, or whenever you read a sentence, always find the subject first. If it's a compound sentence, let's say if there are two independent clauses put together, then look for the two subjects in both the clauses. So always find the subject in a sentence first, and then check its verb if both subject and verb are in agreement or not. Now, what I mean here is, now let me ask you a question. The question is, she work or she works in my company? Yes, guys, quickly give me your answer. She works or she work in my company? She work or she works? Most of you told me, sir, she works, right? Anshika, why work? Because this is the first challenge that we face. See, she is singular, and for singular, we have to add s into the verb, right? So he works, she works in my company, right? India play or India plays? India grow or India grows? India grows wheat on a large scale, because India being a singular subject will take a singular verb. Now this is where it starts getting confusing, right? India plays, not play, perf. India plays, India grows, okay? India consists. So we have to add s into the verb. Now, do you know how to form this? No. Let me try to clarify this to you before we go to the rules of the topic. Now, all right, guys, another thing, another one wrong teaching that has been taught to you, right? This is basically taught to you in a sense that, okay, first person, second person, and third person, right? All right. So what is first person? No, who is first person, who is second person, and who is third person? Kindly enlighten me, guys. क्या सिखाया गया है आपको? Very good, Kapil. IV, first person. Very good. I'm sorry, guys. So I, first person is the person who's talking. Very good. Smiley. Smile. Oh, I'm calling you Smiley. Sorry, smile. Um, ऐसा नाम हो तो मेरे चेहरे पे हमेशा स्माइल ही होनी चाहिए. So smile. Very good. First person हमें क्या सिखाया गया है? उत्कर्ष. फर्स्ट पर्सन, आई थिंक जो आपको डेफिनेशन सिखाई गई है, फर्स्ट पर्सन बोलने वाला, सेकंड पर्सन सुनने वाला जिससे बात कर रहे हैं, राइट? और थर्ड पर्सन कौन होता है? जिसके जिसके बारे में बात हो रही है. Am I right? I think that is what has been taught to you all along. Again, यार आप खुद कभी क्वेश्चन नहीं करते. Why don't you question what has been taught to you? Now, how poorly presented definition is this? First person is the speaker, second person is the listener, and third person is whom we are talking about. All right. This goes wrong right from the sentence that you start making. If I say, okay, if I say I am your teacher, right? So I'm the speaker, so I'm supposed to be the first person. You are the listener, you are supposed to be the second person. Now, who is the third person here? You told me, sir, जिसके बारे में बात हो रही है. Now, whom we are talking about, that is the third person, right? I'm talking about me. So am I the first person or am I the third person? First. Okay, then who's the third person here? Nobody? All right, चलो फिर मैं बोलता हूँ you are good students. I am the speaker, first person. You are the listener, second person. But I'm talking about you. So are you second or are you third person? Okay, second person. Let's discuss further. Right. If I say we are good people, now we are all sitting together, and if I say we are good people, now we are the speaker, we are the listener, and we are talking about ourselves. Now, who is the first person, second person, and third person here? Kindly justify that to me. Got the point? This is again a wrong way of teaching you what is who is first person, who is second person, who is third person. Now, and this is also very impractical as well. Now, somebody Kapil, I think Kapil told me, sir, I and we are first person, right, Kapil? So if I and we are first person, they should follow the same rule. If they are in the same category, they should follow the same rule. Then why do we use I am but we are? Similarly, in the past, we use I was but we were. I is exception. Okay, Harsh, मान लिया. You told me that you is the second person, right? And third person is he, she, they. Then again the same question. He, she, they. If they are third person, then they should be following the same rule. He is, but they are. He was, but they were. Again the same problem. How about this now? Now you are discussing, no, sir, I is singular and we is plural. So what is the point of teaching you first person, second person, third person? Now what I'm going to teach you is the practical way of understanding this. That practically what should be followed. And I'm giving you a new definition today. So please remember this. Now, you remember this by IPS. Now, what is IPS? I always remember now from today onwards, who is the first person? Only I is the first person, right? Which is kept separate because that he is the speaker. So I is the first person, right? It has a separate set of rules it will follow. Second, P. P stands for plurals. Now, all the plurals will be kept in second person. Now, what are the plurals that I'm referring to? We, you, they, or any plural word for that matter. For example, boys, girls, people, any plural word will fall into second category. That is plural. And third person is singulars. Now, which fall under singulars? He, she, it, or any singular noun. Boy, girl, India, Ram, Sham, Rohit, Seema. Now, if you follow this, now you'll see that all of them will follow the same rule. Now, I take I am, which is not used by any other. Then all the plurals take are. You are, we are, they are, boys are, people are, students are. All the singulars take the same rule. He is, she is, it is, boy is, Rohit is. Similarly, in past, we were, you were, they were, boys were, people were, but in singular, he was, she was, it was, boy was. So if you remember this with this trick, IPS, first person is always I, second person is always plural, and third person is always singular. Now, this is the practical form of understanding first person, second person, third person. Now, in this is the, this is where the problem starts. Now, when we use the first form of verb in present indefinite with these verbs, with these persons, first, second, third. Now, what is the difference? Now, I always take first form of verb. I work. I work in this company. I work in an organization. I work in this industry. So I work. I play hockey. I play cricket. I play the guitar. Right. I cook. I cook food. I write novels. I teach English. So I always takes first form of verb. Second, plural. Plural will also take first form of verb. For example, we work, you work, they work, we play, they play, you play, right? People play, students play, players play, right? Then they cook, we cook, you cook. So plurals also take first form of verb. But in singular, remember this by S. In singular, we have to third person singular, we have to add S or ES into the verb. So So for singulars, we have to say she works or he works in this company. Rohit plays cricket or Rohit plays hockey. She cooks food for everyone. She looks after everyone. India grows. India develops. Right. So for singular nouns in first form of verb, when we are using it, as present indefinite, right? Repeated actions which are habitual or repeated. Now, in those sentences with singular nouns, we have to add s or es or ies into the verb. For example, I try, we try, but he tries. Right? Um, I catch, we catch, but he catches. So I'm just giving an example for es. So we have to add ses or ies into the verb. This is important. Got it? So very good, Shubhashri. I go, you go, but he goes. So guys, when do we use does? Students very frequently ask me, sir, please tell us about do does. So do is the first form. I do my work, we do our work, they do their work, but she does her work. So these are used in singular these are used with singular words, singular nouns or singular pronouns. For example, she does her work for everyone, right? She does her work diligently. She does her chores efficiently. So with singulars we make we add ses into the verb. So you have to remember, for singular noun third person we have to add ses ies into the verb. Is this clear to everyone? Please kindly confirm this. Show me thumbs up, because this is very, very important, and you'll find this rule being used in almost every question that we are going to face ahead. Is this clear to everyone? Thumbs up, guys, quickly. Very well done. Right. Please repeat. Okay, Navdeep ji. What I said was, with singular nouns, right? Singular nouns or singular pronouns. When we are using first form of verb, we have to add ses into this. We have to add ses with the verb. For example, if I say I drive, so I drive, we drive, you drive, they drive, people drive. But he drives a car. She drives a car. Rohit drives a cab, right? He cooks food. She plays golf. She works very well. She goes to church every day. She goes to college regularly. She does her work, you know, uh, diligently. So in singular, with singular nouns, third person, yes, Jyoti, we have to add ses into the verb. Is this clear? Is this clear now, Kalin? Navdeep? All right. So please remember this, because I will be testing you on this. Got it? I'll be asking you questions, and I'll be asking you that, okay, what should be the right verb to be used here. So remember, singular nouns or pronouns will take ses in the verb with them. Simple, sorted, right? All right. Now let's move ahead. Now one by one, I'll give you all the rules, and I will mark those rules which are important, right? Which are crucial for understanding and crucial for memory. You have to remember those rules. So first rule, this I think I have told you this right now. A verb agrees with its subject in person and number. That means the same thing I just told you. Singular subject will take a singular verb, and plural subject will take a plural verb. Yes, guys. So they doesn't understand, they do not understand, right? And you all feel, sir, this is very simple, this is very basic, right? We know this. All right, guys. You listen to songs, right? You do listen to songs, Punjabi songs. I think they're most widely you heard songs. So have you heard a Punjabi song which was, I think, which was launched, I think, 2 years or 2 years back, and there was a line in that: she don't know, she don't know. Have you heard that song? She don't know, she don't know. I don't remember the lyrics, but there was a song. She don't know. Did you identify that this is wrong? It should be she don't know, she doesn't know. See, as a teacher, I only as a teacher I only look for mistakes. That has become my inherent habit. So when I first heard the song, that was what clicked me. कि यार ये तो गलत है. This is wrong. And if you're teaching this to people, I don't think that's the right way, right? Because we learn what we hear, right? We learn what we observe around us. So it should be she don't know, she doesn't know. The song had she don't know, but it should be she doesn't know. So I was just giving you a normal example. See, unless you start identifying, right? You consciously, unless you consciously start doing this in your life, you'll not be able to, control the language. That is what I wanted to get at. That okay, you have to do it consciously now. And how to do it consciously, guys? I'll tell you something very interesting thing. Most of the newspapers, maybe except the Hindu, but most of the normal newspapers that that we see, they have grammatical mistakes in them, right? And this is what I tell my students as a as a challenge. What you do is, when you are reading editorials, try to find grammatical mistakes in them. Try to find grammatical mistakes in newspapers. And when you can do that, when you start doing that, you'll start feeling, okay, now I think I'll be able to identify the mistakes. So this is another very helpful trick to to execute whatever you are learning, to execute what you have understood or what you have learned in the class, to use it. Unless you use it, you'll forget it instantly, right? The moment the class is over, you'll be tired. The moment you go to sleep, your brain will be back to default, right? So unless you do it consciously, this will not improve. And you have to do this, right? So see, you have to walk the path. I can just show you the path. So this is what I was talking about. When you're reading editorials, try to find mistakes. And I did that in one of my previous batches, and students started sending me uh, clippings of editorials highlighting, sir, this is a mistake, look at this is a mistake, yes, this is a mistake. So that is how they get confirmation. Now we are on the right track, we can find mistakes here. So if you can do that, that will be your test of testing yourself, right? How do do we just practice questions? Now questions, that come at a later stage, right? When you are preparing for the exam, right? So that is simulation of the exam. But normally in general, you should be able to find mistakes there, right? So instead of grammarly telling you what your mistakes are, you should be telling yourself that this is a mistake, right? So first rule, I think we have understood this. Singular subject will always take a singular verb, plural subject will always take a plural verb. Now what I meant here was, no, sir, this is very easy, right? Okay, now you tell me, guys, very simple question. People is or people are? Yes, Utkarsh. People is or people are? People is Jyoti. People क्यों ज्योति? People क्या होता है? बहुत सारे लोग. तो अच्छा, अभी आर लिख रहे हो आप, ये गलत बात है. पेपर में नहीं चलेगा ऐसे. Right. So okay, no, that was not my question. My question was, why have we used are here? The question was, why have we used are here? Because sir, people हैं, people plural हैं, बहुत सारे लोग हैं, right? Second person है, plural है, तो बहुत सारे लोग हैं, तो क्या आना चाहिए यहाँ पर? R नहीं आना चाहिए. That is absolutely correct, right? But this is my question now. How about now, guys? Crowd is or crowd are? कितने सारे लोग हैं crowd में? सोच लेना एक बार. People क्या था? बहुत सारे लोग, और बहुत सारे लोग थे तो हमने आर किया उसको. अगेन क्राउड, क्राउड का मतलब क्या होता है? भीड़, बहुत सारे लोग. अब क्या आएगा? इज आर. अरे अभी इस बोल रहे हो आप, ऐसे कैसे? अब इस क्यों आएगा भाई? क्यों? अभी तो बहुत सारे लोग हैं. इतने अच्छे अच्छे आंसर. रिप्रेजेंटिंग अ सिंगल ग्रुप, क्राउड मीन्स अ पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप, मेक इट जेनेरिक. नहीं गाइस, no, that's okay. The concept here is, guys, stop using your mathematics into English. राइट? अगर आप ये काउंटिंग करते रहोगे कितने लोग हैं इसमें, फिर तो आपको फिर दिमाग घूम जाएगा आपका. व्हाट आई टोल्ड यू, just look at the word, if the word is singular or plural. You have to understand that if the word is singular, people as a word, is it a singular word or is it a plural word? It's a plural word, right? Crowd as a word, team, there are so many players in the team, but team as a word is a singular word, collective noun, right? Family, there are so many members in the family, but family as a word is a collective noun, it's a singular noun, right? So crowd, team, family, audience, uh, committee, jury, panel, board, bureau, organization, ministry. These words, they talk about one collective, one collection of people or one collection of entities, right? So you have to look at the word, not the number, right? You have to look at the word, right? And that will tell you if it is going to take a singular verb or if it is going to take a plural verb, right? So this is what I wanted to explain to you with this rule, that always remember, do not count people, look at the word that is given. Jury is divided, jury are divided, Nikhil. It should be are, because now you're talking about different members of the jury. Now separately, when you talk about, similarly, if I say, see, you guys, now this is going to, we are going to cover this, Nikhil, in the rules, upcoming rules. But guys, food for thought. Question for you: family is singular or plural? I think all of you will agree family is singular, right? But look at this question: my family is fighting, my family are fighting among themselves. Just look at this question. Just try to find out what should be the answer here. My family is fighting among themselves, or my family are fighting among themselves. Now, if you divide the collective noun, and if they start acting individually, listen to this. मैं क्या कह रहा हूं? मेरे परिवार वाले आपस में लड़ रहा है, लड़ रहे हैं. मैं बोलना तो मैं यही चाह रहा हूँ ना, मेरे परिवार वाले आपस में. तो मैंने फैमिली मेंबर्स नहीं बोला, बस मैंने फैमिली बोल दिया. My family is fighting or my family are fighting among themselves. Chalo, audience is, it's a singular noun, right? But just look at this sentence: the audience was, or the audience were throwing empty bottles at each other. So if I separate the group, right? If they start acting as different entities within the group, then it can also become plural, right? So we will come to this in the upcoming rules. But usually family, crowd, these words are usually, see, mostly they are kept singular, right? But can they become plural? Yes, in the situation I just told you. I don't understand. Crowd is bheed, Sanket, where people are crowded in an area, right? Small space, and more than required people are there. That becomes a crowd, right? There are many such words. Mob is for angry protesters or angry people, right? Then there is herd of cows and buffaloes, flock of sheep and birds, uh, pride of lions, pack of wolves, crew of engineers, right? Then jury of judges, panel of members, right? So singular, normal, Harsh. The crowd is very, the crowd is very cooperative. The crowd the crowd was waiting for the train. So usually, like team and family, crowd is again the name given to that collection, right? So collectively, members are called a family. Collectively, players are called a team. So collectively, people, they're called a crowd, right? Nahi, Sanket. In crowd, there is a number of people, so it's a plural. No, why? I, this is what I started with, Sanket. Stop counting the people inside the word. If you use mathematics in English, you'll never be able to get this. Board members are plural, Shubhashri, but board is a singular word, right? So use group as a single. Group is a single entity, by the way, Kunal. Group. Group itself is a singular word, right? Which talks about collection of many things. Yes, Parv, absolutely. Absolutely correct. I will come to this rule, don't worry. Clear hua, Sanket? Now, if you start counting, now family has 5, 6, 7 members. Now, then family should be plural, but members are separate, but collectively those members are called as one group. That is called family. Similarly, team, there are separate players, but collectively, all of them are together called a group, and the group is named team. Got it? Right. Groups are. Yes, there can be different groups, different families, different teams, right? So that is possible, but remember, you do not count anyone in the noun. You look at the noun if it is singular or plural. समझ आया ज्योति? चलो, that was rule number 1. I think we have discussed that. Rule number 2. Now, guys, please listen to this. The number of noun in phrase introduced by the preposition of does not affect the number of verb. What I mean is, now the question here is, a list of books were made by Mary, or a list of books was made by Mary? The question is, what is the subject in the sentence? Is books the subject or is list the subject? Books. Very good, ज्योति. तभी मैंने बताया था आपको सब्जेक्ट कहाँ मिलता है सेंटेंस की स्टार्टिंग में. बताया था अभी अभी थोड़ी देर पहले. सबसे पहले क्या आता है सेंटेंस में? सब्जेक्ट आता है, राइट? सो यहाँ पे बुक्स सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, यहाँ पे लिस्ट इज द सब्जेक्ट. सो गाइस, सी, अब देखो यहीं पे गलती होना शुरू हो गई है कि सर ये सब्जेक्ट वर्ब एग्रीमेंट तो इजी लग रहा था. अब ये देख लो, ठीक है? हाँ जी. So how do you identify the subject? This was the second point that I was coming to. Okay, the first thing that you need to start doing is identifying the subject. Subject ढूंढो. मैरी ने क्या बनाया? हाँ जी ज्योति, सेंटेंस पढ़ो. मैरी ने क्या बनाया? बुक्स बनाई या बुक्स की लिस्ट बनाई? सर अगर ऐसे एक्सप्लेन कोई कर देता है ना, कसम से सर आप पेपर में चलो हमारे साथ, पेपर को हिला के आ जाएंगे हम. The point is I cannot go there. You have to do it by yourself, right? So that is the whole point. Exactly. हाँ जी, ज्योति ने क्या बनाई? ज्योति कह रहा हूँ, सॉरी, मैरी ने क्या बनाई? बुक्स बनाई या बुक्स की लिस्ट बनाई? तो बात किसकी हो रही है सेंटेंस में? लिस्ट की. तो व्हाट इज द सब्जेक्ट है? लिस्ट. अब ये तो मैंने आपको एक एग्जांपल से समझा दिया. टू लिस्ट्स होगा फिर वो. गॉट इट? अगर आप टू बना रहे हो तो फिर वो क्या होगा? लिस्ट्स. पर लिस्ट नहीं रह सकता फिर वो, फिर वर आएगा उसमें, राइट? ऑलराइट. नाउ दिस द रूल इज, कभी भी आपको सेंटेंस में whenever you see two nouns in a sentence connected with of, so वो rule क्या कह रहा है कि the number of noun in phrase introduced by the preposition of does not affect the number of verb. What I mean is, for example, if I say bag में box होना चाहिए. A box of chocolates was lying, या were lying on the table. Now the question is, what was lying? Chocolates or a box of chocolates? So see, that is the rule, that when you see two nouns connected by of, right? So whatever noun is used after of will not decide the verb. The noun that is used before of is going to decide the verb. ये कह रहा है रूल वो कि the number of noun in phrase introduced by the preposition of, so this is introduced by the preposition of, is not going to affect the number of verb. That means it is not going to change the verb. So a box of chocolates was lying or were lying on the table? Was lying on the table, because the subject here is a box, right? Let me give you a better example. I'm just creating a sentence out there. Yes, guys. So the ministers of defense of India. Now I have introduced two nouns after minister. Now, what is the subject? The ministers of defense of India is or are? Yes, guys, what should be the answer here? I think you've got the context. Okay, the noun which is used after of is not going to decide the verb. The noun which is used before of is going to decide the verb, right? So the ministers is the subject here, not the defense, not India, right? If I say the mountains of India, of northern India, is very tall, are very tall, Nikhil. बोल के बता दो, मैं सुन लूंगा यार, कोई इशू नहीं है. The mountains of northern India is very tall or are very tall. Yeah, is very young या are very young. The mountains of northern India. The subject is mountains. So subject will decide. Very good, Navdeep. I think the concepts are getting clearer and clearer, right? So that should be said. Hopefully it will help you. It will help you to command the language, to understand, one of the car go or goes, because the subject here is one, so it will be goes, right? Because the subject is one is singular, and for singular noun we just saw that it takes, it adds ses into the verb. Guys, okay, if you want the list of rules, Shanmugapara, uh, I'll just call you Priya, right? Shanmug Priya. See, slowly and gradually, I am coming to all the rules. But if you just want the PDF of all the rules, I can also provide you that, right? But no, the here we are talking step by step, gradually discussing the questions, right? So, right, I'll come to your question. Don't worry. Right. If I don't, then you can ask me anything that comes to your mind, right? You can just jot it down. But okay, this came to my mind, put it down on the paper. If I don't discuss it, please ask me, right? All right. Now the question is, yes, guys, the crew of engineers check or checks every station. देखो, मैंने कहा था ना, मैं आपको चैलेंज करूंगा और मैं पूछूंगा आपसे, और फिर आप गलती करोगे और फिर मैं आपको डांटूंगा, राइट? तो अब डांट खाने की बारी आ गई है, राइट? प्रिया, कपिल, कुणाल, अंशिका, स्माइल, नवदीप, नरेंद्र, नवदीप अगेन, शर्मिष्ठा, नहीं शर्मिष्ठा ठीक है, उज्जवल. क्रू इज कलेक्टिव, यस कपिल, अखिल, सचिन. गाइस, व्हाट इज द सब्जेक्ट हियर? अब देखो, आपको एक के बाद एक कॉन्सेप्ट को बिल्डअप करना है, राइट? द सब्जेक्ट हमें अभी समझ आ गया, यहाँ पे इंजीनियर्स नहीं है, क्या है? क्रू. नाउ क्रू क्या होता है? सिंगुलर नाउन. फॉर सिंगुलर नाउन, I taught you in the beginning, for singular nouns we have to add s into the verb. तो क्या आएगा यहाँ पे निखिल? The crew of engineers check या checks? तो अब ये गलती अगर वहां पे अगर नहीं लेके गए साथ में, मतलब ये कॉन्सेप्ट अगर बिल्डअप नहीं किया, वहां हर सेंटेंस में गलती होगी. और मान लो भगवान की दया से फेज 1 अगर क्लियर हो भी गया, let's just assume that you are very lucky and you've prayed to every god that there is, right? And you do crack phase 1. What's going to happen in phase 2? When you will have to write your essays. In that, every mistake will cost you 0.25 marks. So if you do that, that means every sentence will have a mistake in it. Got it, everyone? Is this clear? यहाँ पे गलत आंसर क्यों दे रहे थे आप? बिकॉज हम उस चीज पे फोकस नहीं कर रहे थे. क्रूज सिंगुलर है, तो फिर हमें वो भी तो देखना है कि वर्ब कौन सी ठीक यूज होनी चाहिए वहां पर. और इन्हीं को, इसी को कंसेप्ट बिल्डिंग कहते हैं गाइस. गॉट इट? नेक्स्ट रूल. हाँ जी गाइस, अब ये वो रूल था, ध्यान से समझना, कि हम जब उसको प्लूरल बनाते हैं, व्हेन वी क्रिएट प्लूरल सब्जेक्ट्स. So compound subjects joined by and ordinarily take the plural form of verb, right? When two nouns are connected by using and. Yes, guys. India No, this is wrong, guys. Sorry. India along with Russia. Or let me give you a very simple rule. Okay, let's leave it to that. India along with Russia is close friends. Yeah, India along with Russia are close friends. Now, let me give you a rule first, which will help you through and through. Right. So, guys, my question is, can there be two subjects in a sentence? We did see that, yes, there can be two subjects, right? For example, if I say India and Russia, let's say if I say this. Now, this is one subject and this is the other one, right? So my question to you is, India and Russia is or are working together? Now we're talking about two subjects here, so the verb should be are, right? But that was not my question. Here comes my question. Yes, guys, what should be the answer here? India along with Russia is developing or are developing a new missile. Are you sure is आना चाहिए? अभी तो दो you know, we're still talking about two nouns here. India along with Russia. But then why did you say, sir, अब यहाँ पे is आएगा? See, the rule says, now please listen to the rule carefully. There is only one conjunction in English language that can create two subjects in a sentence. There is only one conjunction in English language that can create two subjects in English language. And that subject is and. निखिल मेरी तरफ से भी हाय बोल दो यार उनको कोई बात नहीं हाँ जी तो इंडिया and Russia, there is only one conjunction that can create two subjects or a simple logic 1 plus 1 equals to 2. That means plural. Now, this can be done by only and only one conjunction connector. You remember conjunctions, Neeraj? याद है ना जोड़ने वाला. So पूरी इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में सिर्फ एक कंजंक्शन है जो 1 plus 1 कर सकता है और वो कौन सा है? And के अलावा, beyond or besides and, there is no other conjunction in English language which can create two subjects in a sentence. There is no other conjunction. So मैं सिर्फ आपको एक conjunction याद रखने को कह रहा हूँ. कौन सा? And. अब if you look at the rule आपको उल्टा सिखाता है. Rule ये बोलता है कि अगर if two nouns are joined by as well as, along with, together with, besides, ye, wo, phalana dhimaka, right, etc., blah, 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 right, the verb will be decided by the first noun. That is not the right, construct to teach. The right construct is you teach them one thing that will apply to all. That 1 plus 1, if there is only one conjunction in English language that can create two subjects in a sentence, and that conjunction is and. एंड के अलावा कोई भी कंजंक्शन 1 plus 1 नहीं कर सकता. So basically ये जो this is what is this? This is the additional information which is supposed to be at the end of the sentence. The sentence is supposed to be India is developing a new missile along with Russia. That was the sentence actually. But what they did to confuse you, to confuse students in the exam, what they do is they take out the additional information and they place it close to the subject, and then that is when the confusion starts. कि सर यहाँ पे दो लोगों की बात हो रही है, and not just along with, there are many other conjunctions. India as well as. Okay, let's look at them. Yes, guys. He as well as her friends. Oh, sorry. She as well as her friends. She as well as her friends is going या are going on a trip. अगर फर्स्ट इंस्टिंक्ट बताना अपनी, अगर आप ये सेंटेंस बनाते तो अपनी ऑनेस्ट इंस्टिंक्ट आप यहाँ पे क्या वर्ब यूज करते? अपनी फर्स्ट इंस्टिंक्ट बतानी है आपने ना, उसके बाद देन लेट्स सी यहाँ पे आना क्या चाहिए, क्योंकि अब ये मुझे भी पता है हम आर ही करते हैं, आप कुछ भी लिख लो यहाँ पे, सच्चाई मुझे पता है और आपको भी मन ही मन पता है, राइट? लेकिन द पॉइंट इज, सी अनलेस वी आर एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई दिस, क्योंकि वो हैबिट बनी हुई है, हमारी हैबिट क्या है कि जो वर्ड हमें वर्ब के नजदीक दिखता है ना, हम उसी को देख के वर्ब लगा देते हैं, राइट? द न्यू सेट ऑफ रूल्स applied by the RBI has या have been rolled out. The new set of rules decided by the RBI has been rolled out या have been rolled out. अब हमें लग रहा है सर बात किसकी हो रही है? रूल्स की, लेकिन हम भूल जाते हैं वहां पे बात किसकी हो रही है? सेट, द न्यू सेट ऑफ रूल्स, ऑफ आ रहा है ना वहां पर, तो हमें ऑफ से पहले वाले को देखना है, बाद वाले को नहीं देखना, राइट? सो द न्यू सेट ऑफ रूल्स अनाउंस्ड बाय द आरबीआई हैज बीन और हैव बीन रोल्ड आउट। हम लेकिन शायद हैव बीन करते, probably the new set of rules have been rolled out because वो मतलब वो that has been ingrained in us, since we started English. So the point is, that is where the problem kicks in. Unless we control the concepts, we'll not be able to understand these mistakes. So yeah, what should be so अरे सही लिखा है, किसने लिखा है? Srinidhi, this is absolutely wrong. I just told you that there is only one conjunction in English language that can create two subjects in a sentence, and that is and. So that means with any other conjunction, the second noun will not be the subject. So if India is the subject, we are using is. If she is the subject, so what should be used here? She as well as her friends is going on a trip. The sentence, what the sentence actually was? The sentence actually was, she is going on a trip as well as her friends. But just to confuse you, what they did was they picked out the object part and they placed it next to the subject just to create a confusion. And that is where, that is where the problem lies. Srinidhi, is this clear? Yes, guys, is this rule clear to everyone? Yes, no? Repeat it. Okay, boss. The rule says there is only one conjunction in English language that can create two subjects in a sentence. Were you here when I was teaching this, Srinidhi? So what I mentioned was, there is only one conjunction in English language that can create two subjects in a sentence, that is and. If there is any other conjunction, that means there will not be two subjects. There will be only one subject, and where do we find the subject? At the beginning of the sentence. So if and is not there as a conjunction, you do not have to look at the second noun. You only look at the first noun, that is the subject, and that will decide the verb. Right? Is this clear? Harsh, clear ho gaya? Yes, Srinidhi, clear? Srinidhi, is this clear? अरे यार कम से कम कंफर्मेशन तो दे दो यार, है ना? मैं पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे बार बार. All right, so so can you remember this? That there is only one conjunction in English language that can create two subjects in a sentence, and that conjunction is and. You don't need to remember any other conjunction, you just remember and. And if and is not there, you do not look at the second noun, you look at the first noun, that is the subject, and that will decide the verb. Is this clear? Sir, ordinarily, will come or always? No, not always. No, Kalin. That's why I said, see, if you were listening to me carefully, no, they said ordinarily. That means usually, mostly when and is there, it takes a plural verb, right? Because 1 + 1 two, that becomes plural. But is there any exception to this? Yes, and that is the exception. Where is it? Okay, although अच्छा यहाँ नहीं है, मैं बता देता हूँ वैसे आपको. आपके पेपर में मतलब it's not there in the exam. It's not usually asked in RBI. But yes, see, there is a situation where two nouns connected by and can also take a singular verb. Listen to this carefully, guys. There is a situation where two nouns connected by and can take a singular verb. And it's very simple to understand. If two nouns represent the same entity, for example, Harsh, if I say Mahindra and Mahindra, Mahindra and Mahindra is an Indian company or an Indian company? Jack and Jones, P&G, H&M, L&T, Larsen and Tabo, but that is one organization, right? So if both the nouns connected by and present the represent the same entity, right? For example, let me give you a clearer picture. What is that? Dosa and sambar, right? So dosa, idli and sambar, or dosa and sambar, whatever you want to call it. So idli and sambar, or dosa and sambar, is a very famous South Indian dish, or are a very famous South Indian dish. Yes, Jyoti. क्यों अभी तो and है? But see, we do understand both of them constitute one dish. Like somebody said in the chat box, bread and butter. Yes, guys, bread and butter is a wholesome breakfast or a wholesome breakfast. Yes, have you heard of this proverb? Have you heard this saying? Uh, time and tide waits for no one. सुनिए ये कहावत? Time and tide waits for nobody, or no one. Now, have you thought why are they using waits, not wait? But they are using and there because time and tide basically represent the same idea. That means time does not stop, it does not wait for anyone. So that is what they want to convey, right? So the quotation goes, time and tide waits for no one. So when two nouns connected by and, but if they represent the same idea, same entity, then it can, it will take a singular verb, if that's what you were asking. Sir, should it be ordinarily or always? So that was the answer for this, right? But not important for your exam because exam में नहीं आता है ये चीजें, ठीक है? RBI के exam में नहीं आती हैं, right? Guys, although there are, if I logically look at, there are 400 plus rules in English grammar, right? So, but we will be focusing on those rules which are important, keeping in mind your exam, right? So I'll be teaching you crucial rules, important rules, right? Those small little rules which have never been asked or which usually is not asked in RBI exam. I have, I've kept them aside. I will put them in the PDF that I'll provide you in the course, right? I'll provide you the whole list of rules. You can read them on your own, right? And you will understand them. But we will discuss those rules here, which are crucial for your exam, right? Which can beat you in the exam. Got it? All right, guys. Next, question number 4. This is a simple rule, guys. You have seen either or, neither nor, right? We've all used these words, either or, neither nor, during our lifetimes. So what does either or and neither nor means? Either or, when we connect two nouns using either or, right? For example, if I say either India or Russia, right? Either India or China, right? So that means either this or that. And neither India nor China, that means neither party A nor party B, right? But that neither nor does not mean both. That is where we usually get wrong, right? So let's look at the rule. Two singular subjects. Now, listen to this. Two singular subjects, if two singular subjects are connected by using or and nor, the verb will always be singular, right? Because there is a probability. For example, if I say, whatever is there ahead, either India or China. See, what are we saying? Either India is doing this or China is doing this, any one of them, right? So either or basically represents singularity. So he says if two singular nouns are connected using either or, neither nor, the verb will be singular. Now, this is easy to comprehend, but the problem is here. Neither Rohit nor Reena has arrived, yeah, have arrived. Now this is where we start using our mathematics in English again. So what happens is, what do we think? Neither Rohit nor Reena. So what do we think? ना रोहित अभी आया है, ना रीना अभी आई है, इसका मतलब दोनों नहीं आए हैं अभी तक। हम ये इसका मतलब निकाल जाते हैं कि ना रोहित आया है ना रीना आई है, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे दिमाग में क्या चल पड़ता है कि दोनों ही नहीं आए हैं। और दोनों सुनते ही फिर हमारे दिमाग में क्या आ जाता है? प्लूरल होना चाहिए सर, राइट? अगर मुझे दोनों बोलना होता, सोचो, तो मैं बोथ नहीं बोल देता यार यहाँ पे। व्हाई वुड आई यूज नीदर नॉर? डोंट यू थिंक आई वुड हैव जस्ट सेड बोथ ऑफ देम हैव नॉट अराइव्ड येट, right? So please understand, either or and neither nor, they represent probability, right? The probability of either India or China is 50-50. Similarly, the probability I'm talking about Rohit and the probability I'm talking about Reena is 50-50. Neither Rohit has arrived nor Reena has arrived. So neither Rohit nor Reena has arrived. Have nahi Manjula, it should be has. Why? Because we are saying, if I wanted to say both of them, if I wanted to talk about both, now, don't you think then I would have used and here? Harsh, अगर मुझे दोनों की बात करनी हो तो मैं यही नहीं बोल देता both रोहित and रीना। मैं सिंपल सा यही बोल देता, मैं neither nor क्यों यूज करता वहां पर? So guys, always remember, either or, neither nor, they are used to express probability, right? And probability is 50-50. So you cannot decide which one is the subject. So first rule is, if two nouns are joined using either or, neither nor, the verb will always be singular. But that is not the problem. The problem is, let's look at rule number, the second part of the rule. This is important, right? If a singular noun or a plural noun, or both nouns are plural, if a singular and a plural subject are joined by or, either or, neither nor, not only but also. Now remember this, if one singular subject and one plural subject are joined by either or, neither nor, not only but also, right? Then what should we do? For example, if I say, look at this situation, guys. Neither Rohit nor his friends. Now this is the question. Neither Rohit nor his friends has arrived or have arrived. Now most of you have said have. Some of you said has. Now the point is, now this is a tricky situation. Why? Because in Rohit and Reena, we were sure we were talking about singular entities, right? So either Rohit or Reena, both of them are singular, so the verb will be singular. But if a singular and a plural noun are connected using either or, neither nor, not only but also, now how will you decide what the verb would be? So in this scenario, what happens is, whichever noun is closer to the verb will decide the verb. So friends is closer to the verb. So why am I teaching this separately, guys? Because usually I have always said that, okay, if you can't find the subject, look at the beginning of the sentence, right? That is where you will find the subject, शुरुआत में. But this is contradictory to that rule, because यहाँ पे probability होती है, either this or that. So neither Rohit nor his friends, it should be have arrived. अगर मैं, if I replace these, if I say neither his friends nor Rohit, now the question is, has arrived or have arrived? Now, which noun is closer to the verb? Now Rohit is closer to the verb. Now the answer will be has. Got it? So the first part said, if two singular nouns are joined using or nor, the verb will always be singular. But the question was, if one singular and one plural noun are connected using either or, neither nor, not only but also, then whichever noun is closer to the verb will decide the verb. For example, either Indians, either India or its neighboring countries. Now this is a mental question for you. Either India or its neighboring countries has to or have to develop an indigenous system of crop rotation. I'm just creating a sentence out of my head, but the point is you need to understand what the answer should be. Yes, guys, either India or its neighboring countries has to or have to. Have to. But the other way around, if I said either our neighboring countries or India has to or have to, either our neighboring countries or India has to or have to, has to. Very well done, guys. Keep up the good work. This rule is the rule clear to everyone? Yes. Thumbs up if it is clear. Perfect. Next, this is the rule that I was talking about, right? So this is how books teach you English. Intervening phrases introduced by with, together with, as well as, including, besides, no less than, in addition to, accompanied by, not, do not affect the form of verb. What I taught you, just remember there is only one conjunction in English language that can make two sentences, that can make two subjects. And which was that conjunction, Jyoti? यस एंड वेरी गुड सो ये सब आपको याद ही नहीं रखने पड़ेंगे आपको बस क्या याद रखना है एंड है तो दो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं एंड नहीं है तो दो सब्जेक्ट्स नहीं है तो द टीचर टुगेदर विद हर प्यूपिल्स वर देयर और द टीचर टुगेदर विद हर प्यूपिल्स वाज देयर सुनने में कितना ऑकवर्ड लग रहा है ना सेंटेंस द टीचर टुगेदर विद हर प्यूपिल्स द टीचर टुगेदर विद हर स्टूडेंट्स वाज देयर क्योंकि हमने हमेशा वर्ब बोला है इसलिए ऑकवर्ड लग रहा है आपको लेकिन अब सही कंटेक्स्ट क्या है अगर यहाँ पर एंड नहीं है इफ देयर इज नो एंड हेयर we will not look at the second noun we will look at the first noun to decide the verb very good Jyoti very good Srinidhi so let's say she besides her family members she besides her family members yes guys she besides her family members work or works in a bank very well done now you're starting to follow what we've learned here now we'll not look at the second noun we'll look at the first noun she being singular she basically the sentence was she works in a bank besides her family members so she besides her family members works in a bank but if besides is replaced by and she and her family members then it becomes plural she and her family members then the verb would be she and her family members work in a bank right very well done guys next rule when the subject and predicate is whatever else is there in the sentence so when the subject and predicate nominative differ in number the verb must agree with the subject not the complement again the same thing that I told you the same thing the theme of the essay are the experiences of our heroes yeah the theme of the essay is the experiences of our heroes see, the point he's making here is always look at the subject of the sentence. Always find the subject of the sentence first. That is when you will be able to identify the right structure of the sentence. For example, Yes, guys, quickly answer in the chat box. Yes, guys. Very good, Kapil. Very good, Kunal. Very good, Manjula. The first question was very good, Jyoti. Very good, Kapil. The logic of questions taught to us has helped us or have helped us. We're not talking about questions, we're talking about logic. So the logic of the questions taught to us has helped us, but the values of a human being define him, yeah, defines him. Now, if you look at human being, it should be defines, but we know that the subject here is values. So the values of a human being define him. Got it? And you will see such sentences when you read editorials, when you read questions, practice questions, and you have to consciously focus on these things, that okay, this is a problem that I probably this is a mistake I can probably make. So very well done, guys, keep it up. All right, next this is, I think I've taught you earlier in the previous rule. Compound subject joined by either or, neither nor, not only but also ordinarily take verbs uh, agreeing in number with the nearer subject, right? So not only the example, look at the example, not only the students but also the teacher are learning or is learning. Not only the students but also the teacher are learning or is learning. So the same rule, when you see probability, you look at the noun which is closer to the verb, and that noun will decide the verb. So which is the closer noun? So neither the students, not only the students, but also the teacher is learning, right? So I think we have already covered these rules. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to bundle down the concepts for you so that you can understand. Okay, there are 5-6 concepts. Although there are 15 rules in this chapter, but there are only 5-6 concepts that we need to remember, and with that we can build up this topic, right? Very good. So that was rule number 8. Rule number 9, when the subject comes after the verb, make sure that the verb agrees with its subject, right? So guys, now you look at the sentences where you will see subject at the subject being used after the verb. Do you remember? uh, so see, basically this is another form of presentation of a sentence. I'll give you an example. Okay, what did I tell you? Always look for the subject first. Yes, guys, in the north of India, is the mighty Himalayas, are the mighty Himalayas. See, you know the rule, right? Direct speech, indirect speech, active sentence, passive sentence, right? So the sentence basically was, the mighty Himalayas are in the north of India, right? If we make the sentence, we would make it this way, right? We would keep the subject at the beginning. The mighty Himalayas are in the north of India. But then there is the other presentation, the reverse presentation of a sentence. In the north of India, is the mighty Himalayas or are the mighty Himalayas? See, if you do not find the subject in a sentence, this is going to happen. Now, if you just look at, blindly look at India, sir, we're talking about India here. No, we're talking about north here because you taught us के off से पहले वाला देखना है. तो यहाँ पे north को देख के is नहीं आना चाहिए था. That is blindly following the rules. But the first concept that I told you, always find the subject in the sentence, right? The word for which the sentence has been formed. The sentence is formed for what? The Himalayas. In the north of India are the mighty Himalayas. Similarly, in this school is enrolled, yeah, are enrolled several foreign students. Now, alien also means foreign, right? Not alien as in like Martian alien. Alien basically means who do not belong to Aliens means who do not belong to this country. So in this school is enrolled or are enrolled several alien students. In this school are enrolled several alien students. So sometimes when a reverse presentation is used in a sentence, you may find subject at the end. And when you see that, look for the subject and then decide your verb. For example, towards the west of India lie yeah lies a vast desert. Yes, guys. Now, yes, Kirtana, just give me a second. Please ask your doubt, Nikhil. In the west of India lie yeah lies a vast desert. Nikhil, I won't be able to do that in the middle of this in the middle of the session. I'll open the mic at the end if you want to, right? But not in the middle because the recording is going on, and there'll be more students who will be watching these sessions, in a recorded form later on. So I'll take your doubt in the end, or you can type your doubt in the chat box. Very good, Kunal. In the west of India lies right lies a vast desert. So basically the sentence was a vast desert lies in the west of India, right? So what he's done is he has reversed the presentation. So the doubt was, see, Kirthana, Sandeep, Kirtana, the logic was okay, sometimes you do not find the subject at the beginning of the sentence. So this is what he says: when the subject comes after the verb, and you have to look for the subject every time you read a sentence. So this sentence, if we made this sentence, we would have written the mighty Himalayas are in the north of India. But what the author tries to do is he tries to convey the same sentence in a reverse way, in a in an opposite way, where object is in the beginning and subject is at the end, right? Have you seen? So in the north of India, these are called prepositional phrases, right? So where the sentence starts with a preposition, right? According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What is the subject here, guys? There is no subject here up till now. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the desecration of Indian flag will not be taken lightly. This was the main sentence. That according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the desecration of Indian flag will not be taken lightly. The subject was the desecration, right? So sometimes you have to look for the subject, not sometimes, actually every time. You have to look for the subject that, for which noun the sentence has been made, formed, and then decide the verb accordingly. Got it? So when the subject falls after the verb in a sentence, the verb must agree with the subject only. That doesn't mean if some subject is at the end, the verb will be decided by object or any other word. Got it? So the logic is you have to find the subject in a sentence every time. Lies is singular, Navdeep. पहला रूल यही बताया था यार. सिंगुलर थर्ड पर्सन सिंगुलर के लिए हम वर्ब में क्या ऐड करते हैं? lie, lies. Yes, Navdeep. समझ आ गया नवदीप? Lies because desert is singular. Yes. डेजर्ट सिंगुलर है और सिंगुलर के लिए हमें क्या लगाना पड़ता है? वर्ब में एस ऐड करना होता है. डेसिक्रेशन ऑफ इंडियन फ्लैग की बात हो रही है. क्या बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा कलिन? व्हाट आर वी सेइंग? The ministers of according to the ministers of foreign affairs, the desecration of Indian flag will not be tolerated. What will not be tolerated? Indian flag will not be tolerated, or desecration of flag will not be tolerated? And we just did that. Off, we look at the noun before off, not after off. Remember, Kalint? Guys, please remember the concepts that we learn. Don't forget them as we go along. Next rule, guys. Now, this is what somebody was asking about, sir. How about, one, one of the boys or one of this. So guys, look at this. Look at these words. Now, these are 12 words that you must remember, right? And, they're very frequently asked in the paper. Now, what are these words? Each, I'll give you a trick to remember them. Each, everyone, everybody, someone, somebody, no one, nobody, anyone, anybody, one, any, and every. So one, any, and every. Now there are these 12 words, guys. So always remember that this is by far the most absolute rule of English language, and this rule will supersede every rule that there is, right? So the rule says if any of these words is at the beginning of a sentence, the verb will always be singular. If any of these words is at the beginning of a sentence, the verb will always be singular. Now I have not used always anywhere up till now, but this is the only rule that I'm using always for. Right? So I'll explain these words to you, each individually, every one, right? Each, pratek, everyone, har ek, everybody, har koi, someone, koi ek, somebody, koi ek bhi, no one, koi ek bhi nahi, nobody, koi bhi nahi, anyone, koi bhi ek, anybody, koi ek bhi, one, ek, any, koi, and every, har. So these words, they basically represent singularity in every sense of the word. So अब यहाँ पे कंफ्यूजन क्या होती है वो देखना गाइस. अब इनके बाद ना वो कई बार क्या करता है, ऑफ लगा के प्लूरल नाउन बनाता है. जैसे each of the students has submitted या have submitted. Have submitted the project. Yes guys, what should be the answer here? Each of the students has submitted or have submitted? Every one of the players was present there, were present there. No one of the contestants yes guys. Now this has to be understood that if these words become become the subject of a sentence, whatever is given to you ahead, forget everything, the verb will always be singular. Each of the students means students में से हर एक student, प्रत्येक. So that means individually every one of the students has submitted the project. Every one of the players was present there, were present there, was present there, right? No one of the contestants has arrived or have arrived. No, if we look at contestants, we feel it should be have, but looking at this word in the beginning, the verb will always be singular. Now guys, there is something else that I wanted to talk about. Now guys, if see guys, there's a peculiarity here. If these words are followed by of, right? If these words are followed by of, the next noun will always be plural, but only when they are followed by of. The next noun will always be plural because each of the students means you're talking about each one of them, right? So obviously you can't say each of the player. Can I say each of the player? Player is singular, right? So there is no point of saying each of the player. So each of the players, each of the students, no one of the participants, and no one of the contestants, right? So if these words are followed by of, the following noun is plural, but the verb will always be singular. But if these words are not followed by of, then the verb will noun will also be singular. For example, what do we say, Smile? Every human beings or every human being? Now, if there is no of there, then every human being has a moral duty to help each other, right? So every human being has a moral duty to help each other. Now, if there is no of here, then we will, if there is no of there, then we will remember that, the noun will also be singular, right? Verb to rahegi singular, usme to koi wo hai nahi, but the noun will also be singular. Now, Why did I tell you this? Because I think all of you have made this mistake in your lifetime. What mistake am I referring to? One of my friend, yes guys, has gone abroad or have gone abroad. One of my friend has gone abroad or have gone abroad. Has. Why? Because I'm talking about one, right? Very good. लेकिन जो मैं आपको फोकस करना चाह रहा था वो किसी ने शायद किसी एक नहीं ध्यान दिया है. वन ऑफ माई फ्रेंड होगा या वन ऑफ माई फ्रेंड्स होगा. और आप अपने आप से ऑनेस्टली पूछ के बताना आपने अपनी लाइफ टाइम में क्या बोला है. वन ऑफ माई फ्रेंड इज कमिंग टू पिक मी अप, वन ऑफ माई फ्रेंड्स इज कमिंग टू पिक मी अप. और ऑनेस्टली अपने मन से पूछ के बताना कि सर क्या बोला है आज तक हमने. ठीक है, दैट विल टेल यू कि हम कहाँ गलतियां करते हैं, कैसे गलतियां करते हैं. एंड बी ऑनेस्ट अबाउट इट. फ्रेंड्स बोला है सभी ने. एटलीस्ट ज्योति है जो मतलब एक्सेप्ट करती है कि सर हाँ गलत हुआ है. दैट्स ओके, परफेक्ट. देखिए यार मुझे सही बता के मिलना क्या है, एक बात बताओ ना. आई एम नॉट जजिंग यू. कोई कौन बनेगा करोड़पति नहीं खेल रहे, है ना, कि सही आंसर देना है सर को. राइट, जस्ट बी ट्रूथफुल टू योरसेल्फ कि आपने सच में अपने इंस्टिंक्ट से पूछो. वन ऑफ माय कॉलीग या वन ऑफ माय कॉलीग्स. वन ऑफ माय कॉलीग्स इज हैज रिजाइंड. हम बोलते क्या है, वन ऑफ माय कॉलीग हैज रिजाइंड. वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड इज गोइंग अब्रॉड. वन ऑफ माय फैमिली मेंबर इज कमिंग. वन ऑफ माय बुक इज मिसिंग. बट वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड द कॉन्टेक्स्ट देयर कि हम गलत क्यों बोल रहे हैं वहां पे. बिकॉज वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट वन आउट ऑफ मेनी, राइट. सो वन आउट ऑफ मेनी ही हो सकता है, वन आउट ऑफ वन थोड़ी हो सकता है. कैन आई से वन ऑफ माई फ्रेंड, मेरे एक दोस्त में से एक दोस्त अब्रॉड जा रहा है. कैन वी से दैट? बट वी डू से दैट. मैंने आज मैं आपको कितनी सारी चीजें ऐसी बता दी जो आपने बचपन से गलत सीखी हैं, गलत बोली हुई है. राइट. आपको तो मुझे मतलब ना थैंक यू बोलना चाहिए कि सर थैंक यू. नहीं नहीं, मतलब दैट इज माई जॉब यार. लेकिन द पॉइंट इज, सी दैट इज टारगेटेड अप्रोच. व्हेन यू नो, अच्छा थैंक यू लिख रहे थे ज्योति. थैंक थैंक डन लिख के रुक गए. दैट्स ओके, परफेक्टली ऑलराइट. थैंक यू. अरे कहीं मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ यार. आई एम जस्ट किडिंग. नो थैंक यू, नॉट येट. You can thank me when you get this job. Okay, when you come out successful, when you really feel that we have learned something useful here, that is when you can thank me. ठीक है, तो मैं अभी थैंक यू नहीं ले रहा हूँ आपका. I would love to meet you. I would love to see you in the Hall of Fame, right? And then I would take your thank you. ठीक है, with a lot of pleasure and with a lot of proudness in my heart. Okay, then I would say that yes, we have we have served our purpose here. Otherwise, सुबह 10 से 3 it's a long day, right? It's 5 घंटे बोलना, 5 घंटे पढ़ना, फिर उसके बाद पता नहीं कितना कुछ करना उसके बाद, all that will go to vain. See, unless we are able to prove ourselves. So the whole point is to be able to execute what you are learning here. And I'm pointing out those key points, key mistakes that you make in your daily life, and you will see the same mistakes are being targeted in the exam as well. जो मुझे कोई कह रहा था ना सर ये जो एक्सेप्शनल रूल्स होते हैं उन पे क्वेश्चन बनते हैं, ये रूल्स हैं और ये एक्सेप्शंस हैं. मैं आपको वो सारी चीजें खोल खोल के बता रहा हूँ कि ये गलतियां करते हो आप, और वो पेपर में इसी को आपके सामने रखेगा लाके. अगर वहां क्लिक नहीं की ये चीज, कोई गलती नहीं दिखेगी. मेरे को एक स्टूडेंट ने कॉल पे बोला कि सर what happens is, I have done all the concepts of I've learned all the rules of grammar, but when I look at the sentence, right, in the paper or in a mock test, I'm not able to find the mistake, because it seems that the whole sentence is absolutely correct. There's nothing wrong there. But when I tell them, okay, can this be right? Then it clicks them, oh, sorry, this is that rule. Oh, okay, I know the rule, but I'm not able to use it. So there's no point of doing that. Getting my point here? So the point to learn something is to be able to use it at the end of the day. So please use these concepts, use these learnings that we are sharing here, and this will definitely help you. Sabhi ke saath hota hai Kalin, not just you. Everybody faces the same situation. Practice is the key, not important, Kapil. Practice is the key. It's like learning how to. I'll give you a simple example. I'll give you a simple analogy. Let's say if you want to learn how to play cricket, you go to a great coach. You go to Sachin Tendulkar's coach, right? And you ask him, sir, please teach us, please make me Sachin Tendulkar. So what he'll do is he'll teach you all the skills in 1 month. This is how you hold a bat. This is how this is how you play this shot. This is cover drive. This is square cut. Blah blah blah. So all that will be taught to you in 1 month. But do you think after that 1 month you are ready to be Sachin Tendulkar? Right? What is left in between? Hours and hours of net practice. Then that is your practicing your questions. Then probably then you will represent your district one day, not state, not national, not international, your school or probably your district, right? You perform there, you play many district, that are your mock tests. So you perform there, you look at your performance, you improve, and then one day you represent your state. Then you perform again, those are your full length mock tests. Then you keep on performing better and better, keep getting better, and then there is one day you will be selected for international. Got it? So if it's a simple process. Everybody plays cricket. Why don't you go and play cricket, international cricket then? The point is the hard work that you need to put in between. That is the key. So concepts are not, they're the backbone, but you have to walk through your will. Getting my point? So concepts are the backbone of your understanding, but you need your legs, you need your intention to walk, right? So conscious decision to practice, that is very important. Enough moral talk. So is this rule clear to everyone? Yes? Thumbs up if it is. चलो देख लेते हैं आपको कितना क्लियर हुआ है. सब अच्छे से समझ रहे हो ना आप लोग? Right? Let's see. अच्छा पकड़ गए हो बात को. याद है 1+1 करने की एबिलिटी सिर्फ किसके पास होती है? वेरी वेल डन. चलो खुशी हो रही होगी ना कि यार चलो सर ने चैलेंज किया और हमने ठीक भी कर दिया, राइट? वेरी वेल डन गाइस. योर आंसर्स आर एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग. मुझे मजे आते हैं इस चीज में. क्यों? बिकॉज आई वांट टू पुश यू अहेड. क्यों भाई? आर क्यों लिखा आपने? सर एंड है वहां पे. मैंने आपको ये बोला था कि एंड का मतलब ये नहीं है कि जहां एंड दिख जाए वहां आंख बंद करके आर लगा देना. बट आई थिंक यू आर फॉलोइंग दैट. आई डिड टेल यू कि एंड के बाद सिंगुलर भी आ सकता है, एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ दो सिचुएशंस. मैंने आपको अभी भी बोला था कि मैंने सिर्फ एक रूल में ऑलवेज यूज किया है. दिस इज द रूल. इफ एनी ऑफ दीज वर्ड्स इज एट द बिगिनिंग ऑफ अ सेंटेंस, blindly believe that the verb will always be singular. हिंदी में समझाता हूँ, सुनना. प्रत्येक लड़का और प्रत्येक लड़की वहां मौजूद थे या वहां मौजूद था? There goes your question. ठीक है? Yes, Srinivas, this is one of that class for 3 weeks, but this is only the only class that will be live on YouTube. This is just to present to you what we are going to learn in these sessions and how we are going to cover them, right? So got it. Yes guys, अब बताओ इस क्यों आया? क्योंकि सर these words are specifically formed for individuality, right? They represent individuality and they are created to focus on individuality. So that's why I said if these words are at the beginning of a sentence, blindly believe that the verb will always be singular. Somebody in the, in one of the previous rules, somebody was asking me, sir, one of wala kya rahega? Have you understood the context now? Have I answered your query? I forgot the name, who it was. Right. Chalo. So guys, ready for another challenge? हो जाए? शर्त लग गई. देखते हैं कि कौन सही आंसर देता है, कौन गलत देता है. चैलेंज हो जाए? श्योर? मतलब आई इतना तो मैं जान गया हूँ आपको ना, सुबह से हम साथ में, तो आई थिंक आई कैन पुट दिस टू यू. राइट? आर यू रेडी? श्योर? सोच लेना है यार, देखो कहीं गलत हो जाए और फिर बुरा लगे आपको. आई होप योर ईगोज डोंट गेट हर्ट, है ना? क्या बात कर रहे हो सर? आरबीआई की तैयारी कर रहे हैं. वेरी गुड. ठीक है, तो देखते हैं, चलो चलो। इस रूल में हमने क्या देखा कि अगर ये वर्ड सेंटेंस की शुरुआत में आएंगे, राइट, तो हमेशा हमेशा वर्ब क्या रहेगी, सिंगुलर, राइट। नाउ लेट मी गिव यू अ फ्यू मोर वर्ड्स एंड देन यू डिसाइड कि अब वर्ब क्या रहनी चाहिए, ठीक है। एक काउंटर रूल है। वर्ड सुनना आप ध्यान से, एंड यू कैन इवन नोट देम डाउन या जस्ट एब्जॉर्ब देम, राइट। सो द वर्ड्स आर सम, some, all, none, majority, remainder, most, rest, right? तो अब इन वर्ड्स में हमने the words which we did in the rule number 10, the verb will always be singular, right? But the words I just told you, some, all, none, majority, remainder, most, rest. So what do you think, guys? What should be the verb when we use those words? Singular or plural? Yes, Smile. इस्माइल करके अच्छे से जल्दी से आंसर बता दो. Just kidding. Yes, Varsha? Singular or plural? Okay. अब जो आंसर नहीं दे रहे ये मत सोचना कि सर हम बच गए हैं. मैं देख रहा हूँ मैं, ठीक है. सिर्फ एक ही बच्चे ने सही आंसर दिया है. हाँ जी गाइस, सबको लग रहा था सर ये तो प्लूरल होने चाहिए. आई थिंक इट सीम्ड के द वर्ब शुड बी प्लूरल विद देम, बिकॉज सर सम, ऑल तो मतलब सारे होते हैं ना, राइट. स्माइल, तो वो थ्री इडियट देखी है ना आपने, है ना, उसमें गाना सुना है वो, ऑल इज वेल. अब ऑल इज वेल कैसे फिर? कैमरा बंद करके नहीं भागना है, अभी मैंने बोला था तुम्हें, दिस इज नॉट फेयर. यस, वर्षा, ज्योति. नाउ हाउ कम ऑल इज वेल? नहीं, इट्स ओके, परफेक्टली ऑलराइट. देखो गलतियों से ही सीखते हैं. वो प्रोवर्ब्स एडवर्ब्स प्रोवर्ब सुनिए सबने. टू बी ह्यूमन इज टू अर्र, राइट, एंड टू फॉरगिव इज टू बी डिवाइन. सुने ये चीज, कि इंसान गलतियों के लिए ही बना है, गलतियों से सीखने के लिए ही बना है, और उसी से हम सबसे अच्छा सीख पाते हैं. सो आई मेक यू मेक मिस्टेक्स सो दैट यू लर्न फ्रॉम देम, राइट. रूल तो मैं यार अब तक मैं पता नहीं 3 चैप्टर और खत्म कर सकता था अगर रूल ही पढ़ाने होते तो, राइट. हमें लगा कि सर प्लूरल होना चाहिए, रीजन बीइंग क्योंकि सर फीलिंग वो प्लूरल वाली आ रही थी ना. अब आते हैं उस रूल पे, ठीक है. ये जो मैं आपको वर्ड्स बता रहा था, जॉट डाउन करना, मतलब ये लिखे हुए हैं वैसे तो, बट देखना एक बार. सम, ऑल, नन, पार्ट, majority, रिमाइंडर, परसेंटेज, फ्रैक्शन, ये मैथमेटिक्स वाला, राइट. फॉर एग्जांपल 20%, 30%, फ्रैक्शन मींस 1/3, 2/3, राइट. मोस्ट एंड रेस्ट. नाउ दीज वर्ड्स कैन नॉट डिसाइड द वर्ब. ये पहली इंस्टिंक्ट है गाइस, जब ये पहला एग्जांपल है, जब मैं देखो अब तक मैंने आपको क्या बोला है कि जब भी ऑफ दिखेगा ना आपको, तो आपको इसके बाद वाला नाउन नहीं देखना, इसके पहले वाला नाउन देखना है, राइट. मैंने अब तक यही बोला हमेशा. लेकिन अब सुनना, ये अकेला ऐसे ये रूल है, ये सिर्फ कुछ ऐसे वर्ड्स हैं जिनके साथ आप पहले वाले नाउन को नहीं, इनके बाद वाले नाउन को देख के वर्ब डिसाइड करोगे. एंड व्हाई इज दैट? देखना वर्षा, ऑल ऑफ द मेंबर्स इज हेयर या आर हेयर. सर ऑल ऑफ द मेंबर्स हैं तो आर ही आना चाहिए, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. बट अगर मैं बोलता हूं ऑल ऑफ द फैमिली, यस, इज हेयर या आर हेयर? क्यों अब इज क्यों ज्योति? सर फैमिली है ना, सिंगुलर है, वो मुझे तो पता है. बट पहली वो जो इंस्टिंक्ट थी कि सर प्लूरल आना चाहिए इनके साथ, वो क्यों थी वो समझो. दैट इज द प्रेजुडिस दैट वी दैट वी हैव, कि हम पहले ही प्रेजुडिस लेके चल रहे हैं अपने दिमाग में कि यार हाँ इसके साथ तो प्लूरल ही होएगा. क्यों सर, ऑल तो सारे होते हैं ना. आप हिंदी कर जाते हो बहुत जल्दी, लेकिन आप लॉजिक को वहां पे नहीं समझ रहे, हम क्या कंटेक्स्ट कैसे बनते हैं. हाँ जी. नीरज, सम ऑफ द फूड इज लेफ्ट या आर लेफ्ट? लेकिन अगर मैं यहीं पे ये बोल देता, some of my friends इज कमिंग ओवर या आर कमिंग ओवर, कि मेरे तो कुछ दोस्त आ रहे हैं मिलने के लिए ऐसे ना, तो सम ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स इज कमिंग ओवर या आर कमिंग ओवर। सो सी, तो पहली बार हम देख रहे हैं कि जो ऑफ से पहले जो नाउन था वो वर्ब को डिसाइड नहीं कर पा रहा है, जो ऑफ के बाद जो नाउन आ रहा है वो वर्ब को डिसाइड कर रहा है। एंड दीज आर द ओनली वर्ड्स दैट यू वुड यू नीड टू रिमेंबर। ठीक है। अब इन वर्ड्स को मैं पर्सनली बताएं क्या बोलता हूँ, धोखेबाज वर्ड्स, ये बहुत धोखा देते हैं। राइट, बिकॉज सुनते ही पहले इंस्टिंक्ट क्या थी, हाँ हाँ प्लूरल है सर, कोई चांस ही नहीं है इनका सिंगुलर होने का, राइट। बट ये आपके सामने है। बोला सर आप कहाँ थे रूल्स आज तक, ये कहाँ थे, ये कौन सी बुक से पढ़ा रहे हो आप ये रूल्स। ठीक है, ये वो बुक है जो आपके पेपर में आती है। ठीक है, ये मैं आपको ग्रामर बुक से नहीं पढ़ा रहा, ये मैं वो पढ़ा रहा हूँ जो आपके एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं। राइट, जो एग्जाम में गलतियां बनते हैं। तो बताओ किस किस वर्ड से एग्जाम्पल बनाने का, प्लीज डू डू टेल। मेजोरिटी, फ्रैक्शन, परसेंटेज, किससे बनाना है, मोस्ट, रेस्ट। I'll make a few more sentences to convince you more. फ्रैक्शन मतलब सब्जेक्ट ही डिसाइड करेगा एक्सेप्ट ईच एवरी वाले का। हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल, एब्सोल्युटली, नवदीप बिल्कुल सही बोल रहे हो, फ्रैक्शन वाला करें। चलो, हाँ जी, फ्रैक्शन वो मैथमेटिक्स वाला जो हम बोल रहे थे ना, फॉर एग्जांपल वन थर्ड ऑफ द एरिया इज वैकेंट या आर वैकेंट। एक तिहाई एरिया, सो वन थर्ड ऑफ द एरिया इज वैकेंट या आर वैकेंट, एंड वन थर्ड ऑफ द वोटर्स has not voted or have not voted this year. Yes, guys. One third of the area is vacant or are vacant? Is vacant. One third of the voters have not voted. Sorry, have not voted this year. ठीक है, कोई और किसी से रिमाइंडर ऑफ द मूवी वाज वेरी बोरिंग, रिमाइंडर ऑफ द आइटम्स विल बी डिलीवर्ड टू यू, राइट। जिससे बनाना है मैं बना सकता हूँ आपके लिए यहाँ पे। मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स make या makes this mistake. Yes guys, quickly in the chat box. Most of the students make this mistake, makes this mistake. Most of the students, वन थर्ड नहीं, वन थर्ड होगा वो जब न्यूमरेटर एक से ज्यादा होता है ना, तब वो प्लूरल बनाया जाता है। कपिल, जब वो अगर ऐसे होता है ना, न्यूमरेटर अगर एक से ज्यादा हो, फिर हम बोलते हैं टू थर्ड्स या थ्री फिफ्थ या फोर फिफ्थ। जब न्यूमरेटर प्लूरल होता है तब हम उसको प्लूरल बनाते हैं। रीजन बीइंग, देखो वन थर्ड का मतलब एक तिहाई हिस्सा, तीन मतलब एक पूरा पार्ट है उसको। चलो मैथमेटिकली समझाता हूँ यार आपको, कैसे ऐसे तो नहीं समझ आएगा। वन थर्ड बेसिकली क्या होता है वर्षा, पूरे में से एक तिहाई हिस्सा। सो दिस इज वन थर्ड, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, मैथमेटिकली ठीक बोल रहा हूँ। सो वन आउट ऑफ द थ्री पार्ट्स, दैट इज वन थर्ड, राइट। सो वन आउट ऑफ थ्री। बट अगर मैं बोलता हूं टू थर्ड्स, सो टू पार्ट होंगे, टू पार्ट्स होंगे। सो टू थर्ड नहीं होता, टू थर्ड्स होता है। कभी भी हम क्या बोलते हैं, कभी भी हम ये फ्रैक्शन को इंग्लिश में लिखते हैं ना, तो न्यूमरेटर अगर प्लूरल हो तो उसको प्लूरल बना के रखा जाता है। इंग्लिश में टू थर्ड्स होता है, लेकिन आपने शायद आई डोंट नो क्या बोला है आज तक, नीरज, टू थर्ड बोला है, टू थर्ड्स बोला है। सर वो मत पूछो अभी क्या बोला है, हमें पता लग गया है। टू थर्ड्स होता है, टू थर्ड नहीं होता जब न्यूमरेटर प्लूरल होता है तब। ठीक है, हाँ, लेकिन जब सिंगुलर है तब उसको वन थर्ड ही बोला जाता है। वन थर्ड, वन फोर्थ, वन फिफ्थ, राइट। अब इसमें भी कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ने गलती कर दी, मेक्स बोल रहे हैं। मेक्स क्यों, पर सम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स, स्टूडेंट्स को देखेंगे ना हम, स्टूडेंट्स प्लूरल है तो प्लूरल के लिए मेक्स आएगा या मेक आएगा, पर हर्ष, मंजुला, प्लीज एक बार दोबारा क्लैरिफाई कर दो मेरे को ये चीज। उत्कर्ष, उत्कर्ष आप भी, आई थिंक यू आर लूजिंग इंटरेस्ट नाउ, गलतियां कर रहे हो तो। स्माइल, मेक्स, फिर वही गलती कर रहे हो स्माइल। ऑल इज वेल, हाँ कल वो बताता हूँ। ऑल इज वेल का वो गाने का क्या मतलब था, कल पूछ रहा सर वो 3 इडियट्स को मैं लिखूं एक बार आमिर खान को, क्यों? तो भाई इंग्लिश में पढ़ के आया हूँ सर से, ठीक है अपनी इंग्लिश ठीक कर लो। तो नहीं नहीं, तो ऑल इज वेल कब, जैसे वो क्या बोल रहा है, देखो मैं अगर इन जनरल आपसे पूछूं लाइफ में कि कपिल हाउ इज एवरीथिंग, मतलब सब कैसा चल रहा है, आप क्या बोलोगे? सर ऑल इज वेल, मतलब जिंदगी में, मेरी जिंदगी में सब ठीक है, राइट? सो दैट इज ऑल इज वेल। लेकिन अगर मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ ज्योति, जैसे मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ कि यार घर पे सब कैसे हैं, घर पे फैमिली मेंबर्स सब कैसे हैं, तो अब आप क्या बोलोगे? सर ऑल इज वेल या ऑल आर वेल? ऑल आर वेल, राइट? तो ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट पे डिपेंड करता है आप किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बोल रहे हो। तो ऑल इज वेल में हमें पता नहीं लग रहा सर वो किसके लिए बोल रहा है, लेकिन वो कॉन्टेक्स्ट के अकॉर्डिंग देखना होता है। क्लियर है कलन? सो ऑल इज वेल। हाँ कपिल, तो मैंने वही बता दिया अभी आपको, क्लियर हो गया अभी? राइट। सो क्या सर, क्या बढ़िया एग्जांपल देते हो आप ना, मजे आ जाते हैं आपके एग्जांपल सुन के। Hmm, चलें आगे। इज दिस क्लियर टू एवरीवन? ये वाले रूल्स क्लियर हो गए? रेस्ट ऑफ द participants have left, rest of the cash, rest of the money has been transferred in your account. So the next noun will decide the verb when a sentence begins with any of these words. याद रह जाएंगे, ये थोड़ा सा याद रखने पड़ते हैं। some, all, none, मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स में सब्जेक्ट क्या हुआ नवदीप? स्टूडेंट्स प्लूरल है, और प्लूरल के लिए हम जब वर्ब की फर्स्ट फॉर्म यूज करते हैं तो एस ई एस लगाते हैं या नहीं लगाते? सिंगुलर में एस ई एस लगाते थे, राइट? चलो मैं एग्जांपल लिख ही देता हूँ यार आपके लिए। यस गाइस, मोस्ट ऑफ द, ये देखो ये मोस्ट है, ये रहा वर्ड, ठीक है? अब इनमें हमने क्या देखना था कि हम नेक्स्ट नाउन को देखेंगे। तो मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स मेक दिस मिस्टेक और मेक्स दिस मिस्टेक। मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स, सॉरी अरे यार मैंने गलत काट दिया इसको। यस, बिकॉज स्टूडेंट्स इज प्लूरल, अब प्लूरल के लिए हम कोई वर्ब में कुछ ऐड नहीं करते। क्लियर हुआ नवदीप? और तभी मैंने वो पहली चीज यही बताई थी आपको कोई भी रूल शुरू करने से पहले, क्योंकि मैंने कहा था ये चीजें आएंगी अब। गॉट इट। चलो गाइस आगे बढ़े, 2-3 रूल बचे हैं गाइस, देन वी कैन रैप अप द सेशन। तो आज हमने 2-3 टॉपिक कर लिए, पार्ट्स ऑफ स्पीच, स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ सेंटेंसेस, सब्जेक्ट वर्ब एग्रीमेंट, ठीक है? एंड टुमारो ऑनवर्ड्स फिर हम जो इम्पोर्टेंट आपके जैसे प्रोनाउंस के, टेंसेस के, कंडीशनल सेंटेंसेस के, एडवांस वर्ब के, ये हम कल कवर करेंगे। देन डे आफ्टर टुमारो देन वी वुड बी कवरिंग द थर्ड पार्ट, दैट इज एडजेक्टिव, एडवर्ब, determiners, intensifiers, and your articles. Then on fourth day we will cover prepositions, complex prepositions, phrasal verbs, and then we will move towards on the last day we will move towards reading comprehension, close test, rearrangement, parajumbles, and double fillers, and new type of questions that we have seen in the last few years in the exam. Okay, so that will thoroughly, or that will comprehensively cover your preparation strategy, right? I mean your preparation journey. Then you would be required to, yes Kunal, अभी आ रहे हैं, don't worry, शांति रखो, अभी कर रहे हैं। yes, we are going to solve PYQs, अभी है इसमें, मैं देख लेता हूँ, है ना? yes, ये देखो 2022 के क्वेश्चंस हैं, आज ही करवाऊंगा अभी इसी सेशन में ही, ठीक है? 2021 के, 2018 के, एंड जो भी इस टॉपिक पे जो भी क्वेश्चंस मुझे मिले प्रीवियस ईयर में वो मैं आपको करवाऊंगा आज ही, ठीक है? तो यू विल सी के एग्जाम में कैसे लेवल पे कैसे क्वेश्चंस बनते हैं। गॉट इट? चलो हाँ जी। हाँ, अब ये एक एक्सप्रेशन है जो आपको समझना है। एक है अ नंबर ऑफ और एक है द नंबर ऑफ। अब ये ऐसे पर्टिकुलर रूल्स बन जाते हैं जो आपको ऐसे याद रखने पड़ते हैं। ओके, अ नंबर ऑफ और द नंबर ऑफ का क्या मतलब होता है गाइस? अ इज अ रैंडम नंबर। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं बोलता हूँ अ नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स आर अ नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स आर वेटिंग आउटसाइड, इस सेंटेंस का क्या मतलब है नीरज, वर्षा? अ नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स आर वेटिंग आउटसाइड, क्या मतलब है इसका? कि बहुत सारे बच्चे बाहर वेट कर रहे हैं, am I right? लेकिन वो कितने सारे हैं, मतलब उनका नंबर कितना है वो डेफिनेट नहीं है, राइट? सो अ नंबर बेसिकली रेफर्स टू a plural number, an amount of people or an amount of something. So a number of, which is an indefinite number, ठीक है, it always takes a plural verb. जबकि अगर मैं ये बोलता हूं the number of students who cracked this exam is 183 या are 183, क्या आना चाहिए ज्योति? The number of students who cracked this exam is 183 या are 183? के जिन बच्चों ने ये एग्जाम क्रैक किया है उनकी संख्या कितनी है? वो संख्या है 183. द नंबर ऑफ कोविड केसेस इन द कंट्री इज अराउंड was around 1 crore or were around 1 crore. The number of cases, the number of COVID-19 cases in the country was around 1 crore or were around 1 crore. So basically the logic is basically, you know, refers to an unknown number, whereas the talks about a particular specific number. So a number of cases has been or have been registered against the politicians. A number of cases has been or have been registered against the politicians. Very well done. A number of cases मतलब बहुत सारे cases. अब समझ आ रहा है unknown number क्यों बोल रहा हूं मैं? कितने cases हैं वो clear नहीं है, but ये पता है कि वो बहुत सारे हैं, right? So a number of cases have been registered against the politicians, but the number of amendments, made to the constitution, the number of amendments made to the constitutions is are numerous. क्या आना चाहिए guys? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जितने अमेंडमेंट्स किए गए हैं, राइट, जो बदलाव किए गए हैं, जो चेंजेस किए गए हैं, वो जो संख्या है वो बहुत सारी है. सो द नंबर ऑफ अमेंडमेंट्स मेड टू द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इज न्यूमरस और आर न्यूमरस. अब ये आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा इस तरह से, क्योंकि ये क्लिक नहीं करता है. दिस इज समथिंग वी हैव नेवर बीन टॉट, दैट अ नंबर ऑफ विल ऑलवेज टेक अ प्लूरल वर्ब, whereas the number of, which talks about a specific number, one particular digit, right, now it will always take a singular verb. The number of students watching the session is around 60, around 70, around 80, right? Lekin a number of students has joined the course or a number of students have joined this course to complete their preparation. So this has to be carefully followed from today onwards. The number of newspapers or the number of articles about the number of articles about India printed in foreign media is too many or are too many? The number of cases are too many? नहीं, is too many. लेकिन a number of articles is written every day or are written every day regarding this. अगर मैं a number बोल रहा हूं तो plural, the number बोल रहा हूं तो singular. Guys, is this clear? Thumbs up if it is. Yes, thank you. All right. Next. ये आई थिंक ये चीज तो मैंने आपको सबसे पहले ही बताई थी, मुझे पता था ये कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट है. द वर्ब टेक्स SES when it is used in the third person singular of the present tense, right? For example, Raman plays football, she works really hard, but for plural, they play really well, you work diligently, right? So for singular person, right, singular third person, in present tense. Guys, this rule will not apply to past tense or future tense. Please remember this. This rule applies only to present tense when we are using first form of verb. So, so this I think we have covered. Is this clear to everyone? I think I told this earlier, but is there any confusion in this? Or can we move ahead? Perfect. And last rule for this chapter, the expression one of, the number of, and a number of are always followed by many. This is wrong. ये गलत दिया हुआ है उसने, मतलब गलत बना दिया, सॉरी. वन अ नंबर ऑफ तो हमेशा प्लूरल रहता है. वन ऑफ अच्छा इज ऑलवेज फॉलोड बाय प्लूरल नाउन्स. अच्छा ये भी मैंने आपको बता दिया, सॉरी मैं प्लूरल वर्ब देख रहा था. So guys, this is I told you, right? Okay, we did that in rule number 10, I think, that each of, every one of, if those words are followed by of, the following noun will be plural. Remember, each of the student or each of the students, Neeraj? Each of the students, one of my friend or one of my friends, one of my friends, one of my colleagues. So same वही rule कह रहा है, okay? ये जो तीन phrases हैं, one of the number of and a number of are always followed by plural nouns. Now verb may differ. The number of के साथ verb रहेगी singular. A number of के साथ अभी अभी हमने किया verb रहेगी plural. One of the के साथ verb रहेगी singular. लेकिन this is what they are conveying, that one of the girl is absent या one of the girls is absent. A number of book were stolen. A number of books were stolen. The number of apples, apple या apples. The number of apples was not rotten. ये वैसे गलत sentence है. There has to be specific number, right? So basically what they are saying is these phrases also are followed by, when they are followed by of, they're followed by a plural noun, right? So these were your rules for subject verb agreement. So can I ask you 14 बताना? 14 वो हमने नवदीप लेक्चर की स्टार्टिंग में किया था वो रूल, राइट? तो एक बार आप सेशन दोबारा से शुरू से देखना, वहां पे आपको मिल जाएगा. ठीक है. 13th रूल कलिंद, अच्छा ये मिस कर देगा हमने. द नंबर ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट ऑफ अ सेंटेंस, अच्छा हाँ, देयर और हेयर, ये भी वैसे. अच्छा ये वो डेमोन्स्ट्रेटिव सेंटेंसेस याद है गाइस? दिस, दैट, दीज, दोज, देयर, हेयर और इट. Remember those sentences which we use for demonstration. So what they're saying is, if a sentence begins with there, right, there cannot decide the subject, right? Though you have to look at the subject in the later part of the sentence. So there are times, yeah, there is times. There are times when she is lonely. There are 6 school days in a week. So there is someone at the door, yeah, there are someone at the door. Neeraj. There is someone at the door, yeah, there are someone at the door. Very good. Yes, Barsha, here is, yeah, here are your clothes. There has been or there have been incessant rain in North India for the past few days. But क्या आना चाहिए guys? So when a sentence begins with there or here, they cannot decide the verb. So there is someone at the door. Here are, yeah, there are your clothes. There has or have. There has been or there have been. Sorry, there has been. Yeah, there have been. There has been incessant rain. Right. So see, the same logic can progress to a difficult sentence as well. So you need not worry about the language of the sentence. You worry about the logic of the sentence. So there has been or there have been. Subject is written after helping verbs. Yes, that is true, Kapil. So in demonstrative sentences, the subjects are used after the helping verb, because you are basically, शुरू में जो मैंने आप करवा रहा था कपिल, जो स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ अ सेंटेंस, उस टाइम पे ये चीज हमने डिस्कस की थी शायद, राइट? That in demonstrative sentences, interrogative sentences, you find subjects after the verb, right? I mean, the helping verb is used before the subject. So that is where I told you this. So if a sentence begins with there or here, the verb is decided by the next noun. Got it? चलो इस पे एक इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन पूछूं, आंसर कर पाओगे? चैलेंज हो जाए? पक्का? ऑलराइट. Okay, guys. Let's see if you are able to find this. इस कैसे इतनी सारी चीजें हैं और एंड लगा हुआ है यार. अ पेन, अ पेंसिल, अ बुक, अ डायरी. कितनी सारी चीजें हैं मेरे बैग में. तब भी इजी आएगा. सर अब हम समझ आ गए, जब भी आप क्वेश्चन पूछो जो आंसर हमें लग रहा है उसका उल्टा बोल देंगे हम. ठीक है, हमें पता है वही आंसर होने वाला है. ये स्ट्रैटेजी भी सही है. नहीं नहीं, मतलब what my point was, if you were listening to this carefully, if a sentence begins with there, we have to look at the next noun, the first noun in progression that comes your way. So the first noun will decide the verb. There is a pen, a pencil, a book, and a diary in my bag. Exactly, Kapil. Very well done. So that is what I wanted to ask you. आपकी बार तो आप सब जीते हो यार. आपकी बार तो सबने सही आंसर दिया. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Very well done. Good job, guys. So हाँ, जो मैं आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता था, ये वैसे मैं आपको कल करवाऊंगा, बट आई जस्ट वांटेड टू गिव यू सम फूड फॉर थॉट. ओके, सबको हैज लग रहा है. ही इज वन ऑफ दोज पर्संस हु yes guys, so you have two sentences in front of you. He is the person who has helped me a lot or who have helped me a lot, and second is he is one of those persons who has helped me a lot or who have helped me a lot. My basic question to you is, what is the subject of the sentence? Who is the subject here? Yes, Jyoti. I'm asking about who is the subject in this sentence. If you have a keen eye, very good, Jyoti, you'll be able to. देखो ये आ गया ना, मुझे लग रहा था कि कुछ ना वही तो कोई तो बोलेगा कि सर ही सब्जेक्ट है. Now this is a typical example of a compound sentence, guys, जिसको हम relative sentences भी बोलते हैं. ठीक है, ये relative sentences क्या होते हैं? ये दिखने में एक ही sentence जैसा दिखेगा आपको, लेकिन एक बार अपने आप से एक बार पूछ के देखो. Just ask yourself, is this only one sentence or is this a combination of two clauses? He is the person. Which person? He is the person who has helped me a lot. So don't you think these are two different clauses put together? So agar, if you understand these are two clauses combined, so there should be there shall be two subjects, right? And there shall be two verbs. So he is the subject for the first clause, right? So he के लिए is यहाँ आ चुका है, लेकिन he is the person. Now the subject for second clause is the person. He is the person who has helped me a lot, right? Then in the next question, he is, the verb for he is this, but he is one of those persons. Now, if you still think that he is the subject for the second clause, that is where it is flawed. That is where the problem is, right? This is where he tries to confuse you in the exam. So he's one of those persons who have helped me a lot. Now, what does this mean? मैं दोनों सेंटेंस की हिंदी बताता हूँ, सुनना आप ध्यान से. He is the person. ये वो इंसान है जिसने मेरी बहुत मदद की है. ये वो इंसान है. कौन सा इंसान? जिसने मेरी बहुत मदद की है. बट सेकंड सेंटेंस की हिंदी सुनना, ये उन लोगों में से एक इंसान है. तो ही इज वन ऑफ दोज पर्संस का मतलब क्या है? ये उन लोगों में से एक इंसान है. कौन से लोग? जिन्होंने मेरी बहुत मदद की है. तो ऐसा ऐसा तो नहीं है कि एक ही इंसान ने मदद की होगी आपकी जिंदगी भर में, और लोग भी हैं जिन्होंने आपकी मदद की है, की हो सकती है, राइट? तो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ भाई, पापा ने मदद की है, मम्मी ने मदद की है, फ्रेंड्स ने मदद की है, फैमिली मेंबर्स ने मदद की है, और कोई एक कॉलीग भी उसने मदद की। तो आप कह रहे हो यार ये उन लोगों में से है जिसने मेरी बहुत मदद की है जिंदगी में से। तो ये उन लोगों में से है, कौन से लोग? जिन लोगों ने मेरी बहुत मदद की है। अब आपको ये चीज अब समझनी है कि जब आपको ऐसे कनेक्टेड सेंटेंसेस मिलते हैं, तो याद रखना ऐसे में आपको हर क्लॉज का अलग एक सब्जेक्ट ढूंढना होता है, और उस सब्जेक्ट के अकॉर्डिंग आपको वर्ब डिसाइड करनी पड़ती है। सो ही इज वन ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स, she is one of the she is one of the few people who has supported women empowerment, or who have supported women empowerment through and through। वन शुरू में तो नहीं आ रहा ना कपिल। मैंने आपको ये बोला था कि अगर वो सेंटेंस की स्टार्टिंग में आ जाए, ना व्हाट आई सेड वाज कि अगर वन सेंटेंस की स्टार्टिंग में आता, अगर ये सेंटेंस ऐसे होता ना, वन ऑफ दोज पर्संस, फिर आता वन ऑफ दोज पर्संस हैज हैज चीटेड मी, फिर हैज लगाते हैं। वन ऑफ दोज पर्संस हैज चीटेड मी और हैव चीटेड मी, ज्योति। अच्छा, वो हैव, अच्छा इसके लिए आंसर कर रहे थे आप, क्वेश्चन के लिए? गड़बड़ लग गई थी, कोई कंफ्यूजन हो गया था शायद ना। देखो, वही है, आपको सब्जेक्ट ढूंढना है। अगर ये सेंटेंस यहां से शुरू होता ना, तो हम जरूर बोलते वन ऑफ दोज पर्संस हैज ट्रीटेड मी, राइट? लेकिन अगर ही इज वन ऑफ दोज पर्संस है, तो सब्जेक्ट अब यहाँ पे ही बनता है। ठीक है, परफेक्टली डन। सो ये हम और थोड़ा कल डिस्कस करेंगे, बट हाँ जी गाइस, चलो अब कुछ क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस करते हैं जो आपके पीवाई क्यूज में आए हुए हैं, जो मुझे लगा कि विच आर बेस्ड ऑन योर, व्हाट डू यू से, विच आर बेस्ड ऑन योर सब्जेक्ट वर्ब एग्रीमेंट, और जो भी हमने आज सीखा है उसके ऊपर। ठीक है, तो चलो, यस गाइस, question number 1, that is in 2022, political action groups lay in wait for companies that stumble in its conduct and treatment of multiple stakeholders। क्या सर? हाँ, ऐसे क्वेश्चन देख के ना हिल जाता है कोई दिमाग वहां पे पेपर में। आई डू, बट देखना लॉजिक कितना सिंपल होगा। एंड इफ यू फॉलो द लॉजिक, if you follow the right context and you understand and you use the rules properly, you will be able to find the answer। ठीक है, बहुत बहुत एक मेथोडोलॉजिकल अप्रोच है, बहुत साइंटिफिक अप्रोच है इंग्लिश को पढ़ने का भी। हम सोचते हैं कि यार बस कुछ भी पढ़ जाओ, नहीं। हाँ जी गाइस, क्या गलती है इसमें? देखो सब्जेक्ट, देखो पॉलिटिकल एक्शन ग्रुप्स, व्हाट इज द सब्जेक्ट हियर? ग्रुप्स, राइट? सो पॉलिटिकल एक्शन ग्रुप्स ले, अब प्लूरल है तो वर्ब भी हम क्या यूज कर रहे हैं? प्लूरल यूज कर रहे हैं उसके साथ, दैट इज करेक्ट, राइट? तो मेरा सब्जेक्ट वर्ब एग्रीमेंट यहाँ तक ठीक चल रहा है वर्षा? सो पॉलिटिकल एक्शन ग्रुप्स ले इन वेट, मतलब वो उस वेट में रहते हैं कि कोई कंपनी स्टम्बल कर जाए, मतलब लड़खड़ा जाए, और हम उसको टेक ओवर कर लें, या उसके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा गेम खेल लें। सो पॉलिटिकल एक्शन ग्रुप्स ले इन वेट फॉर कंपनीज दैट स्टम्बल। नाउ अब ये नेक्स्ट क्लॉज शुरू हो गया अब यहाँ से, कि पॉलिटिकल एक्शन ग्रुप्स उन कंपनीज की वेट में बैठे रहते हैं। कौन सी कंपनीज? जो अपने उसमें कॉन्डक्ट में और ट्रीटमेंट में स्टम्बल कर जाती हैं ऑफ मल्टीपल स्टेक होल्डर्स। सो पॉलिटिकल एक्शन ग्रुप्स ले इन वेट फॉर कंपनीज, व्हाट कंपनीज? कंपनीज दैट स्टम्बल। सो कंपनीज के लिए स्टम्बल ठीक लग रहा है यहाँ पर भी, बिल्कुल सही है। सो political action groups lay in wait for companies that stumble in its conduct and treatment of multiple stakeholders। ये गलती थी यहाँ पर। हम किसकी बात कर रहे हैं अब यहाँ पे? कंपनीज की, which is a plural, plural noun। So political action groups lay in wait for companies, what companies? Companies that stumble in its conduct या in their conduct। When the subject is plural, when the verb is plural, how can the corresponding pronoun be singular? राइट? अब ये लॉजिक आपको कल हम सिखाऊं भी का और समझाऊं भी का। कल हमने करना है प्रोनाउन, तो उसमें हम डिस्कस करेंगे, बट यहाँ पे इट्स की जगह क्या आना चाहिए था? देयर। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन गाइस, every kaleidoscopic elements merge together beautifully to create the most delightful and unique East Lindsay market town। Absolutely. Now we did this today. Now every is a singular word, right? So every kaleidoscopic elements अगर ऑफ होता तो मे बी हम लगा सकते थे, लेकिन एवरी के साथ तो हम प्लूरल नाउन लगा ही नहीं सकते. So every kaleidoscopic element merged together beautifully to create the most delightful and unique East Lindsay market town. Very good, Kalan. Next question, guys, from the year 2021. Now, this is how you face different sort of questions. Right, in 21, what was the direction? In each question contained three statements, one or more of which may not be grammatically correct. Now, you are required to identify the incorrect statements from the given options and mark that as your answer. अब confusing पता है वहां पे मैंने आपको what did I tell you at the beginning of the lecture? It's not that the questions are very difficult. It's because we make mistakes and negative marking plays its role. That's why the cutoff for English is 4.5 out of 30. Got it? I am showing the question, Kothari. Guys, the question is visible to you, right? Previous question kya rahe ho, Jyoti? लेकिन बाकी सबको विजिबल है ज्योति. आई थिंक आपके एंड पे कोई इशू आ रहा है शायद. यस गाइस, तो अब इसमें हमें क्या ढूंढना था कि तीन में से किस पार्ट में गलती है. हमने मान भी लिया कि मुझे लग रहा है यार 1 में गलती है और 3 में गलती है, लेकिन अब ऑप्शन में देख रहा हूँ कि वो है भी या नहीं है. वो ऑप्शन में ही नहीं है, बताओ क्या करोगे. राइट, सो दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम. वहां टाइम भी खराब हो जाता है, accuracy भी खराब हो जाती है. So you need to practice this, right? So let's look at this. The IMF has pressed Pakistan to improve tax revenue collection. IMF का तो बहुत लफड़ा चल ही रहा है पाकिस्तान के साथ. I hope you are following the news. तो the IMF has pressed Pakistan to improve tax revenue collection. Okay. Second, Pakistani rupee had depreciated by 30% against the US dollar. Okay. And third, Pakistan's credit rating were downgraded by S&P which cited diminished growth and prospects. So पहली गलती तो मुझे यहाँ क्लियरली ये मिल गई कि पाकिस्तान क्रेडिट रेटिंग की बात हो रही है, तो इट शुड बी वाज, राइट. तो थर्ड में गलती है पक्का. अगर आप यहीं से देखते तो मैं कौन से ऑप्शन निकाल सकता हूँ. अगर आप स्मार्ट अप्रोच लेके चल रहे हो ना गाइस, तो ये किया करो एग्जाम में. ठीक है, दैट इज व्हाट आई वांट यू टू अंडरस्टैंड कि अपने. हाँ, वही आ रहा हूँ कपिल में. अब देखो, मुझे पता है कि थर्ड में गलती है, तो जिस जिस ऑप्शन में थर्ड नहीं है मैं उसको एलिमिनेट कर सकता हूँ लॉजिकली, राइट. नाउ देन ऑप्शन नंबर 2, जो मुझे एक और गलती दिखी, पाकिस्तानी रुपी हैड डेप्रिशिएटेड बाय 30% अगेंस्ट द यूएस डॉलर या अगेंस्ट द यूएस डॉलर. ऐसी ऐसी गलतियां बना के छोड़ देता है वो. सो सेकंड एंड थर्ड, दीज वर द. अब जिसको सेकंड में गलती नहीं दिखी, वो जिसने वो अगेन को अगेंस्ट पढ़ लिया, राइट, वो ओनली 3 वाला ऑप्शन डी मार्क करके आएगा और उसको लगेगा 100% मेरा क्वेश्चन ठीक है, राइट. दैट इज व्हाई accuracy plays a very important role here. Right? Very well done, guys. Next question. The roof besides them had a great hole smashed through it and pieces of glass was lying scattered on every direction. Now, direction एक बार पढ़ लो question की. In the given question, a sentence is divided into 4 parts. There are errors in 3 parts. अब ये बिना डायरेक्शन पढ़े अगर सॉल्व करोगे ना तो यहाँ भी फंस जाओगे. यूजुअली हमें क्या ढूंढना होता है, एक पार्ट जिसमें गलती होती है, राइट. बट यहाँ पे बिल्कुल अलग है. मैंने बोला था ना आपको, आरबीआई इज नोन फॉर सरप्राइजिंग स्टूडेंट्स. कि मतलब वो जाना जाता है कि ऐसे ऐसी डायरेक्शन, ऐसे ऐसे नए तरह के क्वेश्चन बनाता है, वहां बाल नोचने लग जाता है बच्चा अपने, राइट. बिकॉज वो है उनका, बिकॉज आई टोल्ड यू दे वांट टू सी हाउ यू परफॉर्म अंडर प्रेशर, right, and that is the whole point of this. So now the direction was, the sentence has been divided into 4 parts. We have to find if there is if there is any, there are errors in 3 parts. तो 4 में से 3 पार्ट्स में एरर है, हमें वो पार्ट ढूंढना है जिसमें एरर नहीं है. So the roof besides them had a great hole smashed through it and pieces of glass was lying scattered on every direction. जो मुझे गलतियां दिख रही हैं, scattered on every direction ही scattered in every direction. पहली गलती तो ये. दूसरी गलती, and pieces of glass was नहीं, subject verb agreement के थ्रू क्या आएगा, were lying. Now अब बचा अपने पास A या B. Now the roof besides them had a great hole smashed through it. The third mistake is besides is a conjunction. The word that is required here is beside. You know the difference between beside and besides? Beside होता बगल में, right? Who is sitting beside you? बगल में. लेकिन besides होता है उसके साथ साथ, in addition to. So ये 3 mistakes थी and this was the answer. सर इतना इजी लग रहा है आपके साथ सॉल्व करते हुए, पेपर में क्यों मुश्किल लगते हैं ये चीजें? एग्जैक्टली, राइट. सो दैट्स द पॉइंट. See, this is how you approach the questions, right? Logically. बिल्कुल लॉजिकल अप्रोच, ये नहीं कि पढ़ के देखना है और मुझे गलतियां चमकती दिख जानी चाहिए। सर आपको कैसे दिख रही हैं, मेरे छोड़ो, मेरे को बहुत साल हो गए पढ़ते पढ़ाते हुए इस चीज को, राइट। सो दिस इज अबाउट यू, राइट, टू फिक्स योर अप्रोच टू द क्वेश्चन, that is the point. So let's read another question. Aside from his solemn expression, there were nothing, sorry, there were nothing in the way he acted with the children that might indicate anything was wrong among them. Aside from his solemn expression, there were nothing in the way he acted with the children that might indicate anything was wrong with them. दो तीन गलतियां मुझे जो दिख रही हैं, anything was wrong among them नहीं, पहले तो क्या आएगा with them. दूसरी गलती there were nothing नहीं, क्या आएगा there was nothing. आज ही किया, अभी किया हमने. there verb decide नहीं करता, next noun decide करता है, right? So एक तो दो गलतियां तो ये होगी, तो अब है A और C. Now aside from his solemn expression, there was nothing in the way he acted with the children that might indicate anything was wrong with them. Now aside from नहीं, aside of, ठीक है, तो aside of होता है, aside from नहीं होता. Beside नहीं, वो वाली गलती नहीं, aside of बोलते हैं, aside from नहीं बोलते. So the correct answer was option number C here. ठीक है. Next, another question on the same lines. The number of acres destroyed by wildfires has increased dramatically over the past several years. इसमें जिसको गलती नहीं मिली ना, तो नहीं मिली, क्या हो गया, कोई बात नहीं. सो ओके, बट ट्राई करो, आई थिंक मिल जाएगी आपको. अभी किया हमने, आज ही किया है आई थिंक, अगर आपको क्लिक करे तो. क्या गलती है कपिल ए पार्ट में? ज्योति सी, ओके, कल गलतियां मिल रही है ना आप सबको? यस, दैट्स द आंसर. ठीक है, लेकिन मैंने क्यों यूज किया है क्वेश्चन, ये देखो, द नंबर ऑफ, अभी हमने किया था कॉन्सेप्ट कि द नंबर ऑफ विल ऑलवेज टेक अ सिंगुलर वर्ब, रिमेंबर? A number of will always take a plural verb. The number of will always take a singular verb. So the number of acres destroyed by wildfires has, बिल्कुल ठीक है, has increased dramatically over the past several years. मैंने किसी बच्चे से पूछा, यार आपने कैसे डिसाइड किया? बोला सर देखो, पहले तो ये the number of के साथ have होना चाहिए. ठीक है, मतलब यहाँ पे एकर्स की बात, उसने द नंबर ऑफ तो बोला नहीं, उसने बोला सर एकर्स की बात हो रही है, तो यहाँ पे हैव होना चाहिए, तो ये गलती मिल गई. ओवर द पास्ट सेवरल ईयर्स की जगह फ्रॉम द पास्ट सेवरल ईयर्स होना चाहिए, एक गलती ये मिल गई. डिस्ट्रॉयड बाय वाइल्ड फायर्स नहीं, डिस्ट्रॉयड इन वाइल्ड फायर, ये तीन गलतियां बना दी और एक ऑप्शन मार्क कर दिया. द सेंटेंस इज ऑल्दो एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, देयर इज नो एरर इन द सेंटेंस. ठीक है, ये कॉन्फिडेंस भी होना जरूरी है कि सर अगर कोई गलती नहीं है तो यू शुड बी श्योर कि इसमें गलती नहीं है कुछ. ऑलराइट गाइस, हाउ वाज द सेशन? प्लीज डू लेट मी नो. कैसा लगा, मतलब was it useful, was it beneficial? And guys, I would like to request you, and say humble polite request, that please do share your feedbacks. We love your feedbacks, because see, what I have observed in India is we don't tend to give feedbacks, and that is a very poor way. Why? Because see, tomorrow if I want to choose something, and if I do not have any feedback, I may not trust the source. So we still trust word of mouth, we still trust marketing gimmicks and all that, right? But what we do not trust is the feedback. So your feedbacks are very important to us. So what I would request to you is, you have the email ID at the bottom of your screen, hello@edutap.co.in. Please do share your feedbacks with us. And I'm not saying कि write good things, मैं नहीं बोल रहा, please be honest about it. आपको जो आपको experience हुआ, जैसा आपको feel किया, please do tell that, please do share that, right? So please do give your inputs, because your constructive feedbacks are very important. They help us to improve ourselves, and they are a very important source of motivation for us as well, right? So see, I always tend to do the same. When I interact with someone, I always give you the feedback. Well, I mean, whosoever it is. So, and I want to inculcate that habit with all of us. Do start sharing your inputs. We don't give, I have seen students, they're not giving feedbacks on, let's say, on any app that you download, right? any application that you download from Google Store, Play Store, or App Store, right? We don't tend to give them feedbacks. We don't, we think that why me? Main hi kyun? Right? So this is one big problem that we have, to shy away from responsibility. We should not. 5 घंटे की क्लास फिर भी इंटरेस्टिंग लगी. थैंक यू कपिल. तो प्लीज डू शेयर, डू ड्रॉप योर फीडबैक. आई वुड लव टू हियर फ्रॉम यू. और एक और चीज मैं क्यों कहता हूँ बच्चों को फीडबैक डालने को, बिकॉज वन ऑफ द इंटेग्रल पार्ट्स ऑफ योर जॉब्स इज गोइंग टू बी email writing when you'll be working as an officer. So you should know how to draft and how to articulate a good email. So that is another reason I push students to drop feedbacks, so that you understand, okay, this is a formal mail that I'm writing for the first time, so this is how it is written, and you get to understand, okay, next time I'll do it better, right? I'll create a better email. So that is another reason for it. Thank you, Navdeep. I know, guys, I did try to be bilingual. I did try to explain everything in English and Hindi. I hope it was, I hope the topic was, the concepts were clear to all of you. So thank you, Raj Prakash. Thank you so much, guys. See, I'm really, I'm very, with a lot of humility and with a lot of obligation, I really thank you that you trusted us. I don't know the source that you followed. I don't know what is your source of, reference for this, but I really wish that, we are able to live up to your expectations, and that is the ecosystem that we want to build up in our, at least in our organization, that we do not tend to build up on marketing gimmicks, or we do not, tend to sell false hopes to people, right? So what we want is to really give you quality, and within the time limit that we have, set for you. So I hope this is going to be helpful for you, and please do share your feedbacks, guys. I know that. Thank you so much. इतने अच्छा लिख रहे हो यार आप लोग. Sir, thank you, sir. I joined the package session today. It was great. Will surely time. Arey, please, Asus. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you, Kapil. Thank you, everyone. Smile. Please keep on smiling. Right. So it's really, I mean, मैंने बोला ना, positive mindset बहुत जरूरी है इस एग्जाम के लिए. If you take it as a burden, it will always be a burden. Right. Right. Burden can never get you success. But if you love it, if you love the process, if you love the journey, the learning curve that we are going through, if you understand that and if you live that, that is going to be, a game changer in this. So daily target, Kalind, has been given to you in the in your PDF in the course. Today, what you have to do is you have to practice questions from your course based on subject verb agreement only this one topic, nothing beyond that. So tomorrow we'll start picking up the pace, right? Tomorrow we'll cover tenses, pronouns, then you'll have a lot more to practice, and so on and so forth, right? But today was the first day. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. I know sitting down for 5 hours itself is a big task, right? So thank you so much, guys, for being here, for for putting up faith in us, for giving us this opportunity to help you. And anything you wish to tell us, anything you wish to convey, you are more than you're more than welcome, and we'll be more than happy to to help you out with this. Thank you, Neeraj. Thank you so much. PDF will be, yes, guys, PDF for this session and the recorded video will be available in your course itself. So, where you found the link for this video, right? So after some time, the video and the PDF will be uploaded in that course itself, right? So you can refer to that and you can download the PDF, you can use it, and you can watch the video again if you want to, but I don't think you need to watch it again. Do you? Is there anything that you couldn't comprehend? Smile, इतनी अच्छी smile कर रहे हैं, smile. कुछ सोच के ही रखा है मम्मी पापा ने आपका नाम स्माइल ना, नहीं अच्छे अच्छे स्माइल करता. हर्ष, all sorted? थैंक यू हर्ष, थैंक यू सो मच डियर. मुझे लग रहा था आप ऑफिस में थे हर्ष ना, मुझे लगा कि कहीं, आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट मुझे लगा कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है. अच्छा, घर पे ही हो? ऑफिस है, ऑफिस है, स्टार्टअप गए? अरे बाप रे. All the very best, all the very best, Harsh. Keep up the good work, dear. See, I love to connect with students, and I always feel we are human beings, right? We are social animals. We are on the top of our food chain, and there is some reason behind it. God has, luckily, or I don't know, but we are born in this species which has the ability to rationally take decisions. So we have some responsibility towards this world, towards our country, towards humanity, right? And I feel as a teacher, I love connecting with my students, and I love to stay connected with them throughout life. So this is not the end, this is the beginning of a very long journey, which does not end after you becoming an RBI officer or so. That, it starts today and it will always be there, right? You'll always be in my mind, you'll always be in my heart. And as my students, as my fellow, time sharing human beings, you can say. So I always love to interact with people. So whenever you need me, guys, for anything, please feel free to contact me. You can call us on this number 8146207241 during the office hours, or you can drop us an email on the address given below, right? And if you want to interact with me on a one-to-one basis, you can arrange a strategy call with me. You can leave a discussion forum query. You can you can pick up a support query. You can drop an email. You can call us. So I'm just one click away. So don't feel sorry, online wala cheez bahut wo rehta hai na. I'm trying to make it as comfortable for you, as easy for you, as approachable for you as possible, right? So that is all, my only intent. And smile, आपको तो मैंने बहुत सारे questions मैंने I think उसमें answer भी किए हैं, right? Discussion forum वाले कुछ उसमें. तो नहीं, then there's another. मैं smiley तभी बोल रहा था. Then I had a student by the name of Smiley. And I asked her कि आपका real name Smiley, and she said yes. So आज दूसरी बार है जब मैं ऐसा ही और नाम देख रहा हूँ, Smiley, and then this is Smile. So she looked like you, by the way. वो भी बहुत smile कर रहे थे. Right? तब ना it's good to smile. It's very healthy that way. So guys, let's wrap up the session, shall we? Anything else I can help you with? Please feel free to ask. Or if there is anything you would like to put in, or anything you would like to. Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you for the kind words. So I'll see you again tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Right? Don't be late tomorrow, क्योंकि कल बहुत important topic करने वाले हैं, especially tenses and conditional sentences. So don't be late tomorrow. And कुछ अच्छे से खाने वाने का रख के रहना अपने साथ. So you keep on मतलब वो you keep on enjoying the process and you love it. So be comfortable. Perfectly all right. You sit wherever you want, right? So I'll see you again tomorrow. Exactly, Raj. So I'll see you tomorrow. Till then, guys, keep on working hard. Keep on giving your best. And this is the last mile, you can say. Shashank, मुझे काफी देर से लग रहा था आप बीमार तो नहीं हो आज? Are you not well? मैंने मैं देख रहा था कि मुझे लगा जैसे कि you are not well. Please take care of yourself. Please take some medicine, get some rest. अगर आप ठीक नहीं हो तो, अगर आप ठीक हो तो then all the very best. ठीक है? चलो guys, तो ज्योति, दीपांशु, नीरज, Shashank, everyone who's out there. So thank you so much, guys. And last but not the least, abhi to fresh hai, feeling bhi fresh hai. Go drop a feedback. Okay? Do let us know how you felt, because your feedback means a lot to us, right? So thank you so much for joining in, guys. Keep up the good work. God bless you, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Till then, stay safe, stay healthy, and happy learning.